Welcome to the RedDeathMask stream. Happy October, everybody. If you're here, if you're watching this, it's because, like me, you love spooky stories. Sorry, I was just waiting for my audio to kick in so I could make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, if you're like me, you love horror stories, you love the month of October. Uh and That's what we're here to do today. We're here to get a little weird and wild and get a little spooked. Um, I'm wearing my Joker shirt in honor of Halloween and the month of October. Also, I had probably one of the best starts of October I've had in a while because last night I watched Freddy versus Jason and Trick or Treat, and both were awesome. I have actually not seen. I saw Freddy versus Jason when I was a kid, I think, but I've never seen Trick or Treat. I was never, honestly, Creepcast made me a lot bigger of a horror fan. I was never, especially horror movies. I always found them like way too predictable and just kind of boring. But that's because I was watching a lot of the really just kind of bad and like not bad in a fun way, but just I was watching the really just like middle of the road horror and nothing with like really cool concepts or really, interesting stuff, and that's just kind of how I grew up into horror. And then I got, into Papa Meat's channel and Wendigoon and Creepcast, and so, I really found myself getting ever more into horror, but as a consequence of that, I haven't seen there's like plenty of horror movies I still haven't seen, and I really liked Trick or Treat. I thought Trick or Treat was so aesthetically, they're right. It's just one of the best like Halloween movies in terms of just nailing down with all the jack o' lanterns and the leaves blowing, and it totally nails the aesthetic. And then yeah, it was just a fun movie. Like the one of the second to last stories with the werewolf, sisters, that was amazing. The fucking the kids being mean to the one girl, and with the school bus and all that stuff. Yeah, it was awesome. Yo, what up? What up, Professor Creepin? Hello, hello, hello. I'm ready to stream, bro, but I will if you're not doing anything tonight, I will call you. We can do a Discord call when I get done reading these stories, cuz yeah, I'm still down to chat. But thanks for stopping by. But anyway, so Freddy versus Jason and Halloween were both amazing, and Trick or Treat. Uh I'm really excited to I think what I like the most about Trick or Treat, sorry, one more thing I want to say about that, is the anthology aspect of it. I think in particular, like that made it so much more fun. And although each story by itself, okay, hell yeah, dope. Although each story by itself like isn't the most amazing thing. Hello, Jacob Greenway. Um, yeah, like together it made a great Halloween movie, and that's what I loved about Trick or Treat. But um, so yeah, today we're gonna be starting with Mortar by Sean Elkin, Ikin, and then we're gonna go on to Around the Stairs, uh, from Heather-Grimm, I think is the Reddit name, and then we're gonna do Sisters, My Time Spent with the Cults of the Deep, Part 1 of 5, And then the last story I have on the docket is the door at the end of the hall doesn't exist. Today it opened from Nectarine Less 2929. So yeah, those are the stories that I have planned for today, and I look forward to getting into them, to getting the horror juices flowing, so to speak. Yeah, well, I was starting to talk about Trick or Treat because first time I've ever seen it was last night. I'm this October especially. I can't watch a horror movie every day, but I will be watching as many as I can. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know why they haven't been able to make it other than I guess maybe getting funding for that is probably kind of hard because it's like an anthology film and that's not a super popular, I'm sure Hollywood's like, "No, it's got to have the same stars all throughout it." Um so yeah, but I mean, I wish they would. I think it was really cool and I think enough time has passed that it's not just a cash grab. Dish it out when you're done. Yeah. Well, I will. Don't worry. I will. I will be ready. When I read your stories. I give honest critiques. I try not to be like needlessly mean or just hate on a story outright. But I do try to be constructive. But I'm always honest. So, um, yeah, I want to see Mimic. Yeah, I'm not watching movies on this stream tonight, but for Halloween I'm gonna be checking out Evil Dead. The Evil Deads. Okay. I wanna watch the Evil Deads too. Sorry, the stream just dropped out for a second, so I'm just waiting to see if it's gonna shit out or not. Are we back? Oh. Hold on. Here, we're gonna watch more of Angel
That's so
Hair
cool. That's
while
such a
I
neat.
check
You
this
don't get
out.
that anywhere else. That's so fun. Look at Francis.
I remember you, Miss Franny. Don't overdo it on the mints this time, hun.
Franny, we're in a bit of a...
Yeah, always a dame that needs saving. I'll make sure you're not disturbed.
This is not like her show. It isn't cozy or safe. Old detective serials. These aren't my memories. Well, yeah, because you didn't watch the show or my friends. Yeah, they're looking for Gabby. That's what he asked
Give
for.
me those documents again, Chief.
Alright. So sorry, my stream did just disconnect, but apparently it reconnected. So hopefully it's gonna stay strong throughout. But yeah, I wanna join the Evil Dead horror stream or whatever you guys do, the Discord where you guys all get together. I've been wanting to uh join one of those movie nights, and so yeah, for the Evil Dead one I would really like to. But yeah, that's kind of what's nice about. Don't get me wrong, I have Halloween movies that I love, that I want to watch, that I want to like put in my own rotation, but for a lot of it, it's just stuff that I haven't seen, like a lot of the main sort of stuff I've either only seen like once or when I was a kid or haven't watched much of. Like I think I've seen like The Ring 2 or something, but not the original. Just shit like that. So um yeah, see, I'm cutting in and out. Okay. Hold on, be right back. All right. Well, I know I was cutting in and out. Hopefully it's going to work now. We shall see. There's really not much I can do other than what I've already done. Oh, in the hopes that I can I guess I'll just keep it open on my phone to try to see how it looks. I can't really listen to it, but anyways, yeah, I was getting excited about different horror movies, but we'll just get into the stories now cuz now I'm just too anxious about my stream cutting out. This has happened before where it's been a little finicky at the beginning and then it's pretty much been fine the rest of the time. So if you're here, hopefully it works out, you know. If you're watching live, hopefully it's not too shitty. Usually though, the VOD is better than just the live stream. So if the live stream's bugging you too much, you know, I would just encourage you to maybe check out the VOD, because oftentimes that's better. I'll put some music on. We'll see. I'll do hours. And if for some reason we think that the stream is still not, you know, it's still dropping out too much, then I'll turn off the music, but all right, so here we have Mortar by SeanIkin. And thank you everybody who's tuning in live. I appreciate all of you. So the lights were off. The smell came first, then the sound. Flies buzz beneath the fridge's hum. I already knew what's waiting around the corner, but still I paused. One step, then another. There she is, in the same chair, in the same position. The bricks are piling up in my kitchen. Her skin's darker now, collapsing in places, curling at the edges like old, wet paper. The smell is worse than usual. It's a sweet, foul odor that has long since replaced the scent of coffee and cinnamon. It's the smell of my home, a stench that clings to the curtains, the furniture, even the clothes in my closet. Her hands are folded in her lap as if somebody had placed them there carefully, almost politely. She doesn't move. She never does. I'm not all alone. Oh, I'm not all alone. There's a rat that hides under the bricks. I call him Mandy? Interesting. Mandy is the name of a rat, even though he says it's him. The name just fits. He tells me jokes. We talk about the weather, but whatever he says always circles back to the foundation, to the bricks. Okay, interesting. So the story starts out, we have a scene. The lights were off, the smell came first, then the sound. Flies buzz beneath the fridge's hum. What's waiting around the corner? I assume in the corner of this house is what it's saying. And it seems like we have this woman, because it says her, yeah. So it seems like we have this woman decomposing in a chair. Right, yeah, in the same chair, same position. And then the bricks are piling up in my kitchen, which in the same position. I don't understand. I guess what I'm curious about is this person in the kitchen, and then there's bricks. This dead person, this dead body is in the kitchen, and then there's bricks piling up. Is this person like trying to entomb them, like in the kitchen, like just bury them in a pile of bricks in the middle of their house, or? And it all, yeah. But whatever he says always circles back to the foundation, to the bricks. Interesting. It's an interesting way to start off a story. You know, the horror. I mean, obviously there's the horror of death and decay, but something horrible has already happened. You know what I mean? We're starting at that point in the story, and we're getting the sense of kind of an unreliable narrator. You know, he's saying that a rat is talking to him, and he calls the rat Mandy, which is kind of interesting. Like, Mandy is kind of a female name, but then he calls the rat a he. So I'm wondering if, like, Mandy, maybe this was his wife, and Mandy was his wife's name, and now he's, like, calling the rat Mandy as just some way to, you know, like, disassociate or like transfer, you know, oh, she's not dead, she's the rat, you know. Interesting. So yeah, but that's a interesting first image. I do wish it was a little more clear on where the chair is in terms of, like, is she in a chair in the kitchen, or the bricks are piling up in the kitchen and she is like in the living room. It's always like this every night. I come home and nothing has changed. The quiet is broken only by the clock and the fridge. I walk past her, my shoes scraping the tile. I grab a beer. The hiss of the cap, the only break from the constant noise. I sit at the kitchen table, facing her. We wait for morning. The clock ticks, each sound a small hammer on the silence. My wife, decaying. Okay, so here we get it. My wife, decaying in the center of the kitchen. My wife, decaying in the center of the kitchen, is a dark, motionless shape in the dim light. I don't look directly at her anymore, but I feel her there. I fill my glass, watch the liquid swirl, and drink slowly, searching for comfort in the routine. Interesting. So it seems like our narrator here is kind of disassociating. He's living with his decaying wife in the kitchen. It says that there's bricks piling up in the kitchen as well, which I don't know if, like, the house is maybe collapsing. Who knows? And then there's this rat that he calls Mandy, that he says is his friend, that tells him jokes. And it says she doesn't move, she never does, which, yeah, she's a corpse. I mean, she's dead, so that makes sense. But the fact that our narrator is maybe expecting her to move, I think is one indication of his mental state, that he's disassociating from, you know, the fact that his wife's dead, and he knows his wife is decaying, but he doesn't look at her. and maybe he can't look at her because he can't look at what she's like become, even though it's kind of obvious and in his face all the time. Yeah, interesting. Okay. I fill my glass, watch the liquid swirl, and drink slowly, searching for comfort and the routine. This is my life now. I don't know how it started. I don't know why it happens. I just know it does. After a while, you stop reacting. You stop wondering. You just accept it. The morning is just as quiet. I wake before sunrise, careful not to make a sound. I shower quickly. The hot water a brief escape from what waits for me. My work clothes are laid out on the bed. A suit and tie, symbols of the normal life I'm desperate to hold on to. I try to ignore the faint, stale smell on the fabric. Downstairs, I walk past her, past the still rotting figure in the chair. Her back is to me. I've never seen her face in the morning. I don't need to. I know what's there. I've never seen her face in the morning. I know what's there. The flies are quieter, but I can still hear them. A hum in the background. I pour cereal, the flakes crunching in the silence. I eat quickly, staring at the blank wall. I leave without a word, without looking back. The drive is a blur. The city is full of sounds and smells that are nothing like home. The exhaust, the sirens, the distant voices on the train. At work, I feel some relief. I'm someone else. I'm a project manager, in control. I schedule or organize, make sure everything is in its place. My coworkers see me as a hard worker. They don't see the man who comes home to a corpse every night. They don't see the man falling apart. Sometimes I talk about my wife. Just small talk about her hobbies or her job. I'm lying to them and to myself. The lie is easier than the truth, but it's getting harder to keep up. Last week I was on the phone with Dave, a coworker. He talked about his wife's cooking. A happy memory. My wife loves cooking, he said. She's always trying new recipes. What about yours? I stammered. She's a great cook, I managed. She's trying to perfect her lasagna. The words felt wrong, a lie so thin it could break. My wife hadn't cooked in months. Her lasagna was just a memory, a dish I'd almost forgotten. That's great, Dave said cheerfully. Guilt stabbed at me sharp and constant. It's always there, a reminder of the truth I'm trying to ignore. This morning, as I left for work, I heard it. A faint scrape on the bricks. I froze, hand on the doorknob. Interesting. Okay, so I want to pause here. I do like this, and so far I'm bought in. I get that it's a guy who's just trying to go about his life and maybe pretend his wife isn't dead, even though he knows that she is, or, he's just kind of disassociating. I perfectly buy into that. Where the story gets unbelievable to me is these two guys talking about their wife's cooking and them both being kind about it. Like, I've never heard a exchange like this in a story, in a movie, where they're both guys are either like especially in media, the whole thing is always like men are like, yeah, I love my wife, she ain't much of a looker, but thank God for her cooking or whatever. So they're like, they're talking shit about their wife, that she's not that attractive, but at least she's a great cook. Or they're like, guys are just being like, God damn it, she doesn't know how to make anything but burnt lasagna, or whatever. So the fact that these two guys are just like kind to each other, and he's like, he talked about his wife's cooking, a happy memory. My wife loves cooking, he said. She's always trying new recipes. What about yours? I stand, like, this whole thing is just slightly too sanitized for me to be realistic. And I am kind of joking and kidding around, but the fact, she's a great cook, I managed. She's trying to perfect her lasagna. I don't know. Just something about this interaction. I'm like, it's too sanitized. It's too unbelievable. Maybe if it didn't start with like, maybe if it started with like, he talked about his wife's cooking, and instead of a happy memory, it's like a funny memory, and he's like, my wife loves cooking. She's always, experimenting on me with a new recipe or something like that, where it makes him sound like he's kind of a guinea pig. Like there's a little tweak like that you could basically get across the same thing without making it seem so like, my wife loves cooking. She's always trying a new recipe. And then the other guy's like, yeah, my wife's trying to perfect her lasagna. I don't know. To me, that just seems fake. Not completely fake, but like I said, a little bit too Stepford wivesy. Like they're the Stepford husbands, and they're like, my wife's a great cook. So is mine. Ha ha ha. Anyways, that's just kind of an opinion thing. And I'm mainly just joking about how much in media I see shit where the people are like, oh, blah, guys are always talking about how they hate their wives or they hate their cooking or what, and that's such a common like trope that I just had to mention something about this here. A faint scrape on the bricks. I froze. Hand on the doorknob. Working hard, are we? Mandy's voice was a whisper. Okay. Working hard, are we? Mandy's voice was a whisper. Don't you ever wonder what it's all for? The trips, the lies, the endless renovation. I ignored him, my heart pounding in my chest. You'll never finish it, he continued. So yeah, again, this is a he. So this is the rat he's talking to, or the rat is talking to him. You'll never finish it, he continued. The foundation is all wrong. It's a house of cards. It's a house of cards. I left, my mind racing, his words echoing. But tonight, the routine started again. I came home and noticed the remote was missing. It's always on the coffee table. I never leave it anywhere else. I walked through the kitchen. The floorboards groaning. My wife sat in her chair, silent as always. I searched for the remote. Cabinets, floor, magazines, gone. I sighed, feeling the weight of another small loss in an almost empty room. then a soft scraping sound from the bricks. Looking for something? Mandy's voice was a clear whisper, as if he were sat upon my shoulder. A little misplaced convenience, perhaps? I walked to the bricks, resignation settling in. Mandy? Yeah, you're good, creeping, or you're good, Bagman. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know if it's my stream's the issue or maybe it's your internet, but hopefully the re-upload will work better. I've done everything I can do on my end. If everyone's just saying that the stream is shit, I could just honestly stop streaming, but I don't know. So yeah, well, I'll at least finish this story because I have started, but yeah, every time I listen to the audio on my phone, it seems alright, so here, I am gonna turn down the music a little bit more because it's always way louder than what I hear. I don't know why. Sorry, Bagman. I don't know. I've had this problem before where some people come into my stream and are like, it's choppy, it's bad, or whatever. And then other people come in and say it's fine. So I don't have any hard feelings. I just feel bad because I know you probably want to listen to the story live. So it is what it is. All I can really do at this point is just try to save money and try to get better equipment and better internet, but I don't have the funds for that quite yet, and I got other stuff to try to buy, but hopefully the re-upload works for you, man. But I appreciate you stopping by. So anyways, we'll just get back to the story. Saving sound from the bricks. A misplaced convenience, perhaps? I walked to the bricks, resignation settling in. Mandy, do you know where the remote is? I asked, not expecting an answer. Oh, I know all sorts of things, my friend, his tiny head poking out from behind a jagged piece of mortar. But information, as we both know, has a cost. A small token of exchange. A small token of exchange for a moment of clarity. I think there's a typo here, and I think it should be a small token in exchange, but anyways, I remembered the raisins in the closet. I took one out and placed it near the bricks. Mandy scurried out, grabbed it, and disappeared. He chewed, the sound louder than I expected. A generous tribute, he said. The remote is under the sofa cushion. I checked, and there it was. I felt foolish. for not looking there first, but maybe not finding it right away was better. If I had, he probably would have taken something else. The next day, my watch went missing. A gold-plated timepiece, a gift from my wife. I tore my bedroom apart, desperate. Downstairs, my mind spun with frustration. A loss of time. Mandy's voice came from the bricks. A most curious thing to misplace, wouldn't you say? Especially since it was so carefully protected. I stopped. Mandy, where's my watch? A bowl of oats, he said without hesitation. A spoonful for my thoughts. And then we can discuss the nature of time and its fragile relationship with memory. I brought him oats. He sniffed around the bowl, then stared at me. The face of time is the face you never see, he whispered. I flinched. The words, so cryptic and troubling, felt like a direct attack on my carefully assembled fantasy. He ate a few more oats and left the rest. See, he whispered. The face of time is the face you never see, he whispered. I flinched. The words, so cryptic and troubling, felt like a direct attack on my carefully assembled fantasy. He ate a few more oats and left the rest. I went back to my room, his words echoing. The face you never see. I stared at the clock, its hands moving slowly. The face of the clock, a metaphor. Then it hit me. My watch. The last place I saw it was in the wooden box on my dresser. A box from my wife. It had a cracked mirror inside the lid. I opened it. No watch. Just a dark stain where it should have been. Beneath the stain, a faint carving. I traced the letters M-O-R-T-A-R. I stared at the word, cold dread settling in. Something was wrong. The same word Mandy had whispered days ago. The foundation of my house. The source of my problems. I slammed the box shut. My watch was gone, and I knew, with a terrible certainty, it was under the bricks. Where was it put there on purpose? Mandy always speaks with purpose, but never gives me answers. He makes me piece it together, and my struggle entertains him. The weeks went on. Every day something else disappeared. My keys, my wallet, a book. Each night, Mandy waited. His demands were simple. Food, oats, rice, a dried berry. In return, he gave me a cryptic message that led to my lost item. One night, it was my wedding ring. I noticed it while washing my hands. A cold pit formed in my stomach. This was different. Not just an item, it's a symbol. I went downstairs, the silence pressing in. So, I'm a little confused. Not about any one thing in particular, but just like, okay, clearly the mortar and the foundation of his house is like supposed to be a metaphor for something. Like, you know, his foundation isn't strong because, you know, like his wife is dead, or his house is like, you know, in disarray. there's this element to it, and then there's also this rat that keeps stealing things and like giving him riddles to find it, essentially, which is kind of an interesting idea, like in and of itself. Like, man destroyed by grief befriends this rat that then kind of is toying with him the way almost a human, the way like a rat runs through a maze for its human. Now it seems like he is kind of doing that for this rat, which is kind of interesting. And meanwhile, this all is kind of going on as a distraction, I guess, from his decaying wife. But I guess it just seems like I'm sure the story will get there, but it just seems like there should be, like, we should at least know why the bricks are there. We should know, is the rat like leaving the bricks? Is this some sort of is he like slowly chewing and destroying the foundation of the house, and the rat is only there because the guy can't like let his wife go or whatever. And so I don't know, it's just very it's very interesting. And to have the rat be like, ooh, time, we can talk about times whatever to memory. Like, that part I just found kind of funny, because I'm like, I get it, it's a talking rat, it doesn't have to be like realistic, but the fact that the rat is like, theoretically time is an illusion and blah blah blah, like, he didn't quite say all that, but it was almost like that. And the idea of that sort of intelligent rat or whatever, like, I don't know, it was a little I don't know if corny's even the right word. It was a little out there, but already, the rest of the story, like, it's continued to be like about this rat and the stuff that he's stealing, and the rat's name Mandy, so it continues to be about Mandy doing this stuff, and so, at least the story is not, it didn't just go there and then come back. It's staying in that kind of area of weirdness. I would say this is almost like, this hasn't horrified, other than the wife's dead body just being there, it's not horror so much as this is just bizarro, right? Like, this is just the surreal. Which is a cool place to be, and I love those types of stories. I love stories with interesting concepts and stuff, but I guess I'm at this point in the story as the reader, I'm a little hungry to have at least some rules explained, or like at least something pinned down as to why, like, why this rat is talking to him. Is he just fully insane? Is the rat his wife? Is that why he calls it Mandy? Sort of thing. I don't know. But anyway, so we'll get there. Hopefully we'll get there. It's just how I'm feeling right now. So the rat, Mandy, has now stolen his wedding ring. Not just an item, it's a symbol. I went downstairs, the silence pressing in. The air felt heavy with fear, a lost circle. Mandy's voice was different tonight. It was deeper, colder. A promise unkept, a bond severed. It's found a new home, I stood still, my hands trembling. Mandy, what do you want? Dinner, he said. The usual exchange. I brought him oats. He didn't move. No, he said, his voice a cold whisper. Not enough. The cost has risen. The debt is considerable. I stared at him, my heart beating fast in my chest. What do you want? Bricks, he said. The bricks that hold your world together. A piece of foundation. A sliver of your past. A piece of the foundation, a sliver of your past. I know he's implying something greater, but I'm sure it's a catch. I know he's implying something greater, but I'm sure it's a catch he would get. I don't have much, really. I knelt. I pulled a loose brick from the pile. It was cold and heavy. He hurried out, took the piece, and dragged it away. He returned, paws covered in gray dust. The ring, he said. The ring is in her hands. I looked at her. Her hands were folded in her lap. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The touch was cold, clammy. And as I unfolded her fingers, I saw it. My wedding ring was there, a shiny golden circle resting in her decaying palm. I grabbed it. Nausea washing over me. I wanted to run, to scream, but I couldn't. I was trapped, and Mandy the rat was my guide, my friend, my tormentor. The next morning, as I left for work, I heard him. Don't you ever wonder what would happen if the bricks weren't there? His voice was a low hiss, a chilling echo in my mind. What would happen if the foundation finally gave way? I ignored him, heart pounding. I left for work, a man living a lie, losing his mind, who made a pact with a rat for a shred of sanity. Interesting. Okay, so now we're finally gonna get some info about the bricks, which I'm good with, but yeah. Here, I'm just gonna boost my audio up all the way. We're up now. Hopefully we're not too loud. He mocks me for keeping the bricks, but they mean something. When the renovation is done, I'll have proven myself. All the setbacks will be worth it. But the thought lingers. What if the bricks were gone? The words followed me on the train, in the office, in the conference room. I stared at presentations, at spreadsheets, but all I saw were cracks. Cracks in the plaster, the sidewalk, my phone screen. Each line a reminder of the crumbling foundation at home. I saw the bricks not as a failure, but as a promise, a task I'd finish one day. A heavy weight, but also a strange comfort. One day, I'd finish the reservation. I'd remove every brick and fixed everything. I'd put my house and my mind back together. It was a lie, but it kept me going. Okay, so now this is what I was waiting for in the story. So at least now that the bricks are in this kitchen because he was doing this renovation, right? And the idea is once all the bricks were gone, or he would put all the bricks back in, and his foundation would be whole, that sort of thing. Although I don't know many houses that have brick foundations, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not a builder, so that doesn't matter, not important. And so now, with his wife dead or whatever, the bricks to him are like a comfort in the kitchen. They're like a promise, a promise of what he one day would do for his wife. He would finish this renovation or whatever. It was a lie, but it kept me going. A future always just out of reach. After the next report, the next deal, the bricks were my last defense against chaos. I worked late. The hours blurred. I ate dinner alone at a diner. The food tasteless. I came home to the familiar smell of decay and flies. The lights were off. I reached for the switch, already knowing something was missing. At first, it was small things, but now my most precious mementos from my wife were disappearing. Interesting. The clay figurine was gone. A little unpainted man holding a heart. My wife made it for our first anniversary. Her first gift to me. I kept it on the coffee table. It was a quiet symbol of our love. Now it was gone. Panic rose in me, hot and choking. The statue was my last real link to her. It was whole. It was pure. Now it was gone. Searching for a memory. Mandy's voice. Searching for a memory? Mandy's voice was a high-pitched, mocking whisper. I turned to the pile of bricks. Mandy stared out from the darkness, a tiny glowing pinprick of malevolence. I know where it is, don't you? I said, Oh, sorry. You know where it is. You know where it is, don't you? I said, my voice trembling with a mix of fury and raw desperation. This wasn't just a lost object. It was a direct attack on my sanity. The rage wasn't about the figurine. It was about knowing he understood. He knew how much I cared. And he dangled these things just out of reach. I know, and he dangled these things just out of reach. I know what was misplaced, and I know what was forgotten. He didn't demand a tribute. He didn't ask for an exchange. His voice was full of amusement, and that made my blood run cold. He was hinting at something deeper, something more terrifying than a missing object. Where is it? I screamed, the sound echoing off the silent walls. Where is it? I screamed, the sound echoing off the silent walls. What do you know? He scurried out, stood on his hind legs, head tilted. The item no longer remains. The item no longer remains. I hold a crucial memory you want. I'm entitled to the keepsake. That smugness pushed me over the edge. You're a rat, I yelled. A goddamn rat. Give it back or I'll crush you. He darted under the bricks, his claws scratching the mortar. You'll remember. You'll remember in time. I don't know if this is the rat or him. I lunged, hands grabbing for him in the dark. My fingers crossed on something soft and furry. A squeak. I had him. I felt a savage joy. I'll kill you, I hissed. I'll kill you for that. But then, a searing, blinding pain shot through my hand, a sharp, stinging bite. I yelped and recoiled, pulling my hand back. I stared at the 2 small puncture marks on my index finger, a tiny trickle of blood. I looked at the pile of bricks, a silent, mocking monument, my connection to them. A silent, mocking monument, my connection to them, a symbol of future. What the symbol of my future was a lie. They were his territory. He knew them. He knew the secrets they held. I looked from the bricks. God damn it. I looked from the bricks. Sorry. I'm writing my thoughts for once the story's done, or at least a few little bullet points. I looked from the bricks to the rotting corpse in the chair, a horror that had become a backdrop, and then back to the rat. He was the only thing that still felt real. He was the only link to my past. He was keeping it from me. Now, as I step through the door, the silence is what hits me first. So the rat bit him. The pile of bricks. Now, as I step through the door, the silence is what hits me first. No buzzing flies, no low hum on the fridge, nothing. I move forward, and there she is, still sitting in the same chair. The same posture, her arms folded neatly in her lap like always, but her head, it's gone. A ragged neck stares back at me, a thick stump of gristle and torn skin where her face should have been. It is slick with a mixture of dried blood and something darker, denser, that has thickened around the edges like old scab tissue. I reach out, trembling as my fingers hover over the exposed flesh. I see them. Squirming shapes scatter beneath the collapsing skin. A living tapestry of white and gray. God, the maggots. I brush my fingers over it. They burst forth, a horrifying eruption of life from the dead. I wipe them off. I wipe them off, desperate to clear the mess. But with every wipe, more crawl out, like they're multiplying under my hands. A living nightmare. I'm frozen. Sorry, hold on. Okay, a living nightmare. I'm frozen. The numbness I found comfort in had started to wear off. I can't see her face anymore, and that scared me. Her face, in its state of decay, was the one familiar, stable thing in this nightmare. It was the only part of this twisted reality that still belonged to her, the only thing that hadn't completely fallen to rot. Now it's gone, a gaping empty void. I am not only losing memories of her, but also the ability I'm not only losing memories of her, but also the ability to give her recognition. Wouldn't you just say to the ability to recognize her? I'm not only losing memories of her, but also my ability to recognize her. I heard a familiar squeak from the pile of bricks. A peculiar disarray. A shame, really. Mandy's voice is measured and clear, a tiny high-pitched scrape. I turn to the rubble, and he stares up at me from the darkness. A rather untidy affair, one might call it. A bit of a scavenger hunt. I feel the cold dread creeping up my spine. Mandy, where is it? Such haste, my dear friend. The best parts of any game lie in the careful unraveling. We can't have you losing another piece of the collection, can we? It's simply not fair to the others, he giggles. I try to dismiss him, to tell myself it's just the sound of my madness. He continues. But a secret for a secret. That is the proper exchange. A little tidbit for a morsel. I can tell you, but only if you are truly hungry for the answer. My stomach twists. What are you talking about? He points a small twitching snout at my wife's neck. Dinner, my friend. A little snack for your troubles. A bit of the Wigglers for a clue. Without my guidance, you'll never find it. Never. I laugh, a hollow, broken sound. You're serious? Utterly, my friend. Every last one. Out of a sickening desperation, a madness born from the loss of my final comfort, I kneel. The air around me is thick with the scent of decay and the cold certainty of my own humiliation. My stomach heaves, a violent lurch that threatens to spill the meager contents of my guts. I stare at the writhing mass on her neck, a shifting, squirming tapestry of horror. A low moan escapes my lips, a sound of pure, helpless despair. The secret, my friend. Mandy's voice is a low, patient hum, a soothing rhythm to the chaos in my mind. It's just beyond the veil. A little bit of knowledge for a little bit of humility. I close my eyes. I can't look at it, not now, but I can still feel them, a phantom sensation of their wriggling forms on my fingertips. A single tear, hot and stinging, rolls down my cheek and lands on the cold tile. This is it. This is the end of me. The last remaining shred of my sanity is begging me to run, to scream, to turn and flee this rotting tomb, but the other part, the desperate, hollow part, the part that just wants to see your face again, is winning. It's a battle I've already lost. I know this. So is he... Here's the thing. I feel like this is building up to our narrator eating the maggots, But every other time the rat has asked him to feed the rat, you know? So I'm like, I'm confused why all of a sudden, you know. The narrator has to eat the maggots himself, but the maggots, the pulsing, wriggling life on her neck, are all that is left. It is life from death, a gruesome, twisted parody of resurrection. I have to know. I have to see her. The price is irrelevant. My hand, trembling beyond my control, hovers over the wriggling mass. The stench is overpowering. I feel the soft give of her skin, the warmth of the countless bodies. I brush the thick, writhing mass of maggots from her neck and bring them to my mouth. The first one is a slick, cool sensation on my tongue. I feel the movement, a soft wriggle that sends a jolt of pure revulsion through me. The second is a sickening pop, a burst of foul fluid that coats the inside of my mouth. I gag, my throat seizing, but force myself to continue. Each one a testament to my failing sanity, a testament to my desperate need to see her face again. I can feel them crawling, a living mass in my mouth. The taste is a mixture of damp earth rot and metallic tang I can only assume is blood. I swallow, forcing the gritty, foul-tasting horror down my throat. My body shakes with disgust and shame. I can feel a cold sweat break out on my brow, and the world begins to spin. When I am done, my mouth is numb, my stomach churning with the effort of not vomiting. I look at Mandy, who is cleaning his paws with a fastidious, almost smug expression. "You're a sick fucking rat," I hiss, my voice a broken rasp. "That's a bit rude considering the hospitality," Mandy chirps, not even looking up from his paws. Hospitality. I provided you with a delectable repast. Hold on. I provided you with a delectable repast. I stare at him, a shiver running through me that has nothing to do with the cold. His beady eyes hold a terrifying intelligence, a knowledge of my secrets that I can no longer deny. The shame, a physical weight pressing down on my shoulders, making it hard to breathe. I have lost everything, and this filthy creature is the one who holds the score. The nausea is a living thing, a coiled serpent in my gut that rises and falls with every ragged breath. My tongue feels alien, coated in a thick film that no amount of swallowing can clear. I wipe the back of my hand across my mouth, a futile gesture to erase the memory of what I have just done. The taste, the feel, the sound is all there, replaying in my mind in a horrifying loop. The air thickens and the scent of decay feels heavier, more suffocating. My vision blurs, and for a moment the world spins, a chaotic whirlpool of shadows and light. I am drowning in a sea of my own madness, and the only lifeline is a rat who demands depravity in exchange for a glimpse of the truth. I look at him, my eyes pleading, my body still trembling with the aftershocks of my grotesque meal. I have given him his tribute. I have done his bidding. Now I want my prize. I need it. The need is a gnawing hunger, far more intense than any physical sensation. I need to know. I need to know. I need to see your face. He finishes cleaning his paws, his tiny, meticulous movements, a high contrast to my own violent disarrange. Meticulous movements, a high contrast to my own violent disarrange. He looks at me, and in his gaze I see a predator sizing up its prey. He knows my desperation. He knows that I will do anything. And in that moment, I understand his power. He has nothing to lose. I have everything. Yeah, I understand his power. He has nothing to lose. I have everything. My sanity, my past, my future rest on his whims. Alright, my friend, splendid work. Now, where the rubble meets the void. He points a single whisker toward the dark space underneath the pile of bricks. I don't give a second thought. I scramble forward, my hand shaking. The cold, damp earth and crumbling mortar from the bricks cling to my fingers. A gritty pace that chafes my skin. I dig furiously, a desperate animalistic motion, scraping skin from my knuckles against the sharp edges of brick. Each scrape is a dull, painful burn, a physical punishment that I barely register. My breath is coming in ragged, shallow gasps, and the only sound is the loud noise of my frantic movements, a terrible rhythm, the oppressive silence. My vision narrows. The world outside the small... My vision narrows. The world outside the small, dark void under the bricks fading into a blur of meaningless shapes. My arms ache. My back screams in protest. But I don't stop. I have to find it. I have to see it. I feel something solid, something round and smooth and horribly cold. It's her. My hands tremble violently. The head is there, partially buried in the loose dirt and crumbling fragments. I pull it out, cradling the cold, decaying thing in my hands. The weight of it is less than I expect, a fragile, hollow shell. The face is a ruin, a canvas of decay, but in the dim light, I can still see the familiar shapes. The gentle slope of her brow, the delicate curve of her lips, the last fragment of the woman I loved, an unbearable ghost in the flesh of a corpse. I feel a wave of relief wash over me, a fragile, desperate comfort that she is still here, still whole, quickly followed by a cold, numbing horror as her eyes, milky and blank, stare up at me. They are like old, dead pearls, reflecting nothing, seeing nothing. Then a shudder runs through the still form, and her dry, cracked lips part. The sound that escapes is not a word, but a gasp, a sound like two stones scraping together. Mortar. Mortar. Okay. Like two stones scraping together. Mortar. I drop the head in shock. It lands with a soft, sickening thud, a sound that is too final, too real. The word echoes in my mind, a chilling whisper that settles in the back of my throat. A taste of dust and rot. I look from the fallen head to the rotting body still in the chair, then back at Mandy, who is now watching me with an unsettling stillness, his eyes gleaming. He is a silent, unblinking witness, a witness to my horror and partner in my madness. I place the head back onto her neck, a grotesque act of respect, a futile hope. The lights begin to flicker, the sound of the fridge hums back to life. But it's a deep, vibrating drone now, a low, ominous growl that seems to vibrate through the floorboards and up my legs. Her body starts to shake, a slow, unnatural twitch. Her rotting limbs stretch and crack, elongating and twisting with the wet sound of tearing flesh and grinding bone. The noise is a chorus of snapping tendons and tearing ligaments. A horrifying symphony of reanimation. Maggots spill out of her gaping neck, a waterfall of writhing living things pouring onto the floor, a living tide of white and gray. Her body rises higher, the twitching jerks, smoothing into a grotesque rhythm, every step slower but more deliberate. She drags her foot across the tile, a wet scraping sound followed by a plop of maggots falling loose. Her head tilts at an angle no human neck could bear, the pearls of her eyes locking on me as her ruined lips peel apart. Mortar. The word blooms through the house, not spoken but felt as a vibration in the floorboards, in the walls, in my chest. I stumble backward, nearly slipping on the writhing mass at my feet. The tiles crawl under me, a white tide of maggots carrying the stench of rot and damp earth, until it feels like the kitchen floor itself has turned into a living ocean. She follows, one step, then another, each movement deliberate and certain, as though the distance between us can only close. I run. My hands slam the bedroom door shut, pressing my weight against it as her body strikes the other side. The thud shakes the frame. Another blow. The hinges groan. Her voice seeps through the cracks, low and guttural now. A breath against my ear, even though the wood separates us. Mortar. Her words drip one at a time with the weight of judgment. My arms quake as I hold the door, the wood buckling with every slam of her decaying form. I hear the dragging shuffle of her feet retreat, then return, pacing in an uneven rhythm that grinds at my nerves. She is not frantic. She is patient. She knows I cannot run forever. Silence. Then, impossibly, the sound of claws scrabbling on wood above me, on the ceiling. My breath stops. I hear her crawling, dragging herself across the boards above my head, each creak of timber a threat, until dust rains down on me from the scenes. She is everywhere around me, waiting. The door handle twitches slowly, deliberately. It turns. I can almost feel her breath seeping through the keyhole. I scream, "Leave me alone!" And then nothing. No slam, no voice, no smell of rot, only silence. I open my eyes. The kitchen is whole. The walls are smooth, freshly painted white, covering the cracks I swore I saw spreading. The air is clean, sharp, with the faint scent of new plaster. No maggots, no dust, no rot. The chair is gone, the body is gone, but the pile of bricks remains, heaped in the corner like forgotten rubble. I look down at my hands, mortar dust. Not the strong mix. I look down at my hands, mortar dust. Not the strong mix, the weak kind, the kind I never replace. Then it hit me. I was supposed to change it. I swore to her I would, but I kept putting it off. She stopped waiting. She tried it alone. The walls gave way. She didn't die right then. She lay there for hours suffering. When I found her, she was barely breathing. She never made it. One stupid mistake. One I kept delaying, and my wife paid for it with her life. Behind me, Mandy shifts. His beady eyes gleam in the half-light as he twitches his snout. A little shake of his head that almost seems like a sigh of exasperation. Some games end when you find what you're looking for, he whispers, voice dry and thin as brittle paper. A pause, heavy with something that almost sounds like sorrow. You looked anyway. When I turned back, the Mandy was gone. The house was silent, too silent. No hum of the fridge, no echo of footsteps, not even the smell of paint remains. Only me and mortar, a mockery of my disgusting neglect. Okay. Story over. Story done. Here's my thoughts on Mortar. I think you have like two, I don't know if competing's the right word, but you have two concepts in this story. You have this idea of this rat sort of torturing a guy, right? And at first, the rat is stealing things from him, hiding them, and then making him feed the rat. And so he has to bring the rat oats and raisins and stuff and feeds the rat. And then the rat helps him find whatever he's looking for, the remote, blah, blah, blah. Then the rat starts to take more important things, the wedding ring, blah, like stuff like that. So I see how these two, and then on top, and then for the other concept, you have the wife body rotting in the middle, and the guy's just kind of ignoring it and disassociating from it, and he can't face his grief for what he's done. That his own inattention caused his wife's death or whatever, and so he keeps her kind of alive, so to speak, by keeping her body in the house or whatever. And these are two, somewhat these are two interesting concepts. I think that where the reason I'm a little bit like lost or not like completely down is because I get the idea of like losing someone, right? Okay, and there's things. Let's say I lose a loved one. Could be anyone, right? And there's things of theirs that I probably don't want to get rid of anything. I want to keep them around. I want to keep their stuff. I miss them. I love them. But then slowly over time, like I might lose some things or give some things away of theirs to other people or whatever. But then there's always going to be like one or two things that I hold on to that are just too important that I want to keep. And I feel like that is kind of what that story with the rat is like getting at, is like that concept of losing those things, and like how if it's like a wedding ring and you've already lost the wife, or you're already a widower, and to lose that wedding ring, it would be like losing the person again, and it would be so upsetting. And I feel like that is what the story of the rat, or like that part of the story is like portraying that horror and doing it in a like elevated way, where imagine if it was this creepy rat that was like taunting you and punishing you, and like I feel like that's what that part of the story is doing. But then I feel like that idea kind of clashes with the whole idea of keeping the body of your already dead, decaying wife around, because I feel like if you have that body there, you're already doing the most extreme version of that thing. Rather than holding on to your stuff, you're literally holding on to their mortal coil, to their body, and so because of that, it's kind of like yes, I guess the wedding ring and all that stuff would still be a big deal, but it's almost like you're like, well, there's the horror of having the wife sit around, and then there's this creepy rat that's fucking with the guy. And then towards the end, the rat is just like, now you have to eat these creepy crawly things because I stole your wife's face. I hid your wife's head. But then I'm like, why does he now he has to eat it? That doesn't really make sense. I get why that's more terrifying rather than just giving the maggot to the rat, right? Obviously, from like a body horror disgust perspective, it's creepier for him to have to eat it, I guess. But then that happens. He gets his wife's head. He puts his wife back together. Then his wife kind of reanimates and keeps saying mortar, mortar. And then he finally remembers that, the mortar is why she's dead, right? Because of my inattention, my wife was trying to do the bricks and fix the foundation, and the walls collapsed on her. and that's why my wife's dead, you know. And so, like, you know, I don't know. It's one of these stories where it's like it is kind of, you know, it is a cool concept, and it's a couple cool concepts together, and I feel like they should work or maybe could work, but it also just has something missing to where I'm like, I wish the story would have just started with, like, you know, rather than like it started with the smell and blah blah blah. I wish the story would have just started with this dude. It's like there's a rat in his house and he's trying to find the rat. All of a sudden he starts hearing whispers. He thinks he can hear the rat. The rat starts whispering to him, whatever. He starts leaving snacks out for this rat and talking to it. And then I don't think the body needs to be literally in the kitchen the whole entire time. I think where the story might work better or like flow a little bit better is it's this guy and he's trying to figure out what's going on. There's this like supernatural rat in his house, and then slowly he starts to figure out or remember, because the rat steals his wedding ring and all this stuff, that he had a wife, right? He's like, oh my God, like, and he can't, you know, and that's the thing, is like, that's the part where the memory is like coming back to him or whatever, because a lot of what, and it's not even subtext, it's straight up in the dialogue, a lot of what the rat is saying, like, I steal memories and blah blah blah. And so that's the other thing I was going to say with this story, is it seems like there's a lot of things that maybe should be subtext, but that either our narrator just comes right out and says, or the rat is saying. And because of that, I feel like it's almost, rather than just telling me what's going on in the story, rather than just like getting the beats of the story out, it's like there's a lot of like rumination about like, oh, and it crumbled and it's the foundation of my memories and my life. And you know, it's like, and that is what the foundation symbolizes. And it's almost like telling me too much about the symbolism of the story for me to actually track like what is important, what isn't important, what is going on, you know. Like the story's called Mortar, and I get it, the mortar is the thing that he didn't do that caused his wife to you know, have the house collapse on her or the wall or whatever. And you know, it's a source of his shame and his regret and all that stuff. So I get that like the mortar is important, but then there's like all this stuff about the foundation and the bricks, and I get that like all that stuff is connected, but it seemed like so often the story was like trying to be so symbolic that it just was like, I don't know if maybe confusing me is the right word, but it was like, it was trying to be overly symbolic to the point to where I was just like, and so what is actually happening, you know? But anyways, back to what I think like maybe would have worked better for this story is, so the rat it's a dude in a house, and basically the rat is eventually trying to, through the fact of stealing stuff and you know, kind of pestering this guy, the rat is essentially causing him to remember all the things that he tried to forget about his wife or about his failure in the past. And then that could culminate in some sort of like, and she's actually buried under the floorboards, and she's actually in this one room, or what, you know, I don't know, but I feel like that would work better and be a more satisfying reveal rather than to just have her dead body sitting in the middle of the kitchen from the very beginning. And then, the end happens where the rat steals the face and then he puts the face back on her, or the head back on her. And then she like reanimates and says, "Mortar, mortar." And then all of a sudden she's just gone, whatever. He realizes that, it was my failure. And, once he screams, "Leave me alone," it's like, and then nothing, no voice, no. So then it was like all in his head, right? Almost. And so, I don't know. I feel like there's almost two competing, or I don't know, clashing, I guess I'll call them, concepts here. And like the concept of a creepy rat in your house stealing things from you and you having to give it food and like solve its riddles and stuff, like that's fun. I do like that. I just, in conjunction with this whole wife story, I feel like, do you see what I mean? It's kind of disjointed. Like, it's almost like, and it's a cool concept, and there's a lot of cool imagery and stuff in this, like the dead pearls for the eyes, stuff like that. The maggots from the neck or the face, whatever that part was, like that is powerful, creepy imagery. And even though I don't fully understand why he had to eat it, that, creepy too. I'll give him that. I get it that maybe by that point the rat just wanted to torture him, and so he's like, you eat the maggot, you know what I mean? That's gross, and so that is all fun and good and fine. But I feel like this whole story is kind of about like hiding or disassociating from the things around grief, or the things that you didn't do for a loved one that you wish you would have done. And so in the process of ignoring the whole idea of the mortar and not remembering anything to do with that, but then it's like he does that, but then at the same time he's like right up early in the beginning of the story, like he says something about the bricks. I don't know exactly where the part is, but he like always brings up that like the bricks are part of the foundation, and he's been ignoring it, and it's always something that he would do, that he knows that he should does, but it represents the future, it represents something that he will do. And so like he knows that and he remembers that, but then at the same time he doesn't remember that that's what killed his wife, and he wants to hold on, he wants to keep things the way they are, he doesn't want to change anything. And so he's just like convincing himself that his wife is still alive or everything's all hunky-dory, but then at the same time he's like, I know I'm insane, I know I'm this and that. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like it would be a much more powerful story if he didn't come right out and say at the beginning, like, I see a rat, I know, he tells me jokes, we talk about the weather, stuff like that. But whatever he says always circles back to the foundation, to the bricks. So that was the part in the very beginning where it's like, Okay, so the rat is this vehicle for the story, right? To get him to remember what it was about the mortar and stuff that made him such a failure to his wife. Um, and that's fine, and the rat can be that in the story. I just I don't know, with the wife decaying right in the center of it all, it just makes it so much less impactful to when he's like when he does actually remember, and then when his house all goes back to normal and everything's fine. I'm like, well, yeah, no shit, you were burying your grief, or like no shit, you weren't facing your grief properly if you were keeping your wife in the middle of the house. But then all of a sudden he just snaps to and everything's fine. And so I'm like, so he wasn't keeping his wife in the middle of the house. So I guess all of this was just a weird extended fever dream in his head, where it was how he finally came to terms with the fact that if he would have just fixed the mortar and done what he was supposed to with the foundation, his wife would still be alive. And so, I guess that makes sense in a way, but I don't know. I think there's a way to maybe have this type of a story, or all of this stuff in a story, but have it be to have it build a little bit more tension, and to have it like be revealed in a more fun way. Again, I don't think that like either concept is necessarily wrong, but I think the way they kind of exist right next to each other from the beginning is not very satisfying for us as a reader, especially when it then all just gets all of a sudden the house was quiet and normal. Yeah, it's fine. It's interesting, and I had a fun time reading it, but I do think it could have been a little bit more revealed in a different order that made it a bit more impactful. But ultimately, you had a talking rat in a story, and so kudos to you for doing that. That is, I don't know if brave is the right word, but that is like bizarro enough to I'm like anybody who goes and attempts that sort of weird stuff, like I'm gonna support it, because I don't like just really played out tropes. Like if all the story was about was the wife's body just sitting there decaying, and then eventually it comes to life and like reminds him that you killed me, sort of thing. Like that to me just would have been, I would have been like, whatever, I guess it's cool body horror, but it just would have been so kind of simple that it just would have been forgettable to me. And so, like, I do like the idea of this talking rat and stealing things from your loved ones, and or things that are meaningful to you, and so I like that. I shout out to you for that. I just think that there's maybe a way when things could have been revealed in a little bit different of an order, where it could have created more tension and ultimately made for a more satisfying ending. But that's just my 2 cents, and I hope that you keep writing, and I hope this was helpful. Like I said, I do think there was some parts of the story where it got a little bit too like, this is what these things symbolized, and my stomach twists, and I felt the foundation of the house, whatever, closing in around me, or I don't know, whatever. I'm trying to make stuff up as I go, but it was less about like what was actually happening and more about just, I don't know, describing like the horror of it. And I know this might sound like counterintuitive, but it's like the things that happen should be what is horrifying. You shouldn't have to describe it in such a horrifying way that it makes the reader scared. It should just, like, so much of the story like brought up the scent of decay and the foundation of the house is crumbling and whatever. And at a certain point it was like, I get it, the house smells disgusting and all that stuff, and there's a body decaying right in the middle of it. So, and I think the fact that our narrator is living with that, at a certain point he would like get used to it. So I think it would almost be stronger to have like slowly he starts to realize how decayed the house is and how gross it is. Whereas because he realizes it from the very beginning, after a while it's just like beating the reader over the head with it, that this rotting tomb and all this decay and death, that it's like it doesn't build up to anything because we already started there. You know what I mean? And that is where I think like the story could be strengthened and could be edited and could be made a lot have a lot more satisfying of a climax and a conclusion. But I appreciate the story. I think it's a strong, really two strong concepts. There might be two stories in this. I really don't know, because I'm not I'm not the writer, but I do think that it was interesting and fun. And I feel like even though I laughed at some of the parts, the voice of the rat, so to speak, was very fun and was like fully realized. Like the rat wasn't 1 minute like, bring me this thing and blah, blah, blah. And then the next minute just like, I don't know, like stupid, or like there was an eloquence to the way that the rat talked that was consistent all the way throughout. And so I enjoyed it. Yeah, I just think there's a few things like that could be strengthened or tweaked. But that's just my 2 cents. And, you certainly don't have to, listen to me. Who knows? This might just be a masterpiece to someone else. And I might just, it might just not appeal to me quite as much. And that's why I didn't quite grasp it in some of the ways that maybe other people did. So, but yeah, I appreciate you submitting it, and I hope this was helpful. But let's get into the next story. But thank you so much to, again, SeanIkin, Sean Elkin. Yeah. There's Mortar. Yay. Here, I have an applause button somewhere. I need to start doing I need to start using that between stories. Let's give some applause for Mortar. Yay. Yeah. All right. Next, so this is going to be my first story that I've ever read on Tumblr. I really don't want to log into Tumblr, so I'm just going to try to read it like this, and hopefully it works out. I don't think it's too long. So yeah, we're just going to try to read it like this, and hopefully it works. Again, this is from, I believe it's called what's her name? Heather-Grimm was the Reddit account. They didn't, from what I saw here, at least I guess I could look for it on Reddit. Well, I don't necessarily want to show my messages, but I guess I'll just, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so, I mean, you sent me this link, Heather, which I did go to and pull up, but I also just wanted to see what you had on, if you had, posts on. Okay, so she's written some flash fiction on like r/destructive readers, Around the Stairs, which is that what this one's called? Yeah, Around the Stairs. So I guess maybe we can read it on Reddit. Maybe I just didn't do my research. Okay, so let's make sure. I can't believe I'm doing this. I do like that it's kind of on a Tumblr, because what's cool about this is that it reminds me of like old, which Reddit is basically a forum website too, but it reminds me of old like internet forums, like this is a post on fucking what is it called, Backpage or whatever, like Craigslist, some of these older websites where you could just kind of post really anything, but it was maybe related, and it could be like, does anyone know about this sort of thing? And that's cool, right? I like the look of Tumblr. I just don't want to create a Tumblr account. I don't have one. Maybe I will create one for, Red Death reading and stuff like that. Maybe I could do a Tumblr. Maybe it's beneficial. I just have never used Tumblr, so I'm gonna read it from Reddit here. And because I want to be able to, so sorry I didn't leave this exact link on there. But yeah, I do want to, I'm familiar with Reddit. I'm comfortable with Reddit. So I'm going to read, if you can send me links to your Reddit stories, I prefer those, because I know how, I know how to navigate them. I know how to repost them, but, I appreciate, any links. I'll try to check them out. I've gotten a few Ko-Fi links too that sometimes they'll send me straight to the story, but then other Ko-Fi links, they just send me to Ko-Fi's like, create an account page. And I'm like, well, that sucks, because yeah, I don't think I have a Ko-Fi. And yeah, if I create a Ko-Fi, it's going to be, I'm going to need to like take some time to create the full account to where I can post some of my stories too on there and stuff. But it's just not something I'm ready to do. So yeah, that's where I'm at. All right. So Heather-Grimm, Around the Stairs. I can't believe I'm doing this, but nothing else has worked. All the spells I cast, I can't believe I'm doing this, but nothing else has worked. All the spells I cast, all the spells I asked others to cast for me, even reporting what she has been doing has done nothing. Damn her. So now, here I am, about to break into what I really hope is a deserted office building to do some stupid ritual to get her out of my life. I'm absolutely embarrassed, but I'm so desperate that I'll do anything to get rid of her. She cost me my job, killed my dog, and is trying to force me to pay rent, even though she has changed the locks and oh my god, and is trying to force me to pay rent even though she has changed the locks and none of the police will let me in to get my things. Stupid small town princess bitch. I would never have moved. Oh, I see. Okay. I never would have moved there to date him if I had known about her. Interesting. So I think we might have a witch main character here, which is fun. That's first. But it's she cost me my job. She's trying to force me to pay rent even though she has changed the locks and none of the police will let me get my things. Stupid small town princess bit. I never would have moved there to date him if I'd known about her. So I'm guessing maybe this is like a ex-girlfriend. She was dating this guy, and this is this guy's like ex or something that like came back into the picture and stole him back, or I don't know, but a fun concept. And the fact that she cost her job, killed their dog, and is trying to force me to pay rent even though she has changed the locks, like clearly this is some sort of a nightmare roommate or nightmare like whatever roommate war sort of situation with a witchcraft sort of twist, which I find very fun. So far I'm into it. I like it. I looked at the clock while asking myself if I was really going to go through with this. 11:53 p.m. I had to get a move on if I was really going to do this. So I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, flipped a coin, and went by the feeling in that instant of what I wanted. Interesting. Hold on. I'm gonna put on a nicotine patch so I don't vape. I'm trying to quit vaping. So, I like that, like, our narrator is just kind of like, I've tried to do everything. It's not fucking working. You know, stupid small town princess bitch. And then they're just like, I flipped a coin and I went by the feeling in that instant of what I wanted. And although like some people could say that's impulsive, like, you know, whatever, I do think there's something to be said for just like doing what you feel or what you think is right in that moment, or if there's not a right or wrong, doing, you know, just going by doing what you want. Now, do I think that's going to serve you well in real life? No, probably not. And you probably shouldn't just always do what you want. That's a pretty quick path to just like you know, being selfish and not having long-term happiness and stuff. But in the context of a story like this, I think that it's, you know, it helps when we have like a decisive character who's like, we start out with the story with, I've already tried some things, they haven't worked, but now I'm really gonna go for it. And, you know, that's fun. That's like, you know, it's hard, or it can be frustrating for a reader sometimes when you have when the narrator or the character is like going through all the options every single time. It just makes for a lot longer story than what the story needs to be if they're, you know, if they're telling you how they thought everything through, right? Like, and so yeah, I think that in a witchcraft sort of story, it's like, I like that she's like, I'm gonna get this bitch, you know. That's a fun kind of place to start. Thankfully, the coin wasn't important because it went clattering off somewhere unseen in the interior of my car. I couldn't tell if that was an omen or my clumsiness. Honestly, I think the part that really sold me on this was that I had already broken into the building last night and left the door unlocked. It was amazing how many doors of office buildings I had looked at before I had found one where I could push the bolt out of the way with a knife. I couldn't card a lock, but knives worked. Too bad I had to leave it outside for this ordeal, but no weapons were allowed, no electronics either, outside of the start point. I had decided to set up behind the receptionist's desk in the entryway. I had to hope that no one would see the light or anything odd from outside. But there didn't seem to be any watchmen or security. The 5 candles in the circle were easy to set up. The instructions online didn't... Okay, so maybe she's kind of an online witch. She's not a practice witch. Maybe she's like a, she's part of the Wiccan community, but she's kind of new to it. So she's still got to like Google stuff and learn specific spells and hexes and things, which again, fun, witch in training, right? Bound to be some hijinks there. I like that. The instructions online didn't specify. The 5 candles in a circle were easy to set up. The instructions online didn't specify what kind they had to be. So I had raided a drugstore for their jar candles. They were all scented, and I wondered what the reek was going to be from a blend of cheap vanilla, clean cotton, and white lily candles. Okay. And I wondered what the reek was going to be from a blend of cheap vanilla, clean cotton, and white lily candles was going to be after a few hours. So there's a bit of a typo here. This sentence is a little clunky. Yeah, that could just be fixed very quickly though. But dawn was around 5.5 hours from now, so I needed candles with long burn times, and the ritual said that it would be failed if one of them went out. The start point created, I lifted the wall mirror and called myself an idiot yet again before throwing it down. The crash was so much louder than I had expected, and the broken glass scattered so much further than I expected. I cringed at the noise and nearly forgot to light the taper. I would hold before running off through the center of the candles and broken mirror. I had to be moving the whole time, so I set an easy pace. Besides, it was hard to see by the light of a single candle. Supposedly, something would appear in the building after I finished climbing up and then running down all the staircases. Oh god, there were just 3, but I needed to have more than 2 since you couldn't use the same staircase after you just used it. By the time I was done, I was thankful I had chosen a building with only 3 floors. Still, after a while, I got used to the creepiness of the deserted building and had figured out how to keep the candle from blowing figured out how to keep the candle from blowing too much in the wind generated by my walking, and started following different paths around the floors. The game had said that staying on one floor for too long would make the thing find me faster. So I was wandering aimlessly around. Honestly, once I got over how spooky it felt to be where I wasn't supposed to be, this was easy. It wasn't until sometime after 2 a.m. that I thought I saw something. Hold on. That I thought I saw something in the reflection of the glass side light. Okay, sorry. It wasn't until sometime after 2 a.m. that I thought I saw something in the reflection of a glass side light for an office. I froze and looked at it again, but there was nothing reflected except myself. An expression of fear on my face. I sighed and shook my head at my folly before continuing on. I thought I saw something again a few times over the next hour, but I was exhausted, so it made total sense. On my next trip through the ground floor, I stopped at the start point for a moment to get an energy drink and something to eat while walking. I hadn't wanted to drink too much, but I had accepted the fact that I wouldn't be able to get through the night without using the bathroom a couple of times. I didn't like it for some reason. Not just because the game had said that if you stayed still longer than 30 seconds, the creature would locate and charge at you, but also because there was something both creepy and depressing about using an office bathroom by the light of a taper candle. One which, I have to say, I had no real way of putting down. It was those moments when I just wanted to give up, pack it in, and go home. The later it got, the less the reasons I was doing this seemed to matter. I knew it was exhaustion and lack of sleep talking, but it all blurred together into a morass of feelings. It all blurred together into a morass of feeling sorry for myself. Still, in the flickering light of the candle, in the bathroom mirror or the glass window next to some office doors, it started getting harder and harder to believe that I was alone. Then I started hearing footsteps at the edge of my hearing, so faintly that I knew they were conjurations. Conjurations from my exhausted mind, but impossible to dismiss all the same. But I wasn't allowed to turn around. That was one of the rules. Never turn around unless you are in a corner. Oh, never turn around. I see. Never turn around unless you are in a corner, and never look in the glass shards at the start point. I felt like I was trudging slower and slower with each circuit. Strangely enough, time seemed to pass slower and slower too. I kept looking at the clock above the start point and wondered if the batteries were dying or if I was so tired I was forgetting what time I had last seen it. The footsteps were louder now. They seemed closer. I dreaded the next time I had to use the bathroom, but it was unavoidable, especially with the glowing fear running down my spine. The air felt cooler. I knew that was probably a response to the adrenaline, but it just made me more afraid. Eventually, the time had come. I entered the bathroom. Leading the way with my candle. I could see it shaking in the mirror. Oh, the candle shaking. Okay, I could see it shaking in the mirror, but without enough light, it just looked like someone else was carrying one across the room from me. First time the other candle went out, I jumped, before slowly realizing that the mirror must have ended. Still, I couldn't stand looking in the mirrors, and I did my best to get out as soon as possible, and I resolved not to go in there again. When I left, I could have sworn the footsteps were even closer and were coming from down the hall from me rather than out of the bathroom. I told myself I was being foolish, but it didn't stop me from getting more afraid. I kept hearing it, and I tried my best not to look in the windows. Eventually, I did. A few times, and I saw something. Its form was indistinct, but seemed to be a glowing darkness in a blob. I was startled into running, but eventually I broke through the fear. Maybe the false dawn had something to do with that, right? Is what it should say. Right here. Maybe the false dawn had something to do with that. Maybe I had been so scared for so long that I just didn't have any more fear in me. Or maybe it was my brutal exhaustion, but I had become totally calm. I was floating above the lake that was my emotions, and no matter how the wind and waves raged, nothing could touch me where I floated still. I kept trudging around the building until long after dawn. Eventually, I blew out my candle and laid down in the hall, letting my exhaustion wash over me until I fell asleep on the floor. When I woke up, it was late afternoon, and I felt out of place. Then I sat up in horror. The candles downstairs. I had fallen asleep without blowing them out. I was sure that they must have burned out by now, but how irresponsible of me. I made my way downstairs carefully, making sure no one had come in while I had been dreaming. I didn't see anyone, and to my surprise, a couple of candles were still lit and guttering in a pool of melted wax. I blew them out, tapped them all, and started sweeping up the broken mirror shards. After I had cleaned up everything I had brought and left, I turned my cell phone on and checked it. That bitch. But I breathed through it and tried to see the bright side. At least she was letting me come get my stuff. She said that anything left in the house after tonight would be burned. But it wasn't like I had brought more than I could fit in my car in the first place. I guess, looking back, something had always felt suspicious about him. I managed a civil reply, if not too polite, and started to drive over. When I got there, there was a party in full swing. It seemed like all of her friends and those wanting to suck up to her were packed into the house in her backyard. Those bastards were that bastard was also there, billing and cooing with her. Is billing like that with your nose? Yeah. Okay. Billing and cooing with her, but at least had the decency to clear off when I walked in. I went back to my room, avoiding her, and saw that someone had kicked in the door to my room and then gone through everything I had. As I packed, I kept track of everything and thanked my lucky stars that we were both completely different sizes. Only a few things had been broken, and most of them had no sentimental value. The bedding was a complete loss, and I couldn't believe someone had done... The bedding was a complete loss, and I couldn't believe someone had done that. But the only thing I had lost was the comforter. All the rest that bastard had bought. Ugh. I couldn't believe that not only had he cheated on her in one of her houses, a rental property, he was there to fix up. He had moved in. Honestly, not that I was leaving and able to get my stuff. All the rest that bastard had bought. I couldn't believe that not only had he cheated on her in one of her houses, a rental property he was there to fix up, he had moved in. Honestly, now that I was able to get my stuff, I wish them both a long relationship. They were trash. I had moved everything I wanted out of my room and left the rest for her, including the creepily wet toothbrush and shampoo and conditioner that didn't look how it was supposed to. The last thing I needed were my knives. My father had bought them for me as a graduation present before he died, and they were very dear to me. The only problem was the drunk trash in the kitchen made a big deal about it. How she was scared to have me around knives and how violent I had been when we had met. She even called her brother on the phone, feigning tears, to get him to come in his cop car to arrest me. I got angrier and angrier, and so I got stubborn. Those knives meant more to me than any other stuff I had put together. I kept reminding myself that I could do this, getting angry in a small town where most of the cops would take her side, no matter if she was standing over my corpse. Bloody knife in hand was a really stupid move, but she was chopping on the quartz countertop with my knife, and I knew she was chipping the blade with how hard it was slamming down. And she was saying shit her and her friends, and I could and she was saying shit her and her trash friends, and I could barely hold on. Then I felt air cool, heard footsteps come up behind me, and was calm. I was completely calm, flying in that space above the wind and waves of emotion. Something must have shown on my face, because she tossed the knife down on the island and walked away, bitching that it was too dull anyway. So I picked it up, walked forward, and utterly calm slid it between her ribs. And look at that. She was wrong again. It wasn't too dull. It was just sharp enough. Pandemonium broke loose, and everyone was running and screaming, except for a few jocks that decided they were going to stop me. But they took one look at my smile, and they ran for the hills. One of them even threw his girlfriend towards me to stop my non-existent charge at him. I laughed. This whole town was full of trash. Calmly, I drifted through the remains of the party, collecting my knives. When I saw my cleaver had been used to try to chop wood, I almost felt anger again. But cool air stroked my skin, and I decided it wasn't worth it. I was in my car driving away when a cop car came racing towards me, but there was no fucking way I was staying in this town another damn minute. I dodged them and kept driving out of town. They had deployed a tire damage strip on the old bridge out of town, but I refused to stop, although part of my mind wondered that they mind wondered that they could afford that, but not afford the training that they could have. Okay. Saying that, yeah. Although part of my mind wondered why they could afford that, but not afford training that nepotism was wrong. Or like, but not, yeah, something. This sentence is needs some work. Part of my mind wondered that they could afford that, but not afford the training that nepotism was wrong. Still, my calm was with me as I crashed. I thought I saw it when I blinked my eyes, staring back at me. Had I won the ritual or lost it? I should have plenty of time to figure that out. Okay, so this is just a fun little ritual, like a creepy pasta post. You know, I think the ritual is fun. I think, you know, light the candles, break the mirror, run around the building. And don't stay still until the sun comes up, because otherwise then, I don't know, I guess the demon or whatever it is, like, takes your body, or, you know. So, and I assume that's, like, what kind of happened, right? She got possessed. What I will say is, like, I like the casualness of this post. It does just seem like a girl talking, like, about, you know, a relationship ending, and, you know, how she's mad at the girl who killed her dog and all that stuff. And so some part of it, like the tone of the story is good in that respect, because it just seems fun. She's like, that bitch, I'm gonna get back at her, blah blah blah. However, I do think when she was going through the ritual, she could have said, like, she could have just briefly stated, like, what is the point of the ritual supposed to do? Is it supposed to, if she wins the ritual, is it supposed to, like, give her strength or power, or, you know, what was the goal? Because then she went to the house and she got her stuff, and obviously she started stabbing people and whatever else. But, like, maybe that's what she wanted. Maybe she wanted some sort of, like, you know, like a callous disregard for human life, and she wants to have that, like, lack of emotions where she's able to just either deal with stuff or, like, completely do evil things but not really feel bad about it. Or maybe the point of the ritual is to, you know, get possessed by something, but because it doesn't really state that, we don't know. And then so the end of the story is like, it's fun, and it's fun that she's just driving away and she crashes from the cop car, but I feel like towards the end, like, there was some of those clunky sentences that made it kind of hard, and then it's like, couldn't afford training, that nepotism was wrong. Okay, but like, where is the nepotism? Is it saying because the girl knows the cops that that's nepotism, the whole small town sort of thing? Or, I just think that there's a little bit left unsaid, and I also think that there could have been, rather than her explaining this all like from the third person, like she's not actually explaining what is happening at the party. It's like she even called her brother on the phone and feigning tears and blah blah blah, but it's all very like, there's no point where she like gets the knife and stabs her, and like, I don't know, I feel like maybe a few of those moments could have been like a little more real, or a little bit like, and the party erupted and people screamed and fell over each other trying to crawl out. Like, it was a little bit too, I don't know, like a little bit too like callous, like after the fact, like this is what happened and this is what I did. And pandemonium broke loose and everyone was running and screaming except for a few jocks that decided they were going to try to stop me, but they took one look at my smile and they ran for the hills. I don't know, I think maybe like there could have been some time where there could have been like some quotes where like as soon as she showed up, she's like, the bitch girl could have like said something to our narrator, and it could have given us more of a sense of like, did this spell that she did work? Because what was her goal in doing the spell? Was it, was it to get this sort of like emotionless state that she seems to be entering, or was it to like summon a demon to fucking kill her? I don't know. And if she did summon a demon to kill her and the demon just took over our narrator's body and then killed her, I'm like, I guess it kind of worked, But yeah, I think it's just a fun little creepy pasta kind of story, and it's a fun like, I wanted revenge. You think she's gonna try to be the bigger person, and then she doesn't, and she does get takes kind of the low road and kills her and gets the cheap revenge. And so, right, that's fun, but I also, yeah, I think there's maybe a little bit of room to just have like some creepier parts, or to have like, if it is a demon or something inside of her, it's like she could have, off the reflection of the knife or something, she could have like, it could have, there's room for like some fun imagery in there. And then, just like these clunky last sentence and like, had I won the ritual, I would have plenty of time to figure that out. It wasn't worth it. I was when a cop car came racing towards me. There was no fucking way I was staying in this town another damn minute. I dodged them and just kept driving out of town. Damage strip on the old bridge out of town, but I refused to stop. Yeah, it's fun. It's cutesy. It's it's just basically the story of a girl who does a ritual and then murders people she hates. And she has to go walk around or up and down the stairs. And that ultimately, like, I think the ritual and walking around in the abandoned office building was kind of the fun part. I don't necessarily buy the whole, like, let me break into a place, do this crazy ritual, and then once I'm finally done with the ritual, I'm just gonna fall asleep in the building. And then she's like, oh, but what about the candles? So I get that, but I think if you want to have that thing where it's like, well, the candle blew out, so you didn't win the ritual. Like, if you want to have that, like, did it work? Did it not? Sort of thing. You can just have one of the candles blow out towards the end and then have her leave, you know? But she's like, oh, but the sun was up, so I think I'm okay. And really, it's like the sun wasn't up yet. So I don't know. I think that it's the ritual is cool, and I think it has like that ritual is a fun place to start, right? But I think we needed a little bit more information about like the spellcaster, and also like the explaining of the boyfriend and this girl, and that he cheated on her in a house that she owned. I think that part was like a little messy and maybe could have been simplified, or just been like, you know, I can't believe that you know, he was renting this apartment and tried to keep it a secret from her or something like that. And then the reason they're having a party in that house is because, like, you know, the bitchy girl finally knows about it, and so she's like, we're having all my friends over, you know, kind of thing. I don't know. I think there's could have been a few things, and like the fact that she's like, all the spells I cast, all the spells I asked others to cast for me, even reporting what she had been doing, has done nothing. But then that's just never brought up again. Like, it's never brought up again, her knowledge of spells, what spells she does know or doesn't know. It's never brought up like other spells that she's cast. She never talks to anyone else or consults with anyone, although she's asked other people to cast spells. So I'm kind of like, couldn't you have had a part in the story where you were walking around the building and you could have called one of your friends on the phone, and like, you could have talked about like, I think it's working or something, and they were like, well, did you make sure the candle hasn't gone out? And she's like, yeah, it hasn't, you know, blah blah blah. And there could have been something like that where it could have just given the story more of a texture, because right now it's just like all from one person's perspective, no quotations in the story at all. I went, did this creepy ritual in the building, whatever. I don't know if it worked fully or not. And then I went to the house, I got my stuff, I got my knives, which I really cared about. I stabbed the girl, and everyone freaked out and left. And then I ran away from the cops, and then I crashed. And it's all just kind of like, and then, you know, and this happened, and blah, blah, blah. And, which, don't get me wrong, it's fine to just have a post, like, all be like, let me just tell you the story real quick. You know, it's fine to have it be that casual tone, but for something that is so casual, I think it would have been even more realistic to have it be like, well, and I asked my friend, you know, Raven or whoever, who's like a level 3 with, you know, like, because if you're a witch and you're casting spells or whatever, it's like, presumably you have other people in your life. And so I feel like that could have, and she told me that if this spell doesn't work, then nothing will. Or if this blood ritual doesn't work, then nothing will, you know? And it could have just given more of like a glimpse into our character's frame of mind. Because we know that she hates her. We know she wanted to get her stuff. But also at the same time, it's like, I don't know if she wanted to kill. It seemed, you know, this person killed her dog. So it's maybe like, maybe she wanted to kill her from the very beginning. So the fact that she killed her wasn't really a surprise. You know what I mean? And maybe the ritual was just like to protect her or something, you know, I don't know. But yeah, it's fun. Do I think it's like, you know, do I think that a story like this needs to be more than this? No. I just think there's a few parts that could be edited and cleaned up, and you know, there could be we could get a better understanding of our character in the beginning that kind of helps shed some light on what she wants her state of mind to be towards the end. And therefore, you know, was she taken over by a malevolent force, or was she just kind of doing what she wanted, and maybe the demon that she summoned or whatever is just there to protect her? Or maybe, you know, her crashing the car at the end is kind of the demon's way of being like, I don't serve anyone, you know, so then the demon makes sure that she dies or gets arrested at the end, you know. So maybe it's kind of like, be careful what you summon, be careful what you wish for. But yeah, fun little post. I would be curious to see, Heather, if the other stuff that you write is like in this sort of casual tone, or if there's some things that are more like narrative driven, where it's like, you know, this person did this, and then, you know, this conversation happened with this person, and then, you know, if it's gonna be like that, or if it's just all gonna be kind of like these quick little bite-sized you know, blog post type things, where it's like, this is about the time I fucking killed that bitch, you know what I mean? Which is fine. I like that whole thing, but you know, I do wonder what, you know, what a different story about a different character and stuff from you would sound like, you know. How does that change your writing? Or does it? You know, maybe it doesn't change it much. Who knows? But anyways. Sisters Part 1. If you're watching this too on the after the fact, you know, I'm sorry, I had live viewers, but then, you know, I guess the stream just crapped out, and you know, I hope the people who watch this VOD later on, you know, I hope it all sounds good, and I'm sorry if it just seemed like my energy dropped, or if my, you know, that just bums me out, because there's really nothing that I can do right now, or even in the near future. You know, I don't know what I could do differently. I guess I just have to keep pushing through and hoping that, you know, whatever, people will still watch or still care. Yeah. Anyways, not to throw myself a pity party. I just do want to say that if you are watching this on the VOD after the fact, I appreciate you too. And, you know, leave a comment. Let me know what you think of the stories, and, you know, support the authors and all that good stuff. Because, yeah. So here we're going to get to HelpTheBagMan. You were here early in the live stream, so hopefully you're watching this on the VOD. I look forward to reading this story for you, reading your sisters, my time spent with the Cult of the Deep. I'm wondering if this is going to be kind of a Gregory 88 reimagining sort of a situation. Cult of the Deep certainly sounds like, you know, what is that? The Deepwater Chapel, or it could be like more Cthulhu, you know, the Deep Ones sort of thing. Either one I think will be very fun, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. And your story's only 4 parts, so depending on how long they are, maybe I will read a part 2 or something in the future. But yeah, I'm interested at least to see what part 1's got to say. And who knows, I might get really into your story and just want to finish it. Not that I'll finish it all today, but yeah, so I'm excited. I'm gonna grab another. This ginger ale got warm. I'm gonna grab some more ice and another ginger ale, and then yeah, who knows, maybe I'll drink another Red Bull too and just say fuck it, dog. But here, I'll play a little bit of Wendigoon for you guys while I go grab the stuff that I want to grab.
Beat up Jonah. I don't care what he wants.
That's more like it. Starlet finds a new stage.
Still here, buddy. This is my love letter to Lovecraft. You may want to try until the end of part 2. Okay. And see, I so appreciate that you've stayed. Hopefully the quality isn't too shit. I appreciate you. 1,000 thank yous. Hell yeah, you should. I'm excited. Part 1 is the setup, but either way, excited. Because you're here, I will read at least until part 2. And this is what I want to tell people. If you have a multi-part story that and you want me to read, and you're like, but it's 8 parts, so I understand you might not want to read it all, please tell me where to read. Please tell me, like, oh, well, if you get up to here, like, this is a good first part. Like, please tell me, like, parts 1 and 2, or please tell me if your story's kind of a what's it called, fucking I used the word earlier when in regards to trick or treat, analogy, an anagram, not any of those. Anyways, doesn't matter. If your story has a bunch of different parts that could be standalone parts, but that are also kind of a connected narrative like that, and there's a specific part that is your favorite, or that you really want me to read, then, like, tell me that. Tell me which part that you're like, oh, well, you can read the whole thing if you want, but this part is my favorite. Tell me that, and I will read just that part. So please, just if you're writing a series, that's great. Typically what I'll do with a series is I'll just at least try to read part 1, maybe more. But if you have a specific part that, or you're like, oh, the first 3 parts, they're all really short or whatever, but if you read the first 3 parts, that's like where it really gets good. Because I want to get to the point where it really gets good. I don't want to quit a story before it's got fun, because Ross Road was like that. I mean, Ross Road part 1 had a cool edge of your seat kind of ending, but had I just quit Ross Road at part 1, I would have been like I would have missed out. It picks up in the later parts, and so yeah, I just want to make sure that there's kind of a strategy and a science to getting people into your series. And I'm someone who will get into your series, but like I just have to know going in, like, okay, get to at least here, and once you get to here, you'll know if you like, it's like people say with certain TV shows or whatever, they're like, well, watch the first 2 episodes, and then either you'll be into it and you'll really love it, or if you don't like it after the first 2 episodes, then you're not going to like the rest of it, that sort of a thing. set up, and by the end of part 2, you should be dying to know what happens in 3 or 4 after. I write as a hobby and never really post. I actually only wrote this story for Creepcast specifically because I enjoy them. Hell yeah. My family and friends urged me to post basically, so I'm hoping to get it in front of them and see. Hey man, that's awesome, and that is why I do this stream. I do this stream not because I want to read people who are published authors or who have already written a ton of stories and then now are just writing for Creepcast. Because they want to get their work out there, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I started this stream because I want to support amateur authors. I want to support people who have never really written anything before and are just giving it a try, because I think that is so cool. And I think we need more people. It's great if you're a seasoned writer and you know what you're doing, but I think we need more people who like Damon, or is it Desmond or Damon Arbach, the writer of Pen Pal. He had never written anything before he wrote Pen Pal. And of course, like, he ended up being a genius. And that's a great, amazing story. But he was doing discovery writing. Like, he was making it up as he went through. And it ended up being, such a classic and such an amazing story. And he tied it all together so well. And I think that just shows you that it's like, we don't know where the next great literature or even creepypasta is going to come from. It could be from like a typical horror writer, like an Elias Witherow, say, where, he's written a lot of stuff. A lot of it's like really gruesome, kind of cringy, like Tommy Taffy or whatever. But then he also writes, Feed the Pig and The Black Farm, which is like super great too. It could come from someone like that. Or it could come from someone who's never written horror before, who's never even written anything besides a school paper before. And that could be, and that is what I do this stream for. That is what I want to help find and foster. But it's also what I believe is that, like, art is not just for artists, and writing and creating art is not, is not just meant for people with master's degrees or PhDs. It is supposed to it's supposed to be for everyone, and you're supposed to be someone. Like, it used to be in America. Do you realize that before the internet and whatever, people would just send stories in to magazines and literary publications and whatever, and like Edgar Allan Poe, like, a lot of his stuff started out that way, and they just publish it in the paper or in the whatever. And it was like, so I'm not saying that just anyone can be an author. I do think it takes skill and practice and all that stuff, but my point is that, like, there used to be a whole economy and whatever around people just trying their hand at writing, but somewhere along the way we got convinced that if you didn't go to school to be a literary author or to write, to write romance novels or something, somewhere along the way we got, like, as a culture or as people, we got sold this lie that, like, well, if you don't have this certain credential, it's not going to be any good. We got told that. Well, you need to go to college and you really need to work at it. But even if you do go to college, you shouldn't major in creative writing because there's no real jobs in creative writing. Meanwhile, there's tons of people out there who are getting paid off of, let's say, like, romance fantasy or whatever, like The Court of Roses and Thorns. That book is fucking everywhere. I know that person's making bank. And that's just one example, but my point is, like, anyone should be able to try at it, to get better at it, to learn how to do it, And that goes for writing, but that also goes for like wood crafting and other shit too. It's like, yes, there are people who are really good at it who, you know, are like carpenters, but there's also some people who might just be like, fuck, I really want to make a table. Well, let me get some 2x4s and let me get some whatever. And they can go to Home Depot and they can do that. But there needs to be that same sort of, you know, we need a Home Depot for authors where it's like we can go and get some of the tools and get some of the, you know, whatever, and then we can, you know, we can build our shed, or we can have our story where it's where we can put it out there, and then other people can check it out too. And Reddit is that to a certain extent. It has those communities, and you can get your story out there, and people can check it out. But I also think that too many people don't see the value in like somebody just learning how to do it, or their first stories. Because as we saw on the most recent episode of Creepcast, that was one of Elias Witherow's first stories. It was not that great. It was not very good, but he got better, and look at what he's done now. It's fucking amazing. So it's like, it just goes to show that, you know, we need to, you know, we need to allow people to be amateurs, and we need to not shit on them because they wrote their first story and it wasn't fucking amazing right off the bat. You know what I mean? Yeah. Check out, also subscribe to the Creepcast Patreon, because that is where that interview is. They interviewed Damon Arbach, and I was blown away, if only to like hear about his process and stuff. It was a really great interview, and I'm really looking forward to, and I'm excited to see what other authors they'll interview and stuff, because I do think it's gonna blow people away how many authors were just like, yeah, I'd never tried it before. And then it turns out that people really responded with it. And that's awesome. You know, that's so cool. I love that.
Facing grueling new demands.
All right, I'll be right
Can
back.
she
I'm
handle
just,
the
we'll
glamour
get
of a life
into
among the stars?
sisters.
Only time will tell.
And this version makes sense to you?
I don't care if I caused this.
At least we know she's still out there.
Of course she is, silly. Angels can't die.
Just need to fix it.
So what does it mean, detective?
Let's think. All the clues have to be here. It's how the show works.
Ray said, oh no, don't be a VTuber.
Finds a new stage.
So she went to a new show.
Is she coming back?
Why? The show may change, but she's the same. Know how to find her.
Yes, that was a splendid beginning to our partnership. A very well-handled job, and profitable for you. My hand. Take it to bind our pact. Come, take my hand and place it on your heart.
I don't like whatever that means, who he's talking to there or whatever, but I love the idea that it can go from different art styles, different areas, stuff like that. Getting the cold shoulders is enough information for the last leg of our journey. So this is so unique. I'm obsessed. Immediately.
Golly pea pineapples.
Immediately. This is like a top 10 analog horror series for me. Just because it's so unique. It does it so well.
All right, I'm back. I don't know why the audio just cut out. At least it did on my headphones. Dead? Oh, they're not dead. Is it the video?
Days would come when he would ask for her. So
Weird.
maybe he's thinking if he
Okay.
gets in the right place and
Maybe. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Maybe my Bluetooth just got too far away and so it was like disconnecting and reconnecting, but that shouldn't matter so much for your guys' stuff. That's just more for me. And I play the music through my headphones so that my mic doesn't pick it up and it makes the audio shit out and stuff. So, all right. I am loving, by the way, the angel hair, this Wendigoon shit. I'm definitely gonna watch these other Wendigang streams because this series is really fun. Alright. So now, don't worry, I have a massive caffeine addiction / tolerance, so anyone who's worried that this is my second Red Bull, don't even fret. And also, I really want to get into Sisters since I have you here, Bagman. I'm really looking forward to it. So here, let's get into. Let's get into Sisters. Hopefully that sets a scary tone. And then this is my other, because I'm so excited to read this. Two mango loco monster a day person. Hell yeah, brother. Not a big monster fan, more of a fan of the original monsters if I had to pick a type of monster, but I'm definitely a Red Bull drinker, and I've recently started I got my first little jar of Gamer Sups, and I've been enjoying that, so yeah, I think doctors and like fucking all these energy drink whatever slanderers out there just need to calm the fuck down and let us live our lives, because there's a lot of discrimination towards people who drink energy drinks, and I'm fucking sick of it. You know, if they should just put caffeine in water then if they want us to stop drinking them, because this is my issue, is that I work hard, I work all night, I bust my ass, and even though I have an exhausting job, I would like to not be exhausted when I get home or when I wake up in the morning. And so how do I do that? Well, here's your answer. So fucking sue me. I love my white peach. Yeah, white peach Red Bull Summer Edition is good. I've had it. Yeah, I agree. OG flavor Red Bull is just one of the best. I can't explain why. I don't know exactly what it is about the flavor, but maybe it's the taurine and all the other shit that is in it, but there's just something about it that just tickles my fancy and my heart. And it, yes, it is caffeine and it is an addiction, but it's also love. You know, there's this common misconception in life that, like, you know, addictions, whether it's to food or whatever, is all misery. It's not. Sometimes it's joy and happiness. And that's just what's called living. And so if you don't like it, I say you can go to fucking jail, all right? This is what I say to people who try to get me, who try to make me feel bad about drinking energy drinks.
I'll just be straight up, dude. No one wants to hear your fucking spiel.
That's what I say to them. No one wants to hear your fucking spiel. Okay. Gotta go back to... Actually, I'll stay in my second sound bank because it has the applause and cheering too. Okay, so Sisters from HelpTheBagMan. Sisters, my time spent with the Cult of the Deep. This is his or your, I don't know for sure if you're a guy. I think you said amen, brother, so I assume you're, and the bag man makes me assume you're a man, but that's all right. I don't need to assume gender, but I do want to say that Sisters, my time spent with the Cult of the Deep is your love letter to Lovecraft, and I'm stoked. I love Nick Lowe. I love Nick Lowe's all three of his Lovecraft stories he has out now. I thought Dagon's Daughter was fucking awesome. I hope Creepcast reads it soon, because they're gonna have so much fun with it. I just know they will. I know there was some people that wanted to hate on his first story because it was like so well written, but I mean, those people, honestly, I think most of those people are just genuinely, are just genuinely like, insecure, and they are, they literally feel threatened by a story like that because they hear Nick Lowe's and it's so good and it's so like Lovecraft that they're just jealous, in my opinion. Most of the people who didn't like it, because even the people who are like claim that it just wasn't funny. I just like episodes where they joke around and stuff. That episode has like so many funny parts in it too. It has the whole part where Isaiah's like, Hunter, if a mermaid woman comes up to you on the beach, you doing it? And Hunter's like, oh, Mambo number 5, baby, let's go. We're pushing buttons, and they have that whole part about that callback to the alien bit about, hey, we're pushing buttons. Like, it's amazing. It's a great episode. People are idiots if they don't like it. It's a great episode of Creepcast, and it's a great story by itself. So fuck you. That's what I have to say. Anyways. Sisters, my time spent with the Cult of the Deep, part 1 of 4. I left the cult I was involved with a long time ago. However, its teachings still stay with me always. Dagon's Mirror was great, and Dagon's Daughter, which is Nick Lowe's new story, was fucking amazing. So, fight me about it. I don't care. Obviously, I'm not talking to you, Bagman. I'm talking to the people who didn't like it. Yeah, number 1 draft pick for sure. First story, and that's okay. So it's a first story from a perspective of a woman. See, and I was wondering if Sisters, if it was going to be about Sisters leaving a cult or something like that, or if Sisters was going to come up in some other way in the story, but good to know. Okay. However, its teachings still stay with me always. I've been a member here for quite some time, lurking in the shadows, reading and finding comfort in your experience in your experiences as they relate to my own. Even if I have never committed or commented or messaged you personally, I have felt a strong kinship here with you. I have seen many inspiring things on this forum and have decided that now is the time for me to share my own experience with hope it can inspire others. Interesting. I like that it's like a forum for people who got like deprogrammed type of forum, or and I like this whole like I've been a member. However, its teachings always stay with me always. And then it says I have been a member here, meaning not a member of the cult, that was a long time ago, but a member here on this site, which is fun, which is a fun opening. Because I kind of like that too in a way, because it's like its teachings stay with me, and then to immediately go into I've been a member here quite some time, it almost indicates that like maybe they're not fully deprogrammed, or maybe they just left one cult and went to another. Like, we don't know yet, right? We're not fully kind of aware, but it's kind of a fun little thing where it's like, it starts off by telling us like, I was with the cult, I'm an ex-cult member, but then it's immediately still reference yourself as a member of this forum. It's kind of a fun juxtaposition, right? It's kind of a fun, like, well, maybe I haven't changed that much, or maybe, the past doesn't stay in the past, sort of it's a nice little way to make us wonder, the nature of our narrator, and it already gives us a little bit of a mystery. I have seen many inspiring things on this forum and have decided that now is the time for me to share my own experience. I hope it can inspire others. Before I begin, it is important to remember that perception is reality. How you are raised shapes so much of who you are and the way you view the world. Seeing as this is a forum for people like me, I may not need to explain that. However, I am very used to explaining it to outsiders, and it is a good reminder to us all. You never know what someone else has gone through. You never know what someone else has gone through. Sorry, I have a smudge on my screen right there that I thought there was a period. I won't bore you with my entire childhood, but instead will impart to you the events that had led to me leaving my village and brought me here. The events that reshaped my beliefs and made me who I am today. I am leaving for a trip tomorrow night and will attempt to get everything out to you before I do. If not tonight, then tomorrow morning, so please be patient if I cannot get through my full story all at once. Before I begin, I want to make clear to you all this simple message. You can leave, you can change, you can be your best self. My name is Valina. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. My name is Valina, and this is my story. I have to say, of all the beginnings of a story, that's fine. You totally stay quiet. If you want to, or pipe up if there's something you want to say. I respect it either way, and I like when writers are in my chat and respond or like even answer questions, but I also get how they just want to stay quiet and let me experience the story on my own. And I truly, I truly am down for either. But I am listening and won't give anything away and just see where you go with it. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to say that as far as the beginnings of a story goes, like, not only am I fully in, but this does a few things right. For one, it lets me know that this is like, despite growing up in a cult, this Valina, our narrator, is somebody who has like empathy, right? Because they're like, you can change, you can be your best self. Like they've been a part of this forum for a while. They've read other people's stories, and now they're like, I'm gonna finally tell you my story in the hopes that it can help others. And this is me kind of breaking my silence, right? This is me. A lot of the stories on this forum have helped me, so now I want to give back. And I like that, because not only is it like it's showing us that there are like emotional stakes for this story, but it's also giving us like that this will be an emotional story in and of itself, but it's also like the reason I want to tell this story has emotional weight to it, right? Like, I want to help people, I want to whatever, and that already is so much better than like these sort of posts that start out that's like, I don't think anyone will believe me, but here it is anyway. It's so much better to have a opening like this. If you're gonna do this kind of preamble, sort of like, this is why I'm posting, it's so much better to have that other than a version where you have like what is it, I think it was like Eyeless Jack or whatever, but he's like, but I believe in that paranormal trash now, like stuff like that. Like, that one was really funny, but this one, it's just very good. It sets up, it lets me know a lot about the character without telling me very much at all. And then it also tells me, it's like, I'm not gonna bore you with my entire childhood, but I'm gonna tell you the events that led to leaving my village and brought me here. So the events that shaped my beliefs and made me who I am today. So it's like, these are the defining moments from my childhood. It's not going to be my whole childhood, but these are the defining moments. Let's go. I'm in, I'm ready. I like it. As a preamble, as a preface to a story, I think it's very strong, and it makes me interested in several different ways. But it also doesn't reveal hardly anything, it does a very good job of getting me emotionally involved in the story without spoiling anything. And that's kind of what I meant about like the other story, how like with Mortar, where like right at the beginning it was like, my wife is dead, she's sitting in the kitchen rotting. And so already, like, I know that wasn't really a preamble like this was to a story, but already it's like, the fact that it just starts there, it's like, whoa, we can't really go much crazier than this. It already, started so high that yeah, and this just in contrast to it, like I'm saying, it's good and it doesn't reveal too much. Okay, so part one. As the willows whispered wildly, nice alliteration, and I was a creative writing poetry major in college before I dropped out, and so I can really appreciate some good alliteration. And I think that if you're gonna do it this heavy, this is the time to do it right at the beginning of a story, because it really it helps cement it for a reader as like, or it's really good to do right at the beginning or right at the end. Like F. Scott Fitzgerald did it right in A Great Gatsby. Like he's like that line about like we are boats beating ceaselessly against the current or whatever. And I think that's like right at the end of Great Gatsby. Very strong. And I'm not specifically just trying to compare it to that, but that's a great time to use alliteration. So I dig it. As the willows whispered wildly, I passed under and through them, with their many fingers passing over me. They brought me an already steady girlish giggle. I see. They brought an already steady girlish giggle to a hearty laugh. I knew that my sisters were not far behind, but as sure as a siren's call, they could always find me from my laughter. That's a sweet image. Kids playing, That's a very beautiful opening. I like it. Sorry, I'm trying to get the text as big as I can without cutting any of it off. So here. I traveled through the far meadows to the edge of the marsh. I rolled down the ocean of tall grasses and stopped face up at the bank. Looking skyward and feeling the warm winds whip against my cheek, I lounged, daydreaming up at the clouds. My dreams, much like the rest of my childhood, had always been so calm and comforting. They were so vibrant in their peace and serenity that at times I longed to sleep, to rejoin that otherworldly place and its many dreamscapes. I had often thought about it before and have often since, how fascinating it is that in dreams you do not necessarily see things. It is more of a feeling you get from your dream, and your mind simply generates images to match. Your mind simply generates images to match. You get the feeling of falling or something crashing or of something chasing you, and that gives you the image of coming closer to the earth or of a monster, nightmares. Interesting. I love it. I did not have nightmares. Like most children, other girls in the village did have nightmares. Nightmares were explained to me, but I did not have terrors to call my own. My dreams seemed constantly filled with ethereal places of heavenly, bright, vivid visages of wanderlust, brought on by a constant sense of tranquility. I had always dreamed this way, until I didn't. What's strange is that in those final weeks in the village, my dreams had changed. But at the same time, they had not. Where I once dreamed of my wind-swept oceans of tall grasses feeding into the mountains and meadows, I now saw only the same things every time I closed my eyes. I saw things I had never seen before, things that contrasted so harshly to all I had ever known. In those dreams, I saw cold, dark earth packed against red stone walls. I saw a mother who had hair about her face. Mostly, I saw the well. Other images came and went through my dreams in those last few weeks, but the one constant was the well. A well with black, brackish waters in a dark place, always dark, The well with waters that would move up and over you as they slowly transcended upwards out of the well in small beads. Well with waters that would move up and over you as they slowly transcended upwards out of the well in small beads, sweating from the surface. I remember the feeling that these small perspirations were at the time calling to me as they were comforting me. They hungered for me to touch them. In every dream, I approached the well, but I never touched it or its waters. Whenever I woke from these dreams, I remember feeling so odd. Not from the dreams themselves, but from the feelings they gave me. These things, when said out loud to Mother, should have been frightening. So foreign and dark to the only world I had ever known, and yet somehow I felt the same comfort as I had when traversing my normal temples of trees and green vistas. Maybe for the same reasons I have heard people love to watch wild horses. I loved the well dream. Maybe for the same reasons I have heard some people love to watch wild horses, I loved the well dream. The thing I could not control, the thing I wanted to know more about, that always evaded me. My mother did not have much to say about these dreams. She merely brushed them off and told me it was a normal part of growing older. We couldn't always dream of meadows. On that day, as I laid on the beach of the marshland beyond, I slipped again into that same dream and dreamt. As I often had in those weeks, I dreamt of the well, and of its waters calling out to me once more. I approached, closer than I ever had before. I willed myself to reach out and touch the bubbly baubles. To reach out and touch the bubbly baubles. To run and leap into those waters. Yet, in my dream, my slow approach never faltered as I drew steadily closer to the well. I felt myself coming to a precipice, about to finally understand what it meant in some way to learn its secrets. I saw my hand climb from my side and stretch out to the surface, coming close to peering over the edge. As I reached the climax of my dream, ready to view the depths of the pool, I felt myself lurch from my slumber once more, its secrets escaping me. "Belina, wake up!" I jolted from my dream. My sister, Blanche's pale face stared down at me with disapproving eyes. The wind carried her golden hair across her face, which she simply swept and placed neatly back in order as I sat up. "Asleep again? Always asleep," she scolded. "I was so close to knowing. I could feel it," I said without veiling my exasperation. "So close to nothing," she chided. "It's just a dream. We all have the dream. The mothers say we all get them as we get older." She spoke factually and without condescension. I knew Blanche did not approve of my many trips through the forest, or of my general curious and lackadaisical habits. However, being perfect as she was, it was not in her to be snide or rude. She had never shared her own feelings on the matter, or of my actions. Blanche is right, you know, said Agnes. I looked to see Agnes staring off towards the marsh with the same look of mistrust and concern she gave most things. We all have dreams. Mother says even if they terrify us, there's nothing to fear, she continued, her head tilted as she more carefully inspected a frog hopping off into the murk with a little more disgust. Lucky for Agnes, at that moment we all turned as we heard the beginning of a call. The afternoon beginning of chapel services. The melodic hum traveling across the valley to all corners. Blanche sighed, no doubt anxiously awaiting her eventual visit through those doors and an end to the longing for the communion with him. Longing for the communion with him she had long been promised. She stared off in the direction of the village, lingering just a second before regaining her composure. We are all too old for this sort of prattle. Any day now we will have our descendants, said Blanche. We will meet him and see the world beyond. We are far too old to be concerned with dreams and fears. The only thing we need to be concerned with is how to best serve him in all ways and uphold the faith as Mother always says. Placing her hands on her knees, she sat perfectly poised for a moment before softening her face with a smile and looked down at me. I was amazed at the way she harnessed the ability to preach at us while always maintaining her calm, sweet, motherly demeanor. It was as if she was perpetually practicing the balance to slip into the perfect motherly role she was destined for. If nothing else could be said, we could all know that Blanche wanted nothing more than to be a mother herself and raise a daughter of her own. She saw me staring up at her, pondering the thought while laying lazily in the sand. I'm sure I had a look of indifference to the sermon. Mother or not, she looked at me, rolling her eyes as she spoke. Come now, let's get back before service finishes. Help with the end of day chores. Standing, she held out a hand to me. It was my turn to roll my eyes as I took her hand and she helped me to my feet. Her face turned to confusion as our eyes met and she looked down. She turned my hand over and I saw her eyes widen. I looked down to see what alarmed her and took in the sight of my own palm. There was dried blood mixed with sand sticking to a fresh cut. Before I could even react, she was dragging me to the water's edge. She began vigorously rinsing my hand in the cold, murky waters. Agnes yelped at the sight. You can't do that. Can't do that. We don't touch the marsh. We don't touch the marsh. You know that. We don't touch the marsh. Agnes was working herself into a frenzy. Agnes was working herself into a frenzy. Blanche's eyes were wide with panic. However, her voice was still, as the waters had been before our interruption. We have to clean it. Maybe if we clean it, there won't be a cut. Maybe you just put your hand in something, she said. Frantically, she went on, waving my hand in the water. I already knew she was wrong. I must have gotten cut while rolling down the bank. But even now, I don't remember feeling when it happened. I do, however, remember the sting I felt as the waters of the marsh entered my hand. These were not the tranquil, calling waters of the well. These were fresh embers. The burning felt from the cold liquid sent a small prickle up my wrist, and I pulled away from her. "Let me see it," she called as I walked up the bank. "The water, the boundaries, you both know the rules. The marsh and the valley apex, it is forbidden. You both know this. You both know. You know this." Agnes was spiraling, dwindling out. She knelt on the ground. She still had not moved an inch closer to the marsh or toward us. Dejectedly, she repeatedly whispered as she stared at the ground, "Oh." The gash was a couple inches across my palm. Given it had been some time since it happened, with Blanche's cleansing, it wasn't even bleeding anymore. "Let me see it," I said. Came Blanche, grasping for my hand once more. I pulled away again to her face. I pulled away again to face her. "I am fine. It's fine." "It's not fine, Valina. You know it's not fine. It's fine. It is fine," I yelled, taking a breath. I straightened. "You sound like her." I pointed... Hold on. I pointed at Agnes, who sat still mumbling, now too low to hear. "She is right," screamed Blanche empathetically, finally losing the cool poise of the perfect, promised child. "I know she's right, and so do you. We don't touch the marsh or go beyond the boundary of the valley's apex. Exiting or going beyond the boundaries before descendants is forbidden. We all know this. You also cannot damage yourself. I only want to help you. We need to find a way to fix this. To hide it if we must." There was a part of me that was touched by her act to help save me. At the same time, I thought about how much of that may be self-preservation. We were meant to be three pure sisters descending as a trio, as he wished. My eyes narrowed. This is hardly my first scrape, let alone on my hands. I pulled up my skirts to show the pale lines and years of healed damage. My arms were much the same. I had been lucky that my hands had never seemed to be harmed. Added to the fact that the injuries were easily concealed in a world where mothers do not scan over every inch of you. We all wore white linens from wrists to ankles. People were more inclined to believe you just caught your dress on a snag than you had been injured, so long as you cleaned the fabric well before arriving back home. I had become excellent at cleaning and mending by this point. This also wasn't my first time in the marsh. I'd spent many a clandestine afternoon wading through the wetlands and sunbathing on the farther bank when I knew no one was looking for me. I treasured my stolen afternoons. while Blanche devoted more time to housework and Agnes to fetching Mother's skirts. However, I chose not to kick that hornet's nest. I just don't see why he would care at all about a few scrapes over the years, Blanche. Why would he care? Blanche's mouth dropped. We are all meant to come to him as pure as we were born. That is his will. How could you be so careless with all of our futures, she said flatly. Because it doesn't matter. You would think my words had been a knife to her belly. These rules, they are just words. I did worry once about the first small nick I received. Then nothing happened. As I grew older, I realized no one checks me, no one cares. It doesn't matter, Belle. It does not matter, Blanche. I don't know if she even heard my second reply, as she still seemed to be recovering from the first time I told her it did not matter. What of the mother's cuts? What of their hands? He seems fine with that. She swallowed back whatever disgust she had at my admissions and admonishments. I sincerely hope you're right, Valina. I hope you don't come to regret this when you meet him. I hope we all don't come to regret it, she said, choosing to ignore my comments about Mother's hands. We all knew not to speak of them. She took a breath, and then I saw something change in her for a moment. Something past the preachy, perfect sister I had always known. Her eyes read hurt. I do wish you would have told me. I would have told you. As quickly as the hurt had shown, it was gone. She dusted off her dress and looked at Agnes. She spoke kind and stern. As always, ever the mother again. Come now, Agnes. You will be okay. One way or the other, we must not speak of this. What is done is done. We have not done wrong, and we have to pray he will know our piety above all when we are weighed and judged by him. In the end, all are to serve his will. In the end, all are to serve his will, not our own. Damn. Okay, so I'm gonna pause right here just for a second. So there's a few fun ideas cropping up. I mean, one, we have the well. Very cool, very interesting. She's drawn to the well. It seems like everyone maybe dreams of this well. But then the parents or whatever are just kind of like, oh, everyone's dreams change as it happens. I'm guessing that happened. Their dreams start to change before they're about to be descended and judged or whatever by him, by their god, whatever. They're also supposed to, come unscathed, whatever. They're not supposed to have any cuts or anything. This is very, I feel like these are kids, but maybe they're older, they're like almost women, but either way it's very creepy. It's giving the whole like God like wife thing, or like God king thing, where they're like they wouldn't let like certain cultures and stuff, they wouldn't let like, they believe that like the immortality would leak out of them if they were even cut, right? If they ever bled. And so they were like, super careful not to whatever have that happen. And in this situation, it seems like you know, like these girls, like they could just be straight up sacrifices, or they could be like, you know, wife situation, like it could be like that. And it's very creepy, obviously. It's very unsettling as fuck. But it's hitting a lot of these like really fun like notes of like the girls wear these linens, right? So that no one's gonna see their bodies anyways. So it's like the one girl is right. Valina is like, well, I swam in the swamp and nothing happened, and I got cut and nothing happened, you know? And so it's either setting up for Valina to be super wrong, or maybe she's completely right, but then at the same time, it's like, you know, something's going to go wrong or something's going to happen where there's going to be some sort of a twist where it's like, well, it does matter because of X, Y, or Z. Or maybe whoever he is, you know, their god or whatever, maybe he accepts them, but then maybe because of the fact that because of Valina never gets, nothing ever bad happens, maybe they start to distrust some of these other rules. And once they've already descended, maybe they're going to start breaking some of these other rules. And that's why Valina's going to end up leaving the cult or whatever. And that's going to be the thing that causes all the problems or causes things to go to shit. You know, we really don't know right now, but this is one thing that like I brought up in one of the last streams where it was like Tour of the Dead was the story. But it's like, I like when there's specific rules in your story. Now, whether it's like ghosts and how to behave around the ghosts or how to look at the ghosts, or whether it's the cult and these are the cult rules or the cult's law, like the whole idea of they can't be marked or cut in any way, they can't go in the marsh, and they can't, you know, stuff like that. Like that is all super interesting, you know, that. And I like that because then you get to play with, well, what's going to go wrong because the rules are broken, or will anything go wrong? I'm also wondering, it said that the water burned when she got it in it. Maybe it's that like inside this well where he is or where they descend, maybe it has something to do with like that water is like pure and whatever. And she might have, just being in the marsh, she might have got some algae or some other like parasite in her wound, that then this is going to like taint the well water or their god, you know, whatever this like Lovecraftian deity is. And that's going to be where the thing is. So maybe she's going to end up killing the god that they all worship because her blood is tainted, sort of a thing. So it's very interesting. Like, it might not just be, you know, it could be a totally just like ritualistic, superstitious rule, or it could be a rule based on like science and whatever. And it could really, you know, things could really go awry. So I like that. It's already making my brain fire in all sorts of really fun ways. And that's what I mean by like, have rules in your story. Like, don't just have like, this creepy guy moved out of the corner of my eye and I didn't see him and whatever. Like, have the monster be like, you can only see the or if a monster's hunting you in the woods, right? Hunting your characters, whatever, have it be like, I can only see him, you know, if I, you know, if I look left, or just something like that, where you're like, well, why is that way? But that makes it fun because rules for your universe add so much to it, and then when they're broken, it's like, okay, well, that means something has to happen, and that to me makes so much more sense and is so much more fun than just having it be like the monster was chasing us for a while and we thought we ran away from him, but it turns out he was up in a tree right above us, and then he fucking cut our heads off and blah blah blah. And it's just like, it's not nearly as fun as being like, you have to whistle when you go out into the forest, you have to whistle this tune, otherwise the monster will get you. Like, that is awesome. I love that. Super fun. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Loving it so far. This is very fun. Good characters, interesting. Why is Wendigoon being so quiet?
That Jonah gives him. So is he saying put me in like a different kind of animation or a live action even so I can be more powerful? And if that's the case, I don't know if we can trust Gabby. I don't know if we can trust Zaggy. I don't know who we can trust, but no matter what it takes, it'll be worth it, right? Do you have inquiries of Wild Detective Agency? Okay. It's not from Angel here. Not originally. I'm past asking if this is smart.
What?
Give me directions.
What do you want?
Somewhere to go. Something to find. This isn't a church? An old church? Library?
I've had many names. What does it matter? What would my name mean to you? Yet, I have told you, we are partners. Tonight, our partnership will be consummated. I will show you how strongly it can be welded.
Wild hair? It's older than angel hair. Doesn't understand streaming yet. I did what it said. Put it in a webcam on top of the old, that's fine. Cool, okay, I played it live. So he's wanting him to play his original form. Worked. Ha!
If it ain't Detective Zag Wild. Been a minute, Z. Tell me that's a new client.
Francine, this is Francis.
Of course,
That's fun! This is so much fun! He changes the style so the characters transition over to the earlier art form. That's so cool!
Alright. Alright. She dusted off her dress and looked at Agnes. She spoke kind and stern as always. Ever the mother again. Come now, Agnes. You will be okay. One way or another, we must not speak of this. Blah, blah, blah. In the end, all are to serve his will, not our own. This last jab she threw hit home at that moment. She knew it would sting, as those words were not just spoken out of anger. The words were The words were my mother's words, spoken to me many times through the years. No matter how many times I strayed the path, it has not stopped me from myself. Hearing my mother's own counsel, I wasn't just letting him down, I was letting Mother down. Blanche walked up and over the bank holding Agnes's hand. They headed back through the forest, guided by the rising rhythmic hum of his call. They were easy words for Blanche to say. They were easy words for Blanche to say as an attempt to hurt me. But what did she know? He had never known anything beyond her teachings. He had never felt the call of the wild as I had. Never felt the pull from the peaks around us. Blanche had never longed for more than she was allowed. She never hoped for more. Strengthened in my resolve, I picked myself up and made haste, determined to catch up with my sisters on the path back to the village. I also have to wonder, because I thought in her dream she was like about to touch the water or touching the water, so I wonder if her dream, the water like is what cut her hand. That's the other thing I was thinking of. On the path back to the village, I caught up to them at the foot of the forest that acted as a barrier to the meadows. We did not talk of my hand or of the marsh again. As we wound through the path, we talked of chores. As always, I found it difficult to focus. Hey, John, what up? As I caught up to them, this was on the path back to the village. I caught up to them at the foot of the forest that acted as a barrier to the meadows. We did not talk of my hand or of the marsh again. Yeah, no, I thought you might be the Mortar story guy. I already read your story, but thank you for coming to the live stream. I appreciate you. And I hope what I had to say about your story was helpful. I don't know if you've seen it yet, probably not, but it's at the beginning of the stream. Hell yeah. As we wound through the path, we talked of chores. As always, I found it difficult to focus on turning in the animals, washing, candle lighting, dinner preparation, etc. I did my best to act excited to gather the eggs and clean our chicken coop, though I hated the thought. The hens always pecked at me as I nimbly inspected their nest of eggs, not to mention the feeling of fear I felt at the thought of running into Stosh. I didn't have anything that made me feel fear like the other girls did from their dreams. But if I did have nightmares, it would surely have been from that rooster. That's funny. I shook off the thought and put on a smile as we weaved through the woods. At last we reached the point of the forest. We reached the point of the forest that began to thin, the trees making way for grasses, and then nothing but dirt with pink and white petals. The apex of the valley was marked all around us by large flowering dogwood. In the spring each year they started to drop their blossom. The petals rode the wind to bless us with their spectacle each year, a welcome reminder of just how much I loved home. If the wilds were the waves of my daydreams, then the village was my port, a place to always return, rest, and repeat. For some reason, the grass in the forest refused to overtake the village. I never saw anyone have to clear or remove the woods to make way for new homes or pens. However, the petals never seemed to care and always blessed us with their beauty. A light dusting always covered the ground through summer, offering a carpet of color to brighten our many dirt pathways and thatched rooftops of the hundreds of small dwellings within. As we crossed the threshold of the village, we saw the other girls already hurrying about their nightly chores. We wound through the homes and passed by Corey, Raina, and Gabriel. Raina and Blanche had a long-standing, unspoken feud, the most awkward standoff that I'd ever seen. It was a battle for supremacy to determine who could be more ideal. It was odd because they did not openly dislike each other. We all walked the same path in opposite directions. 2 sets of 3 sisters. So is Gabriel or Gabrielle? Okay, sorry. I was like Gabriel, but I think it's Gabrielle. Got it. Okay. 2 sets of 3 sisters. I'm wondering if there's any boys in this village, or if they only have girls, so to speak. So if, like, you know, if they have boys, they're tossed outside for the White Walkers sort of thing. Obviously, not exactly that, but I'm saying some version of that. We met abruptly, staring at one another. We let the 2 saintly Sallys do their thing, or do the talking. Blanche, said Raina, bobbing her head slowly in acknowledgement. Raina, said Blanche, mimicking her to perfection. The 2 perfects stood at attention, mirroring each other in every way, down to their golden hair and clasped hands at their navels. We are off to prepare for our mother's dinner before we receive his word, said Raina. We are off to do the same, except we also plan to bed the animals and get a head start on tomorrow's chores. Sorry, we can't stay to chat. We'd better hurry off. Mustn't waste the remainder of the chapel services. As he wills, we look to the future. I looked at Blanche with a groan. We never discussed getting a head start on tomorrow's work. I, for one, would have not been in favor, but I did my best to say nothing. I didn't need any more sermons tonight. Blanche's comment made Raina's eye twitch ever so slightly, interrupting the staring contest, and like that, it was over. May your descent come soon, and may you all be found worthy, they both said in unison. The 3 girls parted way for us, and we walked past them, nodding to each other as we did. I picked up my skirts as Blanche quickened her pace. She strode with her long legs, and the harmony of quick, deliberate motion coupled with upright rigidness gave her a weightlessness quality. Floating, she moved ahead of us with a grace we could not match. Agnes seemed always ready for the way Blanche moved with purpose throughout the village. Trusting Blanche to be her eyes, she kept hers to the ground, looking for imperceivable threats looming to make her take a tumble as she flew. I can't stand that girl, I breathed as soon as we turned the corner. You ought not to speak like that about anyone, Valina, Blanche said. I know you hate her too. All of her comments about hoping we'd ascend soon, you might as well just say she wants to be rid of us already. It's just a nice thing to say, said Agnes with a sigh. I see what she is really saying, and you both know it's true. I spat at the ground. I also couldn't afford to look up at this point with the pace. I, for one, am not trying to say that I hope they descend soon to be rid of her. It's simply the proper thing to say, said Blanche, as she came to a stop. Agnes and I almost toppled as we slid to a halt and bumped into one another. Looking up, I saw why Blanche had stopped. We were at the point in our route that took us closest to the chapel. I could see the plainly colored white wood boards that made up its walls, otherwise unadorned. My eyes traveled over the great double doors, beyond the stairs that Blanche daydreamed of climbing one day. The doors were bathed in green light, the only such light in all of the village. When I thought about this building, I really only had 3 questions. What made that green light? What was beyond the doors that made the chapel forbidden to girls and not mothers? Ah, interesting. I pondered the 3rd question. Oh yeah. To girls and not mothers. I pondered the 3rd question as my eyes raised to look at the chimney above the steepled roof. There was a steady steam of smoke rising from the chimney that never seemed to cease no matter what time of day or weather. Blanche turned back to me. I'm not trying to say that I hope she descends soon to be rid of her, she repeated. I do hope she descends soon, just not before me. She smiled a smile that touched her eyes before redoubling the mad pace from before. Agnes and I sighed and took off at a run after her. She may have been able to keep that pace without running or looking foolish, but I am sure Agnes and I looked like idiots. We came to our home at last. Without speaking, we all went our separate ways and made for the chores previously discussed. Agnes broke for the washing and Blanche for the cooking. I ran straight to the hen pen, but as soon as I was around the back of the house, I stopped running and took a deep breath. Sitting still and proud was Stosh, with all 2 feet of his mustard height. The rooster crowed defiantly. His will, I said with a sigh. I walked forward into battle. 30 minutes later, I had a few additional snags in my linens. I returned to the house carrying the nightly round of eggs. I almost dropped the delivery when I saw all 3 mothers already home. Agnes sat wide-eyed in a chair near Mother Elisa, who seemed to be speaking slowly to calm her. Blanche was hugging Mother Beatrice. She overflowed with joyful laughter while trying her best to maintain a semblance of grace. I was confused until my mother stood from the chair next to the door. Mother Genevieve looked to me and said what I should have known already. My child, your time has come. Tomorrow will be the day of your descendants. Ah, shit. I did not react as my sisters did. Agnes responded in fear, Blanche in joy, but I did not know how to feel. I searched my thoughts and couldn't determine where I stood between the two. The concept just seemed foreign. Sure, one day I would descend, but that day was someday. Now that someday was tomorrow, I felt torn. Mother Genevieve must have seen the look of consternation. She came forward, wrapping her arms around me in an embrace. She pulled my head close to her chest, her long, stark white hair encasing me. I am so proud of you, my daughter, she whispered softly. Her words were a gift just for me. She gently patted my back with one hand, the other stroking my hair delicately. I pulled back just enough to look up into her wise old eyes. I hope I can make you proud tomorrow, I said. I meant it. I hoped I would be able to descend. With the reality of the day settling in, I remembered that my fate was not only tied to my sisters, but also to Mother. I was an extension of her, after all. You will, I know you will, she said with a soft, warm smile. She went to hug me again, and as she did, I saw past her. I took in the scene of my sisters' different emotional states. By now, Blanche had moved to comforting Agnes with Mother Elisa. Mother Beatrice stood with hands on hips, a monument to rigid impatience. She looked in my direction with that same look she had given me my entire life. Unbridled, exasperated contemptuousness lit in her eyes. So I'm wondering, so there's these three mothers. I'm assuming that each of them is their mother, but they're like all one like Valina's mother is the mother who was, her mother is the mother who was talking to her, but we haven't seen any men yet. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Peace out, Sean. Have a good sleep, my dude. But yeah, I'm wondering if it seems like they all live in a house together. There's the three moms. I don't think there are any men in this community. I think that's why it's called Sisters. I think that the men, there's him, and that's why their god is just called him, right? Because he's the one they want to please. He's all of their husbands, and that's why only mothers and or maybe not wives, maybe they're not called wives, but only mothers go into the chapel. It's kind of fun because it's like you have this, like, you know, the deep one element of it, and the water and this Dagon-esque stuff, but then it's also like almost like they're Amazonians too, you know, in a weird way. Like they're an entirely female society, which obviously Amazons wouldn't worship like a man, so it's not quite exactly the same, or they wouldn't have like a male god. They have, you know, Athena or whatever, you know, the female god to worship. But it is very, it's very interesting. Like, it's an interesting take on this female society, you know. And it's interesting that they all have their own mother and stuff. I find that it's just it's so foreboding. Like, nothing horrible has happened yet, nothing too, but just even the contemptuousness that the one mother has for the other girl is like, it's just so foreboding. I love it. It's so creepy. One of them cries, the other looks like a lost fawn, she said, throwing her hands in the air. We have spent their entire lives preparing them for this moment. You would think there would be more gratitude in his name. I told you both that you have been lax with these two, especially this one, she said, pointing at me. Fuck you, bitch. She said, it would only serve that the mother who had raised excellency would have high standards, but Mother Beatrice took this to a different plane. Needless to say, as a girl who wasn't known for following his teachings quite so strictly, I was always the target for a good sermon or condemnation. We all handle the descendants in our own way, Beatrice, said Genevieve. This one hasn't handled anything ever, she returned flatly. I think she's handling it just fine. Never know when our day will come, or what his will is until he shows us, my mother said, now turning and giving that same soft smile to Beatrice. I loved it when she preached lightly back to her. This wasn't just another set of sisters we watched wrapped in a contended battle of devotion as before. No, this was two titans of divinity. Acting unfazed, Beatrice approached. The trio must serve their purpose as one. If she does not do her part, this will all have been for nothing. She will be fine, as will sweet Agnes, said Genevieve, gracing the timid girl with a nod of approval. They will go, they will descend as he wills. One way or another, it will be done, said Elisa quietly as she stood. She spread the creases from her linens with far more creased and creviced fingers. This was unlike her. Each mother had a different way of dealing with things. My own mother had a philosophy of fighting Beatrice's icy demeanor with warmth and an occasional spark of flame. Agnes's mother chose to handle her with casual nonchalance, like she did all things, more often than not, just choosing to let her cold stare drill into her uncaring face. Is it? No, it's not Elisa, it's Ailsa. Ailsa let out a long, deep breath and walked from the room with a slow, tired gait. She made clear she had nothing more to say or add. Her silence carried enough weight on its own. Agnes looked like a fish out of water. Looking around in dismay, she stood quickly. Good night, sisters. Good night, mothers, she said quickly. She almost tripped on her dress as she tried to curtsy while turning to leave in pursuit of her mother. Even Blanche's mother seemed stunned to see Ailsa partake in the discussion at all with such finality. However, that shock did not last long. She shook it off and quickly restored her fury to me. "She better make it, Genevieve. Blanche deserves better," she fumed. She called for Blanche to accompany her and stormed off. Blanche hurried to follow, but not before giving me an apologetic look. "Good night, sister. Good night, Mother Genevieve. Thank you for all you have done for me, for all of us," she said. I could tell she was still overjoyed, and despite the heated exchange, she still couldn't set aside her own excitement for the next day's events. She curtsied her respect and quickly padded off to follow her mother. We took our leave then, and as usual, Mother walked me to my room. Like every other night, as I prepared my night clothes, she sat on the edges of my bed humming quietly. Mother closed her eyes as she swayed there to that melody. It was as though she drifted off in her own special place. It is a memory I still take with me always, something to comfort me to sleep each night, even now. "Are you nervous, my child?" she asked as I slipped into bed. "I am. I just want to satisfy him." Ugh. I do not like the use of that word there. Hopefully, it doesn't mean what we, anyways, doesn't matter. "I just want to satisfy him," I lied. "You will, Valina. You will. I have faith." "What will happen tomorrow, Mother?" I asked. She paused, looking down at me as her lips pulled to a line. She looked even older than usual. It was as if the vanishing smile on my kindly mother's face was a sign that all of the exuberance she had left had been depleted, leaving a husk of the sweet fruit she had been. I cannot tell you that," she said. Her tender look and smile returned, but it seemed to take some effort or unknown toll from her. "What if I don't know what to do? What happens if I make a mess of things? I don't want to ruin things or to disappoint you." She maintained her patient kindness, but I could tell somewhere behind that smile something was troubling her. She chewed my words, nodding to herself. She seemed to come to a decision. "My daughter, my lamb. I must confess that no other mother has ever truly loved a daughter as I do so love you, my child." She paused a moment. Her eyes took me in, and then looked about the room as if to just take in the moment. Seeing no one else, she took a deep breath and whispered to me. She spoke in a rush, in a tone that not even the walls were meant to hear. "Because of the depth of my love for you, Valina, I must tell you something that I should not." My head cocked to the side, but before I could speak, Mother Genevieve leaned in closely. Even though she was whispering directly into my ear, her voice was so hushed I thought even the light wind outside would surely take the words away. "In the most difficult moments, take heed my words. Give in completely. Have faith forever, my child." She pushed out each line quickly, like a spear which attacked my mind the moment it left her and entered me. As quickly as the conspiratorial possession overtook her, it seemed to pass as she pulled away and stood. She once again spoke busily of mundane nightly duties. "Are you hungry?" she said. I was still reeling, trying to understand. I shall fetch you something small before bed. She walked out of the room. I was left in the vacuum created in the wake of her words. Words that ran rampant through my head, spinning. I replayed every line. In the most difficult moments, take heed of my words. Give in completely. Have faith forever, my child. What made this odd was that there was nothing out of the ordinary in anything she said. Nothing made sense because it all made too much sense. She had told me these things almost daily for my entire life. I had always been a wanderer. It was difficult for me to fall in line, difficult to conform to the dresses, chores, routines, and rituals that all the other girls seemed to have no issue adhering to. Because of this, Mother had often told me to heed her words, to give in to him, to be forever in faith and follow his will. She had even said this in front of my sisters and other mothers many, many times. These things were openly taught, not just to me, but to all of us during the many seasons of life. Interesting. But in this it says, give in to him, be forever in faith. And up here it says, give in completely, but it doesn't say to him. Take heed of my words, give in completely. Have faith forever, my child. Interesting. We were always meant to have faith in his teachings. Even though as girls we did not yet know him, every girl in the village knew that during difficult winters, pain, or any hardship, our mother's faith was strong. We never lost faith in them, and our mothers never lost faith in him. Why would she say such a thing, and in such a way? Question plagued me. She returned to my bed with a small portion of bread and cheese, handing it to me. I could tell that she knew I was vexed. However, along with all other great conspirators, we held a commonality, the unspoken trust that what had been said quietly and in such a way as to never be mentioned again. She sat humming a version of the call at the edge of the bed while I ate. It was my turn to take that moment now. Seeing her there, I ate slowly. I hoped she would say something else to make it all make sense, but in the end, I finished my plate and handed it back to her. She stood, kissed my forehead, and smiled at me one last time before leaving the room without another word. I laid awake, mulling the meaning of Mother's words repeatedly until his real nightly call came crashing through the village. The low thrum of the tone reverberated in the small place. The walls shook and my bed pulsed as it lulled me to sleep. In my slumber, I floated off to be filled with more dark, moist memories. Interesting. This is a great beginning. This is a great story. We're gonna get into part 2 now. I assume you're still here, Bagman, but yeah, I'm gonna read part 2 like you said. Let's see just how long it is so I can know. Okay, it might be a little bit shorter, about the same length though, just by the size of the bar. It is a banger beginning, and it's great world building. It's great fact that there's at the end there's like this jolt that lulls the entire village to sleep, and it's this hum, and it's clearly like their god or something that's like in the well in the church, or I don't know, you know, this green light thing. Very creepy. Yeah, it's very creepy, and then it's also like, I like how not creepy it is at the same time, like how indoctrinated they all are. Because, you know, seeing a green light and the fact that no children even goes inside the church, and then they have to go in now that they descend, like, you can totally see why one girl would be crying and the other would be so proud. But it's so interesting because they're in the cult, right? Like, this story would be totally different if it was like some outsider was there and they were seeing these rituals, or they were like, you know, trying to familiarize themselves with them. It's very Midsummer-esque. It's very creepy in that sort of a way, which I like, but at the same time, it's just so much more menacing because our narrator, Valina, you know, she's clearly smart. She's clearly not a follower the same way that the other girls are. But, you know, the ones like, the one, Blanche or whatever is like, has, you know, really strong faith and is really perfect and is Miss Perfect. And the other is like, a much more, Agnes is like much more of a sheep and like, is just kind of scared and just, you know, wants to follow the rules because of that. And so I just find it's just so interesting because it is so menacing, but then at the same time, it's not sitting there being like, you know, the dark doom of the pit of the well. Like, no, it's not described as that at all. And that is what makes those lines like, I just want to satisfy him, I lied, you know, which obviously, so that's good because we know that our character isn't like that indoctrinated or, you know, whatever, but it's like, but those lines like that, like, I just want to satisfy him, are so much more menacing when there's creepiness, but it's not. It's all subtextual. It's all in the fact that there are these three mothers and that they're like, well, she's gonna mess it up for my little, you know, girl, and like all this stuff, or, you know, and that there's all like that is where the menacing comes in, right? It's so good. It's so well done. It's so well executed, but it's also like, it just goes to show that there are so many ways to fucking, you know, there are so many ways to get to the same place. There are whatever, lots of ways to skin a cat, or whatever the saying goes, which I would never do. I love my kitties, but, yeah, it just goes to show that, like, and like, this is a different fun version, but I almost see this story as this could have been, I do think it's more Lovecraftian, more Dagon-esque, but even if you related this to like the Gregory 88 cults and think about it like that way, like, not like there's a giant chicken monster or something, but they're like, you know, stay away from the water until it's your time to descend, and then once it's like the time to descend, you could think about it like that. Like, either there's these three sisters, right? So the monster's gonna eat one of them, and that's, you know, and they know that, and it's just like they'll all descend, and the one mom is all angry because she's worried that Valina is going to, because she's not like a rule follower, is going to mess it up to where one of the other girls is going to get eaten, and that mother is, Beatrice is hoping that it's Valina that gets eaten or whatever. So if we think about it in terms of a sacrifice, like, sort of a thing, it's so much more interesting. Like all this, you know, there's so much subtextual shit that all this can mean. There's so much, you know, there's so much things that we wonder about, or maybe they all descend, but maybe only one comes up. And so Beatrice is just worried that Valina is gonna steal it from Blanche, because she knows the other little girl's scared, and so she's not gonna whatever. But then she's worried. And then that's when the mom tells her just give in, because it's like whoever gives in first, whoever keeps the faith and isn't afraid is like the one that survives. We don't know, right? We don't know. And it's just so foreboding. But the other thing I wanted to say about Gregory 88, which a lot of people, because the boys crashed out at the end and didn't like the big chicken, a lot of people hate on that episode, but I really like that episode for a lot of different reasons. But one thing I want to relate to, like, yes, this is inside the cult, and in Gregory 88, he's on the outside of it, so it's a little bit more. But do you see how, like, when you're inside the cult, it's so much different, and she's talking about the beauty of the grasses and the whatever it is, the dogwoods that create the pretty flowers that paper the paths and all that stuff. And I could almost imagine, like, this is a story of and the fact that in that story it's called like Deepwater Chapel and this is called the Cult of the Deep, I could almost imagine like Valina, like this is the story of that little girl who becomes the eyeless woman in Gregory 88, right? And like this, I could imagine that like this is the story, and the chapel and the hymn that they all worship, maybe that is that could either be the monster or that could be the Reverend, right? Like maybe it's a switcheroo, and this is the Reverend, and he has ascended within this community to be like a god level figure because he communes with the giant fucking chicken monsters or whatever. And because of that, he's created this society where all the male babies or all the men are just completely given over to these monsters. They're just fed to him, right? Because he doesn't want any other, typical cult thing, he doesn't want any other men around to you know, fuck with his harem, to fuck with all of his women. And so immediately if boys are born, they're given up to the monsters. All the other monsters around, or all the other men who used to be parts of the cults were fed to the monsters a long time ago. They don't even remember the men anymore. And now we have in this one well, we have in this one like leader in him, right? We have the, you know, the voice of the church, the cult leader, but he's basically like, if it is that version of it where it is a Gregory 88 type like creatures and stuff, he's basically just using these gods or these monsters as, you know, his garbage disposal. He's just using them to, or any girl, any woman that isn't totally just wanting to like satisfy him or be his wife, he's just like, feed it to the monsters. And so I'm just trying to approach this from different ways where it's like, yes, who knows, maybe they descend and maybe they turn into a monster themselves, maybe they transform like with the fish people, or it could just be some guy who found these like creatures that eat humans, and he's using that to basically create a society where he is the God King of it. And it's so interesting, it's so fun. And like I said, the foreboding comes with, and this was the other thing I wanted to say in regards to the Gregory 88, is like, the foreboding with that is because he's looking from the outside, and he's like, the water, lulls me into a sense of satisfaction or whatever, but all the people in town are weird and follow me, and they have all these twins and yada yada. But then at the same time, like this, you see how one cult looks so much different from the outside as it does from the inside, which on the inside, we're seeing the peacefulness of it, the unity of it, like all these different things. And that's another thing you hear about, like these Mormon wives who ran away from these, like, I've watched this Dateline on it multiple times because I love this episode about this woman who was part of this, like, horrible, like a Mormon cult that was like, pushed out from the Mormon church because their beliefs were so extreme. But this one cult that she was in, and she explained like how there is a language amongst the cult where when they say like descendants and they say all this stuff, you might not know what that means. Like an outsider's not going to know what that means, but within the cult, they know that like descendants might mean sacrifice. Like that might be straight up synonymous with that. Or there might be other terms where they talk about having faith, and like having faith could very simply mean be entirely subservient to him and have his babies, or something like that. And it's so interesting the way that she talks about it, because literally the police, when they had this cult's records and stuff, they had to go to one of the ex-cult members to be like, can you decipher this for us? Because when it says that this person is X, Y, or Z, none of us know what that means. And the lady's like, yeah, like, and so she had to go through all the evidence with them to make it to where they could make a case against this guy, because he was doing these disgusting things. He was like, pedophilic. It was totally horrible. But it's shrouded in such secrecy, and there's secrecy in language, right? There's codes that you can use within language to disguise things, and we're getting a sense of that in this, and it's just so well done. But it's so interesting and almost even kind of frustrating, because you're just like, you want somebody who's like a regular person or somebody from the outside to like come in and be like, descendants, you mean fucking XYZ, or I think you mean murder type of thing, to where like we want that code breaker person or character to kind of come in and like lay it out for us. But we haven't we haven't reached that part of the story yet. But yeah, it just shows how like horrifically opaque cults can be, and how people always wonder like, well, how did they not realize that these person, and that's a misconception, is that dumb people like join cults or get whatever. No, it's just vulnerable people, and they don't realize how slowly over time they change your entire vocabulary and your entire sense of judgment and whatever, to where they totally just like break you down and obviously brainwash you. But people don't realize like the amount of subtlety that goes into brainwashing, and how like when one day like you might just be like, oh, the lake's so beautiful, it's a hot day, I want to go swim in the lake, and they're like, no, we don't swim in the lake is holy. Well, holy could mean, like, oh, you just worship the lake, we just like the lake. Or it could just be a way of control, to where it's like they know that anyone who goes to the lake, they can't trust with the deeper secrets of the cult, sort of a thing. So it's super, yeah, God, this is just so well done. So much fun to kind of just break down. And I'd love to like somebody who's an expert on cults or whatever, I'd love to like see what they think of this story, or somebody who like even as a cult survivor, like like what do you think of this? Does this seem, how real does this seem to you? And I think my guess is they would be like, this is very realistic. And even within the cult, it's so funny because it's like, of course there's gonna be like all the mothers are kind of feuding in their own way amongst each other, and then the different groups of little girls have their own little rivalries. And it was the same with that Mormon documentary where I was talking about with the wives, and there was the husbands, and the husbands of like supportive people who were favored within the church would constantly get a flow of new wives that would get married off to them, these young girls that would get married to these guys. Whereas if you were like seen as one of the less trusted members of the cult, or the men in the cult, it was like they were slowly pushed out, and their wives would be taken away from them and married off to other people. And it was like, it's just a fucked up way of control. It's so interesting. All right, back into the story. I woke the morning of our descendants. There was a quiet that seemed to be swelling in the village, like an unseen wave about to break. I felt myself bracing as I rose from the bed and walked into the common room where my sisters already waited for me. They were holding hands, looking toward the open doorway leading out of the house. Both turned to look at me and smiled. Today was our day. Blanche reached out her hand, and despite the previous day, when I reached out to clasp her, she quickly closed. Despite the previous day, when I reached out to clasp her, she quickly closed the distance. Leaning forward, she smiled wide. I know we don't always see eye to eye, but I want you both to know that no matter what happens, I am proud to be your sister, to descend with you. I love you both with all my heart, and I know he will too, Blanche said as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. I love you too, said Agnes. She was, of course, already crying, whether from anticipation of the unknown or the speech, I will never know. My voice wavered, which genuinely shocked me. Somehow I had just never seen today as real. Now that it was here, the feelings of it seemed too big for my comprehension. I swallowed, feeling like I couldn't speak, so I didn't. And I cried, I love you. Was just something you said to family, despite having said it many times before. They were just words. Here and now, with weight of destiny calling, I was eviscerated with emotions, and I could not contend. I was eviscerated with emotions I could not contend with in that moment. Happy tears flowed as Blanche and Agnes pulled me in and hugged me. I realized then that I loved them both dearly. I had always seen Blanche as a golden-haired, golden child, the apple of any mother's eye. I saw Agnes as a timid shadow, frightened to step away from her mother's side. If I could go back and change or do anything different that day, I would have told them both that I sincerely loved them. It was a chance I would never get back. Aww. Instead, I just held them there, and by the time I was ready to speak, I heard it. The call began. Within the village, the call was almost a roar. The humming chant emanated from the chapel in all directions, low and bellowing. It felt as though it might knock you backwards. The glass of the window shook and chattered. It made my eyes flicker on the verge of fainting. My knees buckled, and I gripped Blanche for support. Her smile only grew. It's time, she said. as she took a step forward, flanked on either side by Agnes and I. Hand in hand we moved as one, just as every other trio of sisters before us had gone, just as he willed it. Just as every other trio of sisters before us had gone, just as he willed it. We walked through the front door and turned onto the main pathway through the village. When we did, I saw them. All the other girls in the windows and doorways silently loomed. Every step we took, we were traced by hundreds of wide eyes. Wet with wonder at our every step, they watched in anticipation. I knew because hundreds of times before I had been them. We slowly made our way down the path, met every few steps with another note of the call. I always thought since it was so loud at home, getting closer, it would be deafening. However, through some miracle, the closer we got to the chapel steps, the melody seemed sharper, more defined. The song was calm and quieter. It became more than bearable. I had always loved the call. It was a lull that reverberated from my bones down through the core of me. It was my dreams, song, and muse. Now, in this moment, I can say it was nothing short of intoxicating. I felt ready to fall into its warm embrace and never come out. I happily made the steps up the stairs, barely cognizant of my movements. My bare feet slid over the wood. They raised and fell over one another. One moment I was in the street, and the next I was at the doors of one building in the village I was never allowed to be near. It was the one rule even I strictly followed. I could feel my sister still next to me, Blanche's hand still in mine. They were both completely silent. There were no tears, laughter, or joy. We all sat staring at the doors. On the next pulse of the call, the doors cracked open, slowly revealing a blinding light from within. I pulled my free hand up to guard my eyes. When I lowered it, my eyes adjusted as much as they could. I saw now that the rising sun was pouring in like a dam let loose through the valley of pews. Past a large statue at the far end of the room, it flowed over every mother in the village. I thought it was unnerving to have the other girls watching, but it was nothing compared to the anxiety I now felt. Despite his call still growing even louder in my head and heart, I felt small under the scrutiny of the mothers. Their long dawn faces with their many wrinkles and pure white hair sat framing hooded eyes. They judged our every movement. Silently, they tracked us as we continued forward. No one within the chapel spoke or gave us direction. Something inside my head just keeps saying the same thing in a voice unlike any I'd ever heard before. "Go forth, come to me," it said. Step by step, we continued to move in unison, crossed the threshold of the forbidden chapel, and past the pews as we approached the statue, a statue that even today I have trouble explaining. Just like my dreams, it filled me with feelings. As my feelings changed, so did it. At one moment, I was giddy, a chalice filled to the cusp with joy. The statue was of a woman, but then it changed. In changing, I was content and at peace, so much that I could have laid down and just stared at it until I let the world waste away. I would have been fine with that. In my desire for it, it now seemed to become darker somehow. In my desire for it, it seemed to become darker somehow, scaled, foreign, and strange, but in no way repellent. It just was. And I was raptured that it was there at all. I wish I could have pulled my eyes from it to see the mothers. Were they looking at the statue with us, or were they taking in the triumph of seeing us as we saw with open eyes for the first time? At that moment, I was far too busy pulling in deep breaths of the every moment spent in its presence. Pulling in deep breaths of the every moment spent in its presence. I don't know how long we sat gazing into the statue. It could have been seconds or maybe hours. Time did not seem to matter. All I know is that when the call stopped, the statue was still there. Now it was a simple obelisk with no adornment, standing smaller than even Agnes. This feeling was jarring. The world came crashing down around me. I felt like a child who was trying to run after spinning circles with my eyes closed. Pulled from the dream, I fought to stay awake through the spinning. I could feel my sisters fighting the same urge as we swayed, held up by our combined will to remain strong and in the face of such judgment. I remember thinking, is this the weighing and judgment of our souls, a test of strength to persist under incomprehensible pressure? If only it had been. I looked to my sisters as I felt my legs start to stabilize. Blanche was somehow still smiling through a stupefied look of drunkenness. Agnes stared at the floor, though barely staying vertical by the good graces of Blanche's shoulder. If not for my weight to keep the balance between us, we surely would have toppled. Despite the call being gone now, I still heard the voice in my head repeating as before, "Go forth, come to me." I rolled the words around in my head. I could tell my sisters had heard it too. Even Agnes looked up towards the obelisk once more, and when she did, I saw her eyes turn to panic. I quickly looked back at the statue to see what I now know to be a man. The very first man I had ever seen. Father. The man stepped out from behind the obelisk. His white robes were offset by the true white of his hair. Just as in my dreams, he had hair upon his face. His skin told a story, time cut and weathered like a canyon carved by many inlets or rivers. His age was untold. I remember often thinking about how old the mothers around the village were. When I asked Mother when I would look as they did, her response was decades, tens of years until I would ever get my first wrinkle or gray hair. But if the mothers were old, then this thing in front of me was beyond my comprehension of time. He walked slowly, the apparent frailty of his age showing in the timid steps he took as he crossed the distance between us and the statue. He was tall, taller than the three of us, even Blanche, who stood half a head taller than I, taller than our mothers, who always felt like monoliths throughout our upbringing. I gazed up at him in awe. He stood silently scanning us, and when his eyes met mine, I remember questioning my own sight. For all his aged appearance, he seemed to have been stolen. His eyes seemed to have been stolen from a much younger man. Lightly colored, greenish-blue eyes peered back at me, spry, happy, and intelligent eyes. Not just wise like a mother's eyes, but calculating. He was watching us, but also measuring. I was sure of it. The whole chapel hung still in that silence. The only thing I heard was the breathing of my sister and I. I wanted to turn and look for Mother Genevieve. However, right as I made my head look away from him, he dragged me back with his breathy flat tone that resonated all throughout the chapel. You have been at your mother's sides for long enough. You have been brought to adulthood in solitude, safety, and purity. I felt plants shift uncomfortably next to me. Much like every mother you see standing around you now, you were girls and now you are women. You are women. He brought his hands in and touched his chest with the long nails of his fingers. I am father. I am the only man in the village. He paused, reopening his arms and spreading them wide with his palms down. It is my honor to be the keeper of the faith and call this chapel my home. Should you have faith in him, so too should you have faith in me as the keeper of his calling, he said. In a village of all female inhabitants, this may seem strange, but I promise all will be explained. You will have all your questions answered through your In a village of all female inhabitants, this may seem strange, but I promise all will be explained. You will have all your questions answered through your promised descent. His eyes became softer, held up his right hand, long fingers made longer by splintered, discolored nails that grew out unnaturally. Raised high for all to see, he held the motion. He held the motion before slowly bringing up his pinky and thumbnails to meet in front of his palm. His other 3 fingers remained above the now perfect circle. You 3 have come to descend, to travel. He brought the 3 fingers down through the bony circle, gripping the 3 tightly. He made a fist which shook at force. To visit the other world, to see what we have all seen, in the end, to be weighed and judged, to find where your place among us lies going forward. He stepped toward us and put his long, spindled fingers on both my shoulder and Agnes's. I flinched, but it did not seem to put him off. He leaned close, looking directly into my eyes and tilting his head back and forth. His facial hair scratched at the front of my dress. He inspected my face, and I tried my best not to move, even though under my skin my heart pounded. I felt as though all the worms of the marsh had found home within my flesh. As if noticing my unease, he lightly patted my back, his long nails sliding up and down the blade of my shoulder and occasionally catching against my linens. My skin turned to goose flesh and I prickled. I felt cold. Despite considerable effort, I began to shudder, staring back into his eyes. It felt as though his breath was a winter wind shear. Was a winter wind shear. His stare was a tunnel I dared not enter or turn from. I sat frozen in place, just another obelisk spectacle for all. "What is your name, child?" he commanded kindly. Belina. Belina? He enunciated, rolling the letters around in his mouth. He flicked his tongue against his teeth, as if tasting every letter. He smiled, lips pulling back to ribbons, exposing yellow husks of what were once human teeth. The smile pulled up at the corners of his eyes. What could have been joy could have also been cunning, as he whispered through a grin in a low rasp, "You will do nicely. Your mother should be proud. You will be the last to join me below." He then shifted quickly to onto Blanche, removing his hand from my shoulder, moved to touch her. Had I not been so unsettled, I would have taken great joy in the fact that even she jumped and began to shake under his inquisition. While he looked over my sisters, I had time to gather myself. Quickly, I realized that I did not have something to be happy about in the end. He had never checked. Quickly, I realized that I did have something to be happy about in the end. He had never checked my hands, never seen the many scars or history of scrapes. He was pleased. Mother had always told me that all we ever needed to do was please him, so surely I should have been pleased. Somehow, even without any logical reason to feel otherwise, I was anything but pleased. I looked on, transfixed, at the statue over Father's shoulder. It did not move as before, but I remember wishing it would, anything to rid me of this feeling of dread. I continued staring unfocused at the statue, facing forward as he carefully caressed and studied each of their faces, investigating their every feature. As time went on, I found myself staring past the statue to the door against the far wall. I wondered to myself, what lay beyond? I saw it was cracked open ever so slightly. There was something within the chamber. Oh no, I know it. I was like, it's gonna be a bed, isn't it? Yeah. There was something within the chamber. A small bed laid plain with white sheets made up neatly, and a nightstand next to it. Something on the nightstand caught my eye. Shifting my weight, I leaned to one side. The change gave me just enough perspective to see the object there, roughly the size of a head of lettuce. I say roughly because the object's shape was difficult to describe. It seemed iridescent, dark, and yet indistinct. When I squinted to make out what this amorphous thing was, I felt my eyes unfocus until my head hurt, and I was made to look away at the floor. Carefully, Father inspected my sisters for a great while before lifting his palms from the sides of Agnes's face and tore his eyes from hers. "Well done, girls, well done," he said, smiling magnanimously. He raised his head to orate to the congregation once more. "I am pleased. Your mothers have made him proud this day," he said as he scanned and nodded specifically to our mother somewhere in the room. Presumably still looking at our mothers, he continued, "You have done all you can and fulfilled your promises. Now they go to make promises of their own." Still, no one else spoke or even murmured. In my peripheral, I could see the shapes of the other mothers' heads as they slowly nodded their assent. "Blanche, you shall be the first of your sisters to descend. Your value and piety is well known to me, as well as your eagerness to serve his will. He restlessly awaits you. Let us not keep him waiting." I saw her stand taller with pride. Elated, she grinned. He held out his hand to her and she accepted. Overjoyed, she stepped up next to father and lightly moved as he did in his infirmity. As she neared the statue, I saw her look back one last time in the direction of the mothers. Blanche was happier than I had ever seen her. In that moment, as the sun came through the far window and silhouetted her in a glorious golden glow, I saw her as her mother must have seen her always. She was beautiful and perfect. Not in a backhanded sense, I had always thought of her before, but truly ideal. I wished then, and not for the last time, that I could be so ideal. Despite my envy of her value, we did not share the same dreams. I had never longed for this building or for the descent as she did. However, seeing her then as the heavenly sunbeams complemented her glittering hair, she was giddy and girlish, as though all the time she had spent preparing for this wanting adulthood had found her. Now she was free to be a child, if only for a moment. I found myself basking in her triumph, the kind of triumph that only sisters can have when seeing the other accomplish their dreams. I watched as she flickered out of sight around the backside of the statue. I smiled, expecting them to pass beyond the statue and into the room beyond. However, as her skirt disappeared behind the stone, they reappeared on the other side. As her skirt disappeared, they reappeared on the other side. At first, I was surprised. I leaned to look around the statue. Still did not see them. Finally, I looked around the mothers behind me. They all stood looking at the statue. I felt a small comfort knowing that although this was bizarre to me, this must have been a normal part of the ritual. So they go behind the obelisk and then they disappear. And is the door still cracked open on the room? I wonder if she's going to see in the room and they're going to be back there or not, you know. Very interesting. And it is interesting that this is like the man, but he's like, I'm the voice of the man. So he is the father, but he's also not the father, which again, this is very true of like the cult leader thing. They'll be like, well, God is the God up in the sky who controls all things. But since I'm the voice of God, I'm also God. And so I'm also of God. And so they like, you know, they do that bullshit where they like tie themselves into the Holy Trinity and they're like, because God's in all of us, God is in me because I'm his voice. And so, you know, if I do something, it can't be bad because I'm God, you know. It's a similar, you know, it's just interesting because we still get this idea that there is something else as well, like whatever the obelisk was, whatever is back in that room that she saw, the form that she saw that she couldn't describe, like you know, it's again, there's still more to be revealed, but I mean, I'm digging this so far. This is as far as a chapel scene goes, this one's definitely hitting. It's definitely, and as I said, like there's this beautiful moment where she talks about how happy her sister is, and like only a sister can feel this type of joy for another sister accomplishing their dream. It's like such a beautiful, touching moment still. Which makes it all the creepier, much more creepier. And she says how girlish she looks, giddy and girlish. So it's like, these are still young women. I don't think it's mentioned their ages yet, but like these are girls as far as I'm concerned, so it makes it that much more creepy and fucked up, like that there's a bed back there and there's this fucking weird shape thing. I almost wanted to call it an egg, but it didn't describe it that way. But remember, I'm still making connections to Gregory 88, even if the story isn't necessarily about that. It just, and so, yeah, just fucking creepy. And it's all like that juxtaposition of the like joy it's just such a different, like almost more despicable, because it's the trickery is, it's like the cult isn't just straight up evil, like the trickery is working, and so it's working on good people, and it makes it so much more nefarious and awful. Roughly 17, 18-ish, okay, roughly 7. See, and that's what I was wondering. I mean, it called them giddy and girlish, but it's like, the way they were saying that, like, you are ready to be women, I was like, I assume they're on the cusp of adulthood, but that's the thing is, we still don't really know what time period this is in either, so it's like, the cusp of womanhood has meant a lot of different things throughout history, so I appreciate that it's 17 or 18-ish in this story, but I mean, throughout most of history, womanhood was like, oh, you're 15, you're marrying age, you're a woman, and so it's like, it's fucking creepy, it's still creepy regardless. This isn't meant to be a C.K. Walker story by any means. I don't think it is. See, and that's the thing. I think there are some red herrings there. I think, like, there's the bed and stuff, so I think there's some stuff that's trickery in there, but I don't think it's just necessarily, like, there's too strong of a supernatural element, right? Like, I don't think this guy was just gonna be a cult leader who had 50 wives. I don't think it was gonna be that simple, but at the same time, I do think that maybe a god, like maybe this god is gonna like, impregnate or something similar to how in Nick Lowe's story, it's like she took a husband or they took a bride amongst the deep ones. Like, I do think there's still that sort of an element to it. And so, yeah, it's just so frightening, and like I said, it's frightening because it's so real and because like everyone's bought into it, right? Other than maybe our main character, like everyone, they're like, yes, they are a deity, and yes, this is the Father, and yes, he is holy. Yeah, very, very creepy, very fucking creepy. Nailed it. Okay, thanks. Now, okay, so this is the part I was at. Now, free from father's scrutiny, I continued to scan the parish for my own mother. I found all three of our mothers standing together a few rows back from the front. I don't know if I ever would have been able to spot them in the thickets of white manes and wrinkles. Okay, I see. I don't know if I ever would have been able to spot them in the thickets of white manes and wrinkles if Mother Beatrice had not stuck out among the rest. Blanche's normally rigid and stern mother stood staring in the direction of the statue, mesmerized like all the rest. What set her apart was that her face was beet red. Tears openly streamed the many canaled paths of her cheeks and ended as wide damp stains wicked into the front of her dress. She looked like she was in agony, on the verge of screaming, but her mouth was clamped shut. She trembled slightly. Mucus ran from her nose and left Unattended, it dripped out of sight behind the pews below, but she never moved. She did not speak. She just sat with her eyes glued to the statue, along with every other mother. Mother Elisa stood there next to Beatrice stoically. You could have taken the blank look from any other woman in the room and painted it over hers with no change. She seemed completely indifferent to her own daughter's descent. Glancing across to Mother Genevieve, I hoped to see her look back at me, hoping she would show some sign of life beyond that same look of indifference. She did not. Plain, blank-faced, and soulless, she looked transfixed past us, just like the rest. I watched them, observing my own mother. I was perplexed. I wish she would have looked at me, or even tended to Mother Beatrice to comfort her in some way, anything to give me a sign that the mother I knew still existed behind that stare. I was debating calling out to her. Unspoken rules of silence and tradition be damned, when all the eyes in the room shifted at once. Agnes? I spun to see Father standing on the other side of the statue. After adjusting garments back into place, he raised his hands in a welcoming gesture. Blanche was nowhere to be seen. I was panicking now. With no way to know, I had to assume this was normal to everyone else, and so it should be normal to me. I felt Agnes trembling as she stepped forward. My grip lingered on her fingers just before I let her go, and watched her walk away with Father. They disappeared behind the statue. My shoulders slumped. I felt so alone despite the hundreds of eyes at my back. I held Congress with my own thoughts. I attempted to think back to every teaching and sermon the mothers or Blanche had ever given me. Had they ever said anything to explain what was happening here? In the end, there was nothing I could think of. I cursed myself for my daydreaming ways. The part of me that had not cared about anything real within the village. It all seemed so normal and rigid, while the areas outside seemed different and curious. The simple rules and rites in this place never needed to be questioned because they were all just too mundane. I had craved so deeply to be free to the wild outside that I had missed the wild within. This part of me that I had always loved had betrayed me. I tried my best to convince myself that everything was fine as the little voice inside me groaned with dreaded anticipation. My mind raced. What could I remember of his teachings? I could hear Mother's voice reminding me that in His grace we could accomplish anything. Through faith in Him, we could descend to greatness in His presence. I found myself feeling like poor Agnes. I repeated myself, His will, His will, His will, underneath my breath as I focused on the floor. For the first time in my life, I truly hoped for it to mean something. This story is very creepy, Rude Dude. I'm glad you're here to hear it. I joined about halfway through and I'm still creeped out. Bro, it's a different kind of creepy. Like I was saying, it's very Midsommar, but it's its own thing, like totally not, but just in like the beauty and the perfection that like all the women have, and the older women and their stoicism and all that, like so creepy. Ugh. His will, under my breath as I focused on the floor. For the first time in my life, I truly hoped for it to mean something. Velina, came Father's deep, breathy tone. Velina. Velina. So creepy. I raised my eyes to meet his, as he had done countless times before. He raised his hand up and offered it to me. I shuddered at the thought of touching him, but I also felt the weight of the world around me to move with one final his will. I stepped forward and dropped my fingers into his waiting, clammy palm. Ugh. As his grip closed over my... And bro, those long fingernails. Okay. If I have to... I'm going to pause here. If I have to say one thing, it's that no matter how old you get, like as a person, if you have creepy long fingernails, whether that's fingernails or whether that's toenails. Now, granted, if you're a woman and you want to paint them or whatever, fine. But if you have creepy long nails as a man, long toenails or long fingernails, I don't know, like in my opinion, you're just trying to be the most creepy fucking person in the world, and it's disgusting, and you should be put in a home for people with creepy long fingernails. That's what I'm saying. It's so disgusting. I stepped forward and dropped my fingers into his waiting, clammy palm. As his grip closed over mine, I looked over to my mother one last time. She stood silent and still like a gargoyle. She had not moved in all this time. I felt myself wilting as the last hope of redemption withered, and I moved to look away. As I did, for the briefest moment, I saw Mother Genevieve's eyes move to mine. She quickly winked, one eye flickering before she returned her stare to the statue, having never moved another muscle, like nothing ever happened. Interesting. You should be proud, man. You should be very happy, Bagman. This is very good. Nothing ever happened. I felt Father's grip tighten as he pulled me lightly. I felt Father's grip tighten as he pulled me lightly. With renewed vitality and my mother's blessing, I moved myself next to Father. We rounded the statue completely, and now I saw the stairs as Father whispered to me, "Come now, child. The well awaits." Oh shit! So there is a well. I knew it. There's stairs that go down, and then they're gonna find the well, and the well, they're gonna go into the water, and then they're gonna get impregnated by the fish monster or whatever it is. I don't know. I gawked at Father. The mechanisms of my mind were slowly catching up as he guided me into the dark, descending the stairs. I soaked in the space below the chapel with a reverence. I looked over its details in a memory. I looked over its details like a memory. Red stones bled rust-colored clay that fortified the chamber and leaked onto the dugout stone staircase. Excitement crept in, and I began to edge out the dread as the steps ended. The well from my dreams came into view. Stepping off the stairs, Father released me to walk on my own as my feet sank into soggy mud. The muck longed to keep me and made my movements lethargic, caging my elation into a slow walk. I clopped ever closer to the culmination of my curiosity. I tread within the many footholes that crowded the space leading up to and surrounding the well. Reaching closer, this fairy tale boundary, I found myself inspecting the droplets from my dreams. As they danced, I followed them with my eyes. They whirled, slowly rising through an opening in the ceiling above. I stood below in wonder, watching the dribbles expire at the exit of the chimney, terminated by their contact with the sunlight. They puffed and winked out, drifting their essence into the wind before fading away entirely. At last, I gripped the edge of the well and stepped on. Okay. At last, I gripped the edge of the well and stepped on to the Karen. I don't know that word. Karen. Yeah, Karen that served as that served as a looking point. I leaned over the waters. Soft, wet beads perspired up and out of the pool like raindrops in reverse. They lifted and floated up over my hands and face, sweating off me as they traveled up through the opening above. Looking down, I expected to see something magical and equal in majesty to the supernatural aspect of the reversing waters. I was met only by the sight of my own face staring back at me, sharing a confused look. "Stare deep within, child," said Father. His calm, even voice echoed off of every wall, repeating multiple times throughout. I leaned closer, squinting. I tried to see beyond myself into the depths of the pool. "I don't see anything, Father," I said, my reflection mouthing the words. Not looking away from the water, I leaned down, my face almost touching nose to nose with my other self. Another long moment passed. I focused so hard that nothing else existed. I looked deep in her eyes, and then through her eyes, within her pupils, I thought I saw something moving beneath. "I see it. I see it!" I jumped, tried to pull back, but I was stopped an inch from the water. Father's hand was on the back of my neck. I panicked, flailing. I continued trying to push myself away from the well, away from those waters. I pushed on the ledge, fighting against his grip. He was strong, impossibly strong. His apparent frailty made clear by his age was nothing in the face of the strength he used to keep me there, staring at the waters of the well. I saw the girl there struggling, the man behind him holding her with one hand, his other braced on the edge of the well, and behind them both I saw the thing in the water, squirming and wriggling. "You go now to meet him, my child. Go now with my blessing, and may you find his grace," I squealed, pressing against him with all my might. His words and my cries struggled for supremacy in the chamber. When his words tapered off and my cries won out, his hand made the move. I thought his strength was superior when holding me in place, but it was nothing in the face of the force he used to push my head into and through the water surface. The frigid waters felt like needles shot through every inch of my face. I gasped and was rewarded with a mouth full of salt water that burned as it went down my throat. Father's hands now gripped my ankles, and as I struggled more, he gave me one last push down. I plunged deeper, fully submerged beneath the surface of the well. I saw only black below me for the briefest of seconds, but I was too concerned with breathing to consider anything else. My mind only thought of the first battle to breathe. Once I accomplished that goal, I would have the luxury to worry about what was beneath me. I immediately turned my head to the surface, though only a few feet down, I acted on instinct, pushing my legs against the side of the well. I kicked off with all my might, launching myself towards the precious life-saving air beyond. I rocketed upwards. If Father was there to stop me, I hoped I could at least get a breath before I had to fight him off. That thought would never come to matter. As I saw hope in the light above, I crashed into it like a wall. My head hit the surface, and I saw stars. Dazed, I floated there for a moment on the brink of darkness, of not only the well, but the despair of my own thoughts. Drifting within that hopelessness, I heard my mother's voice come back to me one last time. In the most difficult moments, take heed of my words. Give in completely. Have faith forever, my child. I didn't have much choice either way, but in that moment, I made the conscious choice. I now had no reason to trust Mother. I surely didn't have a reason to trust him, yet somehow I did. I surrendered myself to the waters of the well, opening my mouth and welcoming the fluid into my lungs. The liquid was alive as it ripped at my throat, burning like acid as it tore away at the tissue. I grabbed my throat in futility as the corners of my vision slowly faded darker. I struggled less as my limbs felt sluggish and useless. My last thought, as the final bubbles of life floated away from me and easily broke the surface, was that I finally knew the secret of the well. The darkness took me into its embrace, and my world went black. Damn! That was awesome. Oh, what a ride, dude. What a brutal. And that's not the ending, bro. That's part 2, Rude, dude. That's part 2 of part 4. So, I'm definitely going to have to read more of this one. I'm in. I'm definitely brought in, and I do want to see what happens at the end, or at the end of the story, but also just, you know, what happens on the other side of the well. Is she about to enter a whole nother underwater world? Is this an Atlantis scenario, you know? Is this a fucking you know, is there gonna be a Dagon creature down there that impregnates her? We really don't know. Yeah, I know Valina's journey is going to be complete by the end, because I know that, I mean, obviously she gets out, right? It's like my time spent with the Cult of the Deep. So, I would love to see what's on the other side too. Really, my only thing is that I do feel kind of bad, because I had this story, the door at the end of the hall doesn't exist today, it opened. I had this story on the docket too, and I would like to get to it, but I think I'm also just gonna have to do. I think my next stream is just gonna be designated to finishing Sisters, you know, because I'm already halfway through. Parts 1 and 2 were both pretty awesome in their own way. But part 2 definitely, you know, this is one of those stories that it's like, just read to part 2, and then, you know, if by the time you get to the end of part 2, you're going to want to read all 4 parts. We still need to meet him. We haven't met him yet. So I mean, him in some respects was the old man, but I don't think it was the old man. I think the old man is just maybe an extension of him, or he just uses some of him's powers. Like it says he has the strength, and stuff like that. So, yeah, and it's not even so much schedules. It's more just that, in a story like this, as long as I can commit to finishing the rest soon, it's almost better to let some of the parts breathe, because like I did that with Ross Road, right? And so each part had a little bit more of a hit. Same with Rude Dude Stories, no strings attached. Like it had a little bit more fun to it, but I do think I like doing multi-parts like this. Like read a few parts, then read the last few parts. You know what I mean? I think it's best to just break it up into 2 parts like that. And I am still gonna give a lot. I still have a lot to say about this story, so don't worry, I'm not moving on yet. But yeah, I do have to say that, like, I think the first 2 parts of this story were so well written, and it set it up so well that now we finally get, and that's hinted very early on in the first part, that the well has been calling to her. She likes to dream because she is captivated by this well, and so now we finally gone into the well, right? So I think this is a perfect part to stop and theorize about, is what is on the other side of this well. It's called the Cult of the Deep. We know a few things. So this is my theorizing part, and then I'll get to just some other thoughts I have. But so there's something about the water, right? There's something about the swamps that surround it, is that they're not supposed to go in the swamp. They're not supposed to cut themselves or bleed in any sort of way, really. Now, do all the girls really live up to that? Or, we'll see. Or is that just something that, like, they don't want them to have any sickness or infection when they go into this? So maybe there's an element to that, is they don't want them to bring any taint into the well, right? Into wherever he resides, wherever he lives. So it could be something to do with that. But they also know that they didn't want them in the water out there. And it says that when she got the water in her cut, it says it burned. And then when she lets the water in from the well, it burns too. And yes, salt water can do that. It says that it's salt water. Salt water can have kind of that effect, on a person. But I'm getting a sense, I mean, the water was floating up to the ceiling. So I'm getting the sense that this is some sort of a magical, the water in and of itself has some supernatural properties in addition to him and he who resides in it, right? And so I'm wondering if, like, they don't want them to go, even though we know our character did play in the swamp and was used to it, but maybe they don't want, like, their blood to be exposed to the water. Maybe there's something about, like, maybe that can give them some sort of power, like preordained power, if they have their blood exposed to the water. And maybe that is how our main character is going to ultimately, because we know that they leave the cult, right? So we have to believe that some sort of fight or some sort of conflict is going to happen that's ultimately going to cause our main character, Valina, to leave the cult, right? And so I don't believe that she's going to fully give herself over to him, right? And so because of that, I'm wondering if the fact that she got the water in her cut is going to give her some sort of an immunity that's going to allow her to resist, so to speak, or do something like that. So I do think there's a lot that happened in that first part that's very purposeful and very much matters. And as much as our character was like, oh, I'm happy that they didn't look for cuts, and so clearly the rules don't matter. I actually do think the rules matter quite a bit, and the fact that our main character broke those rules, or had their sister try to clean out the cut and do all that stuff, I think that is going to turn out to be a very fortuitous turn. And it's why ultimately, because when we're reading this story, our narrator is only talking about her sisters with love and like devotion and like, I wish I could have told them both I love them. So I think we're going to see and understand that that what her sisters did is ultimately what saved her life, like, or helped her to escape. And so had Blanche not been who she was, and had Agnes not been who she was, it wouldn't have allowed her to be in a position to get out of this cult, right? And so I think that the stories is called Sisters, and ultimately I think the sisters bond and stuff is going to be the thing that matters and that carries throughout this story, that despite all the horrors, the mind control, the whatever that's going on in the cult, it's ultimately going to be this bond of sisterhood that carries our main character through, and that allows them to come out on top, if that is indeed what happens. Now, just the fact that our main character escapes the cult doesn't necessarily mean that they come out on top. We don't fully know, right? But that's kind of where I want to go with the theories. It said that the statue, there was a point when the statue got kind of scaly. It mentioned something about that. And so I do have to assume also that, if I have to guess, I'm going to have to say this is a creature in the well. The him, I don't know if he's going to be a humanoid or a whatever. We know that that Lovecraft, that this is a Bagman's, it is his Lovecraftian sort of, foray, so to speak. And so I am going to have to assume that we are going to get that him is going to be more creature than man. Now that could mean he could, the statue changed into different things too. So we have to assume that maybe that sort of a power is going to exist with him, that he's going to be able to like alter his form and take several different forms. So I'm going to assume that, but I think in his most truest form, in his most whatever horrifying form, I think it's not going to be necessarily a human. I think it's going to be Cthulhu, Dagon, a monster, a creature. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And then also I just have to say that like the imagery of the well, and like the fact that turns into the smoke, and that is what goes up, I just find that so interesting, because it's like they know that she said she always had 3 questions about what, and I don't know that she ever said what the third one is, but it obviously had to do with the smoke. It was like, what is the light? I forget what the other one was. And then it had, and then it was to do with the smoke. So the fact that the water just is like floating upwards and then hitting the air and whatever, mystifying, evaporating like that. I think that is very, such a cool idea, and so cool that like, that this well is just this constant as if it's a fire burning, right? It's not a fire, but that's what I'm saying, is that is the constant thing that's always going on in the church. So you almost have to wonder that for this cult to like end or what, like, is the well gonna have to be destroyed, or maybe it's gonna like cave in or something. So there's just something about that I think is very interesting and very kind of fun, because it says how it just going into the air, so it makes sense why this whole village, why everyone dreams of this well, and why they all they have these docile kind of like amazing dreams and devotion. And it's like, well, yeah, there's this fucking smokestack, the magical water from the well is being evaporated and just mixing into the air all around the village. So it's like, yeah, it's pervasive, it gets into everything. So that's just such a cool, it's almost like in the well itself, it's like it's like, who know, like you could take this in a totally scientific route and be like, oh yeah, it's like a liquid hallucinogen that flows up, and just is spread around in the air all around them. And we've seen that in a lot of other like cult or supernatural stuff, where it's like, oh, this person sees this thing because they're hallucinating, because it's in the smoke, it's in the air, you know what I mean? Like I remember there's the Sherlock Holmes show, the Sherlock with the Hound and the Baskervilles, and that's kind of part of it too. Is like that the smoke on the moor is like a hallucinogen, and yeah, I just think that is super fun. Now, so just I guess, just into, obviously, I think it's really great writing. I think there's really not much I'm going to have to say to critique this story. I think once I get to the end and fully everything, there might be a bit more. I think the father in the church is very creepy. I think that's very well done. I like that he's kind of feeble, but then when he goes down into the basement, he's like strong and he pushes her in the well. I think that's a really creepy touch too. I don't know if the bed part was just a red herring straight up, with the bed and the thing in the room. I don't know. I assume that's going to come back in the later parts of the story. But if it was just kind of a red herring, like if that's just the bed that the father sleeps in, and the women never go back there or whatever, I do think that's a little fucked up, a little rude of you, if it doesn't come back in. But I'm going to assume that it does in some way. So I'm not going to hold that against you. But yeah, I guess the main sort of, because this story is kind of out of time, right? Like cults are kind of out of time anyways, but I do think there could be something said about the fact that the women are, or that when they descend, yes, it's said that, it's because they become women, but we don't know fully what that means in the context of the cult. Like, does it mean that they are, like you said, 16, 17, 18? So I do think there's maybe some way to just even say that, like, even at the part where she mentions, like, you won't look this way till decades, and maybe you could just mention something about how the girl is like, well, I've been almost alive for 2 decades now. So you could mention something without saying like, I'm 18 years old, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be like that, but I do think if only to, and with the tone of the girls, we got that they were smart, but I just didn't know if they were like 15-year-old, like like smart kids or if they were, kind of older. Like we get from some of the tone, but then the one sister, Agnes, was crying so much that I really wasn't sure. And obviously their emotions and stuff, they're gonna be infantile in some way because they're programmed, right? Because they're part of this cult, so they're gonna be kind of naive in certain ways. Um, okay, the bed serves as a final red herring, but uh, also it was meant to show the item which which he has in his possession. It is not directly called back to because he speaks about it it himself in his introduction. Um, yeah, and like I said, you don't have to come out and say like on the eve of my 15th year or my 17th year. It doesn't have to be that obvious, but it could just be a little line about, or like even when the girls are doing the stare down, the two perfect girls, like it could just be a quick little line about how like they both looked so mature, although neither of them were, you know, uh, neither of them were, or both of them were well short of 2 decades old. Like just something kind of like that, where we get a little bit better sense. But because that's the thing, it's like Blanche seems like it describes her as motherly and all this stuff. So Blanche is literally seems so like mature and old, but then Agnes is so kind of like a timid that it just, to me it was like the age kept going like could be here, and I just kept moving back and forth. And I don't know that it's like fully even something you have to add. I'm just saying that and maybe the story works better if you don't add something about the age, because maybe it can be as creepy as people want. Like they can literally think these girls are like 13 to whatever, and so I think that I think that holds, that mystery of it holds some, you know what I mean, holds some weight, and it makes me so fearful for these like what I consider to be children. And regardless, even if they're 17, 18, I consider them to be children because they're so indoctrinated, right? Because they're so sheltered. Like yeah, let's see when you finish. Okay, yeah, and I get that. And so, but really, like honestly, the writing was so beautiful. If anything, like with the flowers on the petals on the stuff and the green, and I know they're not even really supposed to look in the church, so maybe just, and it's a good length too, so I don't want to say like add a bunch of stuff, but I was gonna say maybe like just hint at the green light a little bit more, or the hum of the that puts them to sleep. Like maybe start those things a little earlier on, if only so it can build some of that foreboding tension. Because the only real thing I have to say is that there's so much of it that's like so beautiful and beautiful imagery and things seem happy, that it makes it that much more scary when things are going wrong and when things are going like whatever. But when that dark underbelly starts showing, um but maybe just, yeah, have like a few other lines just in there about, or the green, like maybe just something even about the green glow from the chapel at night as they fall asleep, like just something like that. I think could just, uh it could just build upon this inevitability of there's always this descent that they're waiting for and that's happening. And um there is a monster that's living underneath them, or there is him who's always down there, and that is terrifying, so maybe just the idyllic scenes and everything in it are great because it's a great contrast, right? But I think maybe just don't be afraid to really hint at that ugliness beneath, or that creepiness that's always beneath. Because even like in the well, until the very end where she gets like thrown into the well, even the well she's like so intoxicated by, and I realize that's part of the allure, and it is made to drag them in and lull them into this like false sense of security. I assume it's false anyways, but I would just say that like in the moments where there can be the fear or the dread or the even just unknown, that I don't know, to just explore that more. I mean, you're a very amazing writer, very skilled writer, so you just got to follow your instincts and do what you want to do. But I would just say that in those moments, like when it talks about the rhythm that the call, the chant, or whatever it is, like it already builds fear and terror, but then at the same time, the girls are excited. It lulls them. It's the tune that they fall asleep to. So maybe there's just times in the beginning parts of the story where we can, like, I don't know, where we can see that, or where we can understand like how truly mesmerizing that is to them, to the point where it can maybe even take our main character from being like worried about stuff and thinking about all this unknowns to come, and just completely just shut off that anxiety and just make them go, ugh. But then also too, we get the one mom winking at her daughter when they're in the full stare. So I do think certain people are like immune to this whole, like the one mom she was crying, I think, for her daughter, but she was so locked into it. But then the other mom, Beatrice, winked at our narrator. And so I do think there's not much more I can say without knowing fully everything that happens in the story. But this was such a strong, great beginning and amazing just start to the story, man. So thank you so much for sharing it with me, and like thank you for for just writing it and just putting it out there and sharing it with us. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, some of the stuff I might say might sound like stupid or wrong, having known what happens later. So you just gotta, your instincts are great, and this is a great story. So just like follow that. Don't and like I said, like your writing and the scenery and everything is just so beautiful that when things do turn scary, don't be afraid to let them turn scary. You know what I mean? Like, because those beautiful parts are going to just stand in such gorgeous contrast to that fear and that horror. And you did at the end, right? Like the part when she's like dying or drowning in the well. I mean, that's horrifying. So it's like you do go there. Don't let me think that I'm just telling you that this story was beautiful the whole time and it was all great, because that's not what I meant. I just mean that some of the imagery is so idyllic and beautiful in the beginning that some of those foreboding parts might just kind of fly right by the reader. They might not pick up on them quite as much as they should for how the tension and stuff is supposed to build. So yeah. I'll be back for the end. Just toss me a DM when that happens, and I will be back to discuss. Yeah, absolutely, man. No, I certainly will. I don't know if you're in the Creepcast Discord or not too, but you should message me on there because yeah, I hope we can chat. Just in the future too, because this was a really killer story, man. Think moment by moment. Well, good. You clearly killed it. My hat is off to you, sir. That was a killer. That was a killer story. And this is what I love too about when I do read parts is like what I love is it's a killer story just right now. There's still 2 more parts to go. That's awesome. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
That's such a neat. You don't get that anywhere else. That's so fun. Look at Francis.
I remember you.
Miss Franny.
Don't overdo it on the mints this time, hun.
Franny, we're in a bit of a...
Yeah, always a dame that needs saving. I'll make sure you're not disturbed.
This is not like her show. It isn't cozy or safe. Old detective serials. These aren't my memories. Well, yeah, because you didn't watch the show or my friends. Yeah, they're looking for Gabby. That's what he asked
Give
for.
me those documents again, Chief.
I'm gonna beat up Jonah. I don't care what he wants.
That's more like it. Starlet finds a new stage, facing grueling new demands. Can she handle the glamour of a life among the stars? Only time will tell.
And this version makes sense to you?
I don't care if I cause this.
At least we know she's still out there.
Of course she is, silly. Angels can't die.
Just need to fix it.
So what does it mean, detective?
Let's think. All the clues have to be here. It's how the show works.
Ray said, oh no, don't be a VTuber.
Finds a new stage.
So she went to a new show.
Is she coming back?
Why? The show may change, but she's the same. Know how to find her.
Yes, that was a splendid beginning to our partnership. A very well-handled job, and profitable for you. My hand. Take it to bind our pact. Come, take my hand.
Setting topics, herrings, all tailored with love for Creepcast hosts and fans. I could tell. And I was. Anyways, it's 2 a.m. I gotta head to bed. Thanks again, man. So glad you liked it. I loved it. And also too, I just want to say that like I got the bed and the herring and like the stuff like that and. Maybe in the future I will make more jokes and do stuff like that. But like also I was just digging the story so much that I wasn't gonna like take a lot of time away from it to be like, oh, what's going on with this? Oh, it's one of them stories, we got another Broska situation. But hopefully one day they'll read it on the show, man, and then you can hear them. They'll be the one to get all those, and to they'll be able to tell, as I could tell, that this was certainly made with love for the Creepcast podcast and that community. And honestly, it shows in the work, and it just shows that you can have a really good story that also knows the memes and of the community and can like subvert them right in a fun way. Like it doesn't have to just be like Jeff the Killer / ridiculous, like Wrinkles the Cupcake or whatever, the My Little Pony. It doesn't just have to be shit like that. It can be a really good standalone story that a person could read and love, never having listened to Creepcast, and then it could be a great story for Creepcast fans too. You know, it can have both. But go to bed. You know, it is 2 a.m. I work nights. I'm a night person, so you know, I get it that people have to go to bed, but don't be surprised when you see me streaming at these sorts of times, because this is pretty much all I can do. You know, this is my bread and butter. So, yeah, thank you so much, man. Thank you. The Bagman, dude. Again, sorry, that's and that is the Bagman, folks. All right, well, we got one more. It's a long one. It's not a short one, but I messaged this person and my computer hasn't shit the bed yet, so I don't want to disappoint. The stream, I mean, don't get me wrong, the stories at the beginning and stuff were good, but the stream kind of got a slow start because, you know, people were complaining about issues of it cutting out, and so I'm just gonna keep going because I don't know. Yeah, I want to, but also it's just one of those things where it's like I'm having fun now. I was having fun earlier, but then I just kind of felt bad because yeah, some people were not. It was not working so great, and so I'm hoping that now it is working better, and now we can keep the fun times rolling. Plus, it's October. It's October, baby. All right. Do need some more. My voice is definitely getting a little hoarse, so I do need vacation. The door at the end of the hall doesn't exist. Today it opened. From Nectarine Less 2929. Let's do Halloween lo-fi. We're gonna mix it up. Hall doesn't exist. Today it opened. My mother was murdered last week. Well, that's a hell of a start to a story. If I do have to say myself. She was a pious woman. Overly so. But she was a good woman. I get why it says but she was a good woman, or that like it's saying but she was a good woman. It's because now piety is so often associated with people being like vindictive and judgmental, but I feel like it would, like 50 or 100 years ago, it would be like she was a pious woman, overly so. So of course she was a good woman. Like, you know, there was a time when piety meant good, and I just think it's interesting that now it's kind of the opposite, right? You know, like especially if someone's overly pious, it's like, but she was still a good woman, you know. It's just funny how much religion can skew either way, depending on history, you know. It's like a man of God can mean, oh, he's a good man, or it can mean like, oh, he's like a murderer, vindictive, you know, he's like doing the crusades, he's out there just murdering tons of people, like. She was a pious woman, overly so. But she was a good woman. I chose to believe. Misguided. But she lived her life by her own metrics. My dad left us when I was young, taking with him my older sibling by blood. Oh, interesting. My dad left us when I was young, taking with him my older sibling by blood to start a new family. My mother and I stayed until I could take no more and fled to the opposite side of the country. When I received news of her passing, I was numb. Part of me was ecstatic that I was free, but most of me was sad, guilty. It was my own mother. She had raised me to be what I considered a halfway decent young man. Perhaps it was some sort of duty that I decided, to buy out my sibling's stake in the house, to claim it all myself. None fought, provided any sort of counter, and the very next day I was provided a set of old keys fixed to a large key ring. In truth, I was seeking a means of returning to the East. A few months prior to the death of Mother, James, my elder brother, reached out to me. He had an instant kindling, as long lost siblings often. Speaking of sports and cars and women, it was James that broke the news to me of Mother's passing. I had just returned from a trip to Florida, seeking new ventures closer to home. It was a hot day in September that I entered my beat-down Toyota, tightly packed with everything I deemed worth keeping. In my rearview mirror was my past, my present, but most certainly not my future. The darkness that permeated my past came shooting Maybe it's supposed to say car here, at my car. The darkness that permeated my past came shooting at me. Its tendrils of lucidity grasping at the tires. The thick miasma of its deep depths washed over me. I just think depths. I don't think you need deep depths. Deep depths sounds a little silly right here, I have to say. The thick miasma of its deep depths washed over me, needling into my arms. I shook my head. The tendrils retreated, pulling back into my part. My eyes fell onto the cracked windshield, to my future. I pulled out of the designated parking spot of my apartment and turned the page. The drive was for a 4-day cross-country tour, stopping in several states as I made my way from Arizona to North Carolina. The drive itself was uneventful, full of rock albums I had grabbed from a thrift store somewhere in New Mexico, bands that I had never heard of, bands I will never listen to again, all lost to my past. The cold air was the first thing I noticed after exiting my car. Second, the freshness of it. The weight of my past had well and good been left behind me, unable to keep up the breakneck pace of the old Toyota. Its creeping tendrils would have given up somewhere back around the junction of I-17 and the 101. an hour or so after I left. The White House was still white, if only splattered in hidden splashes. Most of the paint was now patina, frayed and weathered. The roof was balding, even missing in chunks. Rafters hung dismally from the thing, as if the whole of its heart had been ripped from its center. Windows were cracked, shattered, the targets of rocks and stones. The door was plastered with adverts, warnings from the HOA, and empty boxes. No doubt these were 1 point full of whatever fleeting subscription my mother had on her last days. As I walked up the sloping driveway, I could see how it used to be. Pristine white walls, flowers blooming before the porch. Every window shined to a crystal-like appearance. The door shook me from my stupor. Its shredding wooden surface was covered in deep grooves and cuts. It was as if some beast had ran its fingers, tipped to razors down the door. Some of the adverts and flyers had even been torn along these. Stunned, my mind raced at what could possibly do such a thing. A kid with a knife? Angry at the world, taking it out on the house that surely the whole block knew was currently empty. A scorned neighbor, mad they didn't get a chance to do my mother in. Perhaps the devil himself, come to pay twisted homage. Twisted homage. I never know how to pronounce that word. Come to pay twisted homage to his own equal passing mortal toil. Fumbling with the keys for a moment, I pushed the thoughts to the back of my mind. How long had it been since I was last home? These could be years upon years of unwilling neglect for all I knew. I mentally added the door to the long list of things to repair or replace. The key slid into the lock, turning with a loud clink, and I entered the house, entered my future, my present, and my past. Entering the house was like a slap in the face. It was a rude awakening and entering a nightmare all at once. The house was decrepit, an ancient tomb of cobwebs and dirt. Heavy in the air was the stench of death and age, mothballs mingled with rotting fruits. Every piece of furniture was covered loosely with a white sheet, as if whomever had done the walkthrough wanted nothing more than to leave the mausoleum to its eternal slumber. The gaudy light fixtures that looked like stolen street lamps stood out nearly a foot, just as silent and dead as my mother. From where I stood at the front door, I could see down a dark hall, its blackness an engulfing void with no end. The stairs next to that creaked, and groans from nothing but weight of all of the memories held within these four walls, drooping, twisted, and leading somewhere both up and into hell. The longer I stared into the void that was the house, the more it stared back. The more its maw opened wider and wider and wider, threatening to swallow the whole of my world. The sheets became dancing ghosts, white flames tickling the heavens above. My hand fumbled and I quickly tried to locate the light switch, frantically tapping the wall with a sharp thunk, thunk that echoed into the void before me. I wanted to scream. Everything felt as if it was circling me, spinning into a drain, dragging my whole dragging my whole insanity with it. My throat tightened, my muscles screamed, I screamed. At long last, just as my own heart began its own... See, here we have a repetition of own. You don't need it. At long last, just as my heart began, or like it could be just as my heart began its own war song. I think that works fine. I don't think just as my own heart began its own war song, my fingers found purchase along the cold plastic edge of eternity. That switch flipped and darkness, endless abyss, cruel creeping tendrils shooting cold venom into my veins. My phone had a light. My phone was salvation, anything but this, please. The ghost began to scream and rattle and chant. The hell from the stairs called to me. It sang to me, promise of peace and safety. Which pocket? The front empty. Thing from the hallway's pocket, the front empty. The thing from the hallway's mouth began to close around me, its breath hot and rancid. Its breath hot and rancid, and flesh with meat and blood. I think it's like its breath hot and rancid. I don't know. There's two ands back to back there though. It's a little clunky right here. Its breath hot and rancid and and fresh with a red flesh. Okay, so maybe that's fine, but and fresh with meat and blood. Somewhere within that maw, I saw its last victim. Saw myself, my jacket pocket surely. My fingers fought to enter, pushing against the fabric as it laughed manically. The thing's tongue brushed against my face, wet and hot. I grabbed my phone, ripping from my pocket and almost sending it flying away from me, down the maw of the thing into oblivion, where I would surely be reunites with it. I think it's surely be reunited with it. The moment my phone left my pocket, the screen lit up. The world became a sea of gold and blue color. Oh, the color. I suddenly felt very silly as I watched the ghost shift back to sheets. The maw drift back to nothing but a long hall. The stairs stopped their choir. I could feel my heart and my throat slamming as it tried to jump to smack some sense into my brain. Down the hall, I saw a flash of white pass through a closed door. Part of my delusions, I told myself, yet I could still hear the devil laugh. Perhaps it was just one last trick, one last torment, one last punishment, a final goodbye from my mother. As I made my way down the hall to the basement and the breakers, I recalled my childhood with my mother. When I was a child, I would misbehave as a child does. The punishments were immediate and swift. The one that stood the strongest in my mind was when I was 5. I had just come home from school, high off the cupcake we were given for someone's birthday. Mine was chocolate with a green frog ring embedded into the swirl. It had green and blue glitter. An ombre of swamp water for my little from the rest. I was not allowed much sugar as a kid. Perhaps the one thing I can genuinely say was a positive impact on my adult life. Needless to say, I was on the moon. The ride home, and my mother was already becoming upset. But it was when I tripped on a loose shoelace that her ire came down as a hammer. In a swift motion, she grabbed me by the collar, dragging me down the hallway. We went past 3 doors, a bathroom, a guest room that my grandmother would sometimes use, and my room. The door on the right, the last one in the hallway, slammed open with a clash of thunder. Get down there, pray on your sins, and don't come out until I get you. Often she would add, or hell be to pay. Hell be to pay. Or hell be to pay. At the end, and truth be told, I couldn't say if it was added this time or not. I was too busy rolling down the dingy stairs to the bottom of the basement. I tumbled deeper into the depths, darkness engulfing me. Perhaps it was this memory, the fire of it, that triggered me so as I entered the house. Regardless, it was the basement that I went to. The breaker was deep in the basement, at the back wall with the laundry and boxed junk. It was an uneventful repair. Getting to the main breaker back online, I was out of the basement and into the hallway as quick as my legs would carry. The feeling of being watched was something that waited for me around every corner, behind every box, inside the walls. It made my back tense, and I could fear a cold fear run along my spine. Now with the lights, I was free. Now with the lights, I was free to full explore the old building. Mausoleum was an apt word for it. The smell of death and mothballs still hung in the air, fighting against some sort of scented plug. And now churning, I was doubtful it helped. I started in the kitchen. A fruit basket had been left to rot for who knows how long, protected from flies and maggots by a thin wrap of plastic placed over it. Popping open the fridge, I saw much of nothing. A few jars and bottles of sauces, condiments, and a single can of cola. The cupboards were much of the same, with only canned goods remaining. The idea of a home-cooked meal, my first night at my new house, went up in a puff of black smoke. Taking inventory of what utensils and pots I had, I found those just as lacking as the food. Most of the pots and pans were in the oven, topped with a thick layer of dust and webs. They were a cheap brand regardless, so nothing I would have kept. The kitchen tools were sparse, with a knife block, a few spoons, and a drawer dedicated to carry out sauce package and packaged cutlery. Mother had been eating, but she hadn't cooked for a long time. I doubled back, noticing something odd about the knife block. Despite how untouched the kitchen felt, there was a knife missing. A large kitchen knife that I doubt Mother would have touched, even if she did cook. Opening a few drawers and nothing, the knife was missing. It was the only knife missing, so I suppose she might have given it away to someone, mentioning needing a new one. The living room was sterile and unlived. There was no TV, no radio, no fireplace. A single round table sat in the center of the area, topped with an array of religious magazines. Some were open, some were neatly stacked. A Bible, a Bible sat below on a shelf, heavy and worn. I wondered if she would have been able to lift the damn thing, let alone crack it open at church. I wandered down the hall, taking note of the rooms. The left held a guest room, which I had claimed as my own for the time being. Beyond that was a bathroom, untouched, and finally Mother's room. My hand hung over the handle for a moment, but I decided I wasn't ready to see. I turned to the right, noting the empty wall at the end of the hall. Behind me on the right was a single door that led to the basement. Happy enough with the layout and the idea for the rooms, I decided to gather my belongings. Entering the garage, I was surprised to not only find it empty, the lights in good shape. Mother did not have a car, refusing to pay for hers to be claimed from impound. They did leave the empty garbage to the flies and the spiders. Each corner was thick in webbing, made all the more noticeable with layers of dust. The large door slid open with a groan, a giant snake popping at the joints as it moved for the first time in eons. The light from the sun began to drift in, overtaking small light bulbs. Blinking to adjust to the intensity of the natural light, my car slowly came into focus, along with him standing next to it. It was James. He was taller than me, his hair short and clean-shaven, an attorney of some sort. He had helped me with drafting the offer letters to my siblings for buying the house. I was thankful for him then, but I'd be lying if I said that seeing him now was not at least a little irritating. I put a smile on, shook off the irritation, and went to put a show. Went to put on a show? James, I called out to him. Good to see you, brother. He turned to me, his face stern and calculating for just long enough to catch it before softening into a broad smile. I always loved his smile, the way it always reached his eyes. Ah, Mark, he embraced me, wrapping me in his arms around his shoulders. He was taller. He smelled of fancy cologne, one of those French names, Gouard or Chen. As we pulled away, Marcus, please. Of course, my bad. He looked past me into the den of spiders. Marcus, how was your drive? It was divine. It felt like I was truly turning the page. How many times did you listen to that song, huh? James smacked my arm. Some brotherly love, he continued. I'd wager you broke the disc halfway down the 70, I laughed. No, I saved that one for tonight. Turning towards the house, I let out a breath. First night in the old house. Head in, check it out. James asked. Got the main power back on? Yeah, I spoke softly. Too softly at first before repeating louder. Yeah, let's head on in. Inside, the plug-in had done some work. The air was still stagnant, but fresh linen masked some of the rotting fruit. Not enough, as it was the first thing out of James's mouth. God, who the fuck let fruit in here in the summer? I mean, I'm in a coat, I added, feeling embarrassed. Even if I had truly owned the place for all of 10 minutes, it was still mine. Yeah, but James seemed to look for the right word, maybe even avoiding weird or different. He seemed to catch my thought, giving me a side eye before shooting me back a look. No, not that. I was going to say, desert lizard. Sighing, I really took the whole of it in. God, maybe I am though. I mean, none of you even remotely wanted this house, yet here we are. Don't beat yourself up. When Dad left, I cut him off, knowing where he was going. Mom only wanted to keep me for some fucked up reason. We stood in silence for a moment. James cut through. Sure, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, but some good bones. He took all of it. I wish I knew her more. The funeral was beautiful, but I just felt disconnected. A blessing, believe me. Tell you what, James spoke confidently, always one with a plan. I have a meeting I have to go to, but I'll have one of the interns drop off some goods for you. Cleaning supplies, maybe some food. This weekend we're on a hiatus while the city figures out its shit. I'll be by, we'll catch up. His hand was on my shoulder. It was comforting. Thanks, honestly, I appreciate it. I know things have been strange between us, but I'd love to try and get closer. Don't worry about the others. They'll either come around or they won't. Who gives a fuck? James sounded convincing. James sounded convincing, if nothing else. Bring the beer, I interjected, wanting to not dwell on something I had no control over. James smiled. We don't have much of that micro brew IPA bowl you West Coasters like, but I'll bring the good stuff. Before he left, he asked for the bathroom. I pointed him down the hall and began to take inventory of the kitchen. A moment later, James came back, a puzzled look on his face. Has the door at the end of the hall always been there? What door? Sure enough, at the end of a long hall was a door that doesn't exist. It was the same as any other door in the house. Wood and sturdy. It wasn't its presence that shocked me. It was the scratches, deep and identical to the front door. The next few hours were a whir. They came and went quicker than regret on a Friday night bender. James was good to his word, sending some pretty intern over. Maybe Kara or Kayla. With her was what I really cared about. Garbage bags, sponge cleaning supplies, and good old-fashioned beer. It was a symphony of suds and water, bag after bag filled and thrown into the spiders. I had all but forgotten about the door. It was late, but luckily the local pizza place ran a special. I had enough to throw the kid a 20 when he dropped off the pizza. He lingered for a moment. What's up, man? Didn't I give you enough? Well, it's not that. It's just the kid shuddered out the words. I heard about the lady that died here. What about my mother? I mean, I heard it was brutal. Glared at him, trying to keep the irritation down. I'd call his boss, have him reprimanded, and... Did they catch the guy? Fuck it, I thought. I'll teach him a lesson. No, I'm right here, aren't I? Why don't you come on in? Whatever, man. Nah, come on, man. Let me show you the knives the old broad left me. Stop it, the pizza boy cried out, obviously upset. I smiled at him, wide and toothy. The long one is my favorite. The way it just glides. Shut up, he screamed at me. See if I ever deliver your shit again, asshole. Egg my house and I'll find you, I called after him. He all but ran to his car. He flipped me the bird as he drove off. I returned a smile and a wave. That's funny. Back into the house I went, stopping a moment to look at the door as I stepped inside. Back into the house I went, stopping a moment to look over at the door as I stepped inside. Papers littered its scarred surface. Grabbing what I could with an empty hand, I slammed the door, locking it with a loud click. It was quiet inside. Had it always been so quiet? The hall before me was dark, grimacing. I swung by the hall and flicked the light on. Felt better with the light, but something was still off. Just one too many beers, I thought to myself. My mind drifted to the door in the light of the hall. The door was there. It was really there. Put the pizza on the kitchen table and turned back to the slowly walked the stretch of the hall, watching the door. I felt like a rabid beast hiding in grass, ready to lurch out. My throat tightened, running dry. I ran my fingers along the wood. It was cold, but most certainly real. I felt the edge of the door, the way it rose from the hall, or the way it rose from the wall. I reached for the handle, my mind racing. What was on the other side? Surely a linen closet. Maybe a room that I misremember? The knob turned slowly, then it stopped, locked. After all that, it's a locked door. It was a relief. Now I don't have to worry about whatever the door is. I'm not getting in there, and nothing is getting out. Saying something was even there. My dreams were vivid, empty, and cold. I was in an expanse of nothingness, drifting in the currents of the void. My limbs hung loosely at my sides, uncontrollable and frozen. My eyes were fixed to what I could only assume was the sky. A single star glittered above, a Morse code ballad. There was no breeze, no clouds, no temperature. I felt as if in the sea, the to and fro twisting my stomach into knots, while somehow also feeling as if falling. It was silent, save a single repeating phrase. My mother's voice asking in a pained voice over and over and over, "Why?" I shot up, my chest heaving and my blood a torrent. It was dark, but lightly illuminated from the morning sun dripping into the room from the now open windows. The smell of rot had left after cleaning, but I hadn't gotten the mothball out. New scent was now prevalent, sweet, thick, like bubbling sugar. In the silence, I gathered my surroundings. I was in the living room, on the floor, surrounded by albums and photos from my mother, Polaroids. How did I end up here? Did I not remember climbing to the guest bed? Wasn't going to sleep others and laying sleepless for an hour? Eventually I had blacked out. not before putting some white noise on. Beach sounds tonight. Something relaxing to help calm my mind. I picked up one of the photos, this one from my lap. It was of me and Mother. Mother and I, she would have corrected. We were dressed Sunday best. Despite being a 90s baby, the photo had the look of one from early 1900s. Black and white, both her and I unmoving, no smiles, overtly serious. I was maybe 10 years old, with my hair cut short to my scalp. I could hear Mother's voice from that day. She had been particularly short-tempered. The church had gone with that young whore over her for youth speaker, position she had been pursuing for well over a decade. We went to a mall, a local one that was only a short drive out of town. While I was excited to go look at toys, the car up for a grand prize and maybe even a lunch, Chinese food, my mother had a singular task on her mind: the photo studio. She had somehow convinced herself that the church just did not know how great of a mother she was. The photo session with her strapping young man would change everything. "Oh, we are so sorry," they would say. "We had no idea how perfect of a king he is. Of course the position is yours. If you were to grace us with taking it," the pastor would grovel at her feet. She would then, out of spite or anger, or because she was a woman who did not truly know what she wanted, reject this offer. She would walk away and never be seen by anyone from that particular church again. I had a hard time sitting still long enough for a photo effect to be properly done. The suit was just so itchy. My mother shot daggers at me every time the photographer would say that she needed one more shot. Eventually, we got the shot. Mother held my hand so tight that it hurt, ached for the rest of the day. She dragged me out of the mall despite my pleads. We hadn't gone to see the toys, the puppies, or even eaten yet. Mother slapped me across the face. "What a vile boy, asking your poor mother so much more of her when you give so little." Her face was stern and in a perpetual frown. "Look at what you made Mother do, you poor child. You believe Mother to want..." It's weird that she's calling herself Mother, too. "You believe Mother to want to hurt you. No, it's your actions that make Mother do it. Remember, Mother does this because she loves you. It's through trials and tribulations that you will come to know God." That was the day I decided God was a lie. 3 years later, Mother hit me for the last time. I was too big for her to be able to physically threaten, but I was large enough that my teenage threats of violence were real to my mother. She locked herself in her room for days, not coming out. Repent for me, as the devil was in my body. However, there was one universal piece that connected all the photos. Ready. Drawn into harsh lines across my mother, each photo, save the one on my lap, shared a cross hatch of red across my mother. The old-timey ones at the mall to the printouts of digital photos taken by cousins or aunts at a party or wedding. Whoever had done this took great care to avoid anyone else in the picture. Only my mother was touched by red. I stood, cracking my back and stretching. My shoes were missing, my shirt was gone, and I was in nothing but pajama pants. I hated being barefoot, which made all the more odd that my slip-on shoes were missing. I figured they must be in my room, leaving them there when whatever possessed me to leave the room took hold. Down to the hall I went, wiping my face with my hands. I grabbed my shoes in. A hand, white, cold, frail. It was coming from the door at the end of the hall. Its fingers danced lightly on the wall, giving a tap, tap, tap. My eyes widened and my body tensed. No sooner that I lay eyes on it, did it shoot back inside the closet door with a soft thud. I ran down the hall to the door. Who the fuck is in my house? Was that this door some way for them to be inside and hide from me? I'll make them pay. Get out! I saw you. There's no point in hiding. Come on out! I screamed at the door. I was met with silence. The door seemed to be lifeless as always. The only sound was my own heart in my ears. My breath sharp and quick. I pounded on the floor. Come on, man, I saw you. There's no point in hiding now. Nothing. Whack, whack, whack. The door pounded back. I jumped, cursing as my soul left me for a moment. Alright, jackass, you want to play like that? I grabbed the handle and turned it. The door swung open. A linen closet. The linen closet. There were towels and sheets and white rags and eyes. Buried in the white towels were a small set of wide eyes staring at me. I froze, afraid to even breathe. But the lights are on. I balled a fist and swung at the towels. I found purchase with the towels, giving way to my hand. The eyes were now gone. I heard a laugh. I swung around just in time to see an old woman. No, to see Mother standing in a gown. Her hair was white. It seemed like she was floating in water. Her eyes were gone. Black sockets of blackness. She smiled at me, teeth yellow and old, before stepping into a wall, into my room. Then the closet door slammed shut. I turned around again, watching it as it opened and closed violently. Each time I could see the linen closet inside. Each time it opened, the insides would flash with black and nothingness. Then it hung open. The insides of the closet were gone. And instead was an endless abyss. Stretching for miles and miles. At the far end was a nuclei of blackness. I could hear the song. It was beautiful. It sang of promises and a life so beautiful. A tear began to run down my face. I saw my future, my past, and all I could ever be. My dreams, my desires, and my heaven. The door slammed shut. I could hear my mother laughing at me from deep inside the house. Her voice rang in my mind. You will never know peace, you brat. Mother takes hers in flesh, demon child. The door opened, or the door disappeared. After my encounter, I ran out of the house, shoes be damned. I called James, who was more than happy to re-enter the house with me. I told him the story of how Mother herself had come to see me. Of course, he didn't believe me. Why would he? And the door? It was gone when we went back in. Just a wall. No linen closet or towels. Or even an indent in the wall where the door once was. He stayed with me until I had collected myself. James was a good man. A better brother. More than I could ever. It's gotta be stress, man. He spoke between bites of his breakfast burrito. I mean, you're all alone in the house where you were all but tortured. Of course you'd see Mom. It wasn't a hallucination, man. The lights were on. I hit the switch as I ran down the hall. James swallowed, thinking things over for a moment. Besides, I continued, it doesn't explain how you saw the door first, and now it's gone. Right, James agreed. That's valid. I hadn't touched my food. It was a burrito, best in the city, according to James. I had taken a few bites, mostly out of politeness, but also because I had already felt the hangover from last night ripping my guts apart. Some food would have done me good. He went violently. I spoke softly. We all saw the report. Mauled, for lack of better words. James nodded. Never caught the guy either. I tried to take a bite of the food, but I couldn't do much but chew it up and keep it in my mouth for a moment. Eventually, I took a long drink from my mug, using that to swallow. I can't shake the feeling that it's my fault. He put a hand on my shoulder. Man, you can't blame yourself. You were halfway across the country. Well, I started unsure of how to continue. I wasn't. It's not like I was in town, but I was down in Florida for a job interview. For all this, I was already looking to move back east. Wait, you were in Florida when he made a gagging sound and hit a thumb across his neck? I nodded, sitting back in the chair. Yeah, maybe a 5 hours drive. That's still far, but I guess it would be close enough to feel guilty. That's not just being in Florida that gets me, you know? It's like only because I moved out that I wasn't good enough for her and that I had to be chased off. Chased off after I graduated. James shook his head and sighed. She's got her teeth in you good. You were always good enough. She wasn't able to cope with Dad leaving. Mom probably needed help, more than any of us could give her, more than she would accept from anyone. I mean, even the church cut ties with her at the end. I turned to him, curious, an eyebrow raised. The church? Yeah, man, she called me a lot after you moved. Even called me you a few times. Oh, my little Mark, she would say. He took a drink, using as a chance to think for a moment. You know, she was banned for calling a child a slut. I laughed. That sounds like her. God, when Abby got the child care lead over Mom, she went on and on about how much dick she would get, how the devil would use her as a plaything. James joined me in laughing. James joined me in laughing before we both went quiet for a moment. He was honestly probably jealous that she got some. Mom never did even talk to a man after Dad left. James clicked his tongue. Shit, I barely go a week sometimes. Your wife must love that, I added. Not your libido. Talking about how bad your own mom needed to get laid. Hey, she's the one who said it. He spoke between laughs. I put a hand on his shoulder, looking him in the eyes. Seriously, thanks for giving me the time of day. All others, they would have sent me to voicemail. They have, actually. Hey, I won't complain. Gets me a bigger slice of pie when none of them want to talk out a deal. They all gotta pay me. He threw both thumbs back towards his chest. Yeah, well, we'll think of us little guys every once in a while, won't you? I threw a napkin at him, which harmlessly bounced off his head. What was that? I can't hear you down there in Peasant Town. He cupped his hand and imitated an echo. What's the weather like up your own ass? James and I hung out for a few more hours, talking about nothing much, but just being. It was nice to have a real friend. Sure, I had a few out west, but they were as real as any friend made at work. You're close as long as you both are going through the same shit as each other. Then it all grows apart when one of you gets a new job. After lunch, he had to head out. That left me alone in the house again. At this point, I had forgotten about the closet, but it was in the back of my mind. What I felt in the house was more of a nagging dread, more than anything else. Like someone is watching you, like something is watching you. That's how it went for the next few days. Nothing would happen, the door was still gone, but I would still feel like Mother was watching me. They found her in the basement, her body eviscerated by 1,000 cuts from a knife. Someone had stabbed and slashed her so much that it was only by her rosary that she was identified, that I was able to identify her. A single bloody footprint was found leading away from her body, but being a men's size 10, that didn't narrow the search down all that far. The knife, or knives for all we knew, were never found. None of the neighbors heard anything from the house or saw any cars come or go out of the usual. The only lead that anyone had was a single comment from a neighbor who said they saw a beat-up Toyota rolling down the street that night. The day Mother came, the day Mother came for a visit began pleasantly with a dinner from a local pub. It was a cheeseburger served with a knife ran through as a sandwich pick. I got it more done, but they gave it to me almost mooing and bloody. The drink came out wrong. I swore they were messing with me, making fun of my late mother, Bloody Mary, when I asked for a Guinness. I met a lovely young lady, shared a few drinks before sharing numbers. I wasn't ready to have anyone over to my place with the mothball scent still strong. And she had an early shift, so we made plans for another night, sharing a quick kiss as we separated. After I left the pub, my old car was covered in crows, a whole murder of them. I tried to scare them off, and one merely cawed at me. I was in disbelief. Not a single car had a single bird on it, save mine. I could already imagine the bird shit everywhere. Triggering the alarm scared them off, allowing me to enter. The drive home was quiet but happy. The radio had a classic playing, by the youngin' standards. Korn was singing about how they were coming undone. I found metal shortly into high school. It was a way of rebelling against my overly religious mother. That I could choose something that was not only a praise of his holy list Jesus. I never shared that love with mother. She would have deemed it worthy of punishment, much like if I had brought home a girl. Whew. I made good habits of leaving lights on as I leave the house, especially in the evening. I was glad I had built. I was glad I had built that as the sun was well past the horizon as I pulled into my driveway. The garage slowly pulled open, slithering like a giant snake in the foliage. James and I watched the game that morning, two rival football teams slugging it out. It came down to whose quarterback played tighter, with my West Coast favorite sneaking in a win with a late game drive. I entered the house, locking the door behind me. The light shone brightly. Even the street lamp-like fixture had really been meaning to remove. I had really been meaning to remove. I had no strange occurrences since the closet and mother, almost a week and a half gone. By now, it was a stress dream, a waking nightmare brought on by fear of darkness and the stress of mother, nothing more. Throwing my keys onto the counter, I felt my phone go off. Checking it, I had a few unread messages. One from James, something about how they'd get us next time. Below that was a message from an unknown number who ended up being the cutie from the bar. She said she was looking forward to when she could expect that date from me, a selfie that was a touch risque and an apology for work. She would have called in if it wasn't a required meeting. I sent back my own selfie, not as provocative but twice as awkward, telling her that I understood. It just gave me time to make sure the first date was as perfect as she was. I was new to the whole flirting thing. Back west, I never had much interest in women or dating. It was awkward and hard, a lot of missed cues and wrong messages. But now that I was back east, ready to really start a new life, I was ready to take a leap of faith. Faith. That was her name, right? It was a good day. I thought it should say. This should be a T. It was a good day, I thought, an almost perfect day. I put my phone on the counter, then I looked down the hall. Twixt the undulating of the walls and the breathing of the hall, the door stood cold and resolute. It was slightly ajar, the darkness within creeping out. As the whole of the hall breathed, the lights all at once failed. I was plunged into the blackness of my house once more, my mind raced. A laugh came from behind, cold and calloused. How dare you speak to such a whore? I tried to find who spoke in the darkness, but it was too thick, too total to see anything. I reached for my phone. Panicking as I found my pockets empty, I felt a chill run along my spine, squeezing at every vertebrae. You hurt your poor mother after everything she did for you. The voice seemed to come from everywhere all at once, as if it was all around me. It was me. It reverberated off my skull and my ears, through my bones. It was cold, hateful, angry. The darkness around me began to groan and spread, wrapping its great tendrils around my limbs and my throat. My lungs fought each breath as the air grew dangerously cold. My skin was a hodgepodge of goosebumps and sweat, blotched and tense. But now, Mother is going to make you pay. Make you pay for all the pain you put Mother through. I felt something brush against my back, solid and firm. It nudged me deeper into the hallway, toward the darkness. I could feel its breath on my face, hot and wet. Another nudge against my back, another step towards the door. You will pay for what you did to Mother. Repent for your sins. What sins? Because I left? Because I needed a life? I screamed out to the darkness. I tried to turn and run, to leave the hall, to find my phone. I needed something, anything that gave me a sense of safety, that could fight off the darkness. Mother laughed cruelly, mocking me. Her laugh cut me. You dare think this is for leaving your poor mother alone? No, look. This time something more substantial pushed me hard. It knocked me off balance, sending me falling into the hallway. I landed on my rear, but kept my head and chest up. Mother's face appeared before me, inches from my own. She snarled at me, baring her old yellow teeth. Just as quickly, she was gone. I pushed back, trying to escape her. As I did, her hand slammed down between my legs. White claws as long as kitchen knives. The eviscerated the carpet, slamming into the wooden subfloor with a mighty schlink. They did not react. They merely faded before falling again. My back hit something solid, the end of the hallway. Now look and see what Mother must punish you for. Everything went silent for what felt like a few hours. Slowly, I began to lift myself onto my feet. Mother didn't strike at me again. Instead, I felt her next to me as she began to pull on the closet door. I stepped to the side as the door swung open. This time, it was neither a linen closet nor a vast sea of nothing. It was a small room with a small box in its middle. I carefully stepped toward the box, keeping my eyes up, as if it would help against Mother. The box was no larger than a shoebox, the lid slightly ajar. I grabbed the lid. Cold disbelief began to worm its way inside my mind. How? Who would put these here? What were these? Inside the box was a long, blood-stained kitchen knife. The blade was bent, chipped from striking something hard. I recognized the blade, the one that was missing from the block in the kitchen, a missing murder weapon. Below the knife was a single photograph. It was taken by an old Polaroid camera, the same as Mother would use. It showed a shadow-covered figure standing over what I could only assume was my mother, a knife dripping with blood. Mother had a hand up, trying to protect her as she took a photo of whom had killed her. You filthy child, Mother's voice screamed out from within the room. I was sent flying out of the closet as I felt what had to be Mother's full form slamming into me. I sprawled out onto the floor, and now the now open basement door at my side. I was confused, scared, lost. There was no way that was me, that I had hurt Mother. Sure, she had hurt me, and I felt no sorrow over her passing. But to think that I would have when I was in Florida for a week, wasn't I? Then a memory came flooding back, an angry phone call, heated words, hatred. A sharp pain radiated from my leg, breaking the memory. It burned of cold fire. It burned of cold fire and heat of my life. I looked down to see Mother, one hand digging into my calf. The blades of her hand ripped my leg to shreds. I could see bone. Not white, as everyone likes to say, but pink tone. The wounds were already oozing deep crimson. Mother must punish you, Mark, but remember, Mother loves you. That was fun. Here, let's pause the music real quick. There was quite a few little typos in it. Nothing too crazy. Overall, fine writing. There was like some good, imagery and stuff. Some stuff with the door, the dark tendrils. But I do think this needed like a full read through. Before posting, maybe a read through out loud. I encourage you. I mean, it goes without saying, but proofreading, should be done before you post it. But part of proofreading is reading out loud, because your auditorily you'll catch things, or your eyes will skim over a sentence and they'll miss the same mistake 10 times that when you're having to read and voice each word out loud, you will catch. So I'd encourage Nectarine less, like next time you post a story, or even this story if you want to edit it, because it's a good story. Yeah, it's definitely a first draft version of a cool story. Right, exactly, Rude Dude. Very well put, as always. But yeah, there's definitely some ways it could be cleaned up and really sharper to pop. I like the image, and don't get me wrong when I say this. I did see that Mark murdered her from a mile away. Pretty much as soon as he was like, "I was in Florida, only 5 hours away." I was like, "Oh, he just blacked out and killed his mom." I saw that coming from a mile away, but that's fine. That's not really, I think, what makes the story good. It's always fun to have a twist at the end of the story, and it's fine if your reader sees the twist coming. I think what I like the most is just the creepy motherly ghost, or mother, demon ghost thing, haunting him, and the door is obviously just a vehicle for her to do that, right? When the door's there, she's there, right? She's gonna come fuck with him. And so I like that, and I think that there's only more stuff you could do with that, like whether it be early on in the story, you have more stuff happen, or it's just a creepy ghost monster, an abusive, vindictive, mean mother, and like I said, with the pious woman, and it's just exactly what every trope that I thought it would be, and that's fine. That's great. It's great to build expectations with the reader, and then have your monster, your horror vehicle, your whatever your thing is. It's great to have them live up to those expectations, and she totally did. She was a mean, awful bitch, and that's fun. So I like that. Yeah, I just think, definitely like edit it down, definitely rewrite some things. There's some parts where some language is kind of repeated or whatever. I liked the stuff with the brother. I thought that was fine. I didn't think it was like overused. I liked that the brother saw the doorway too. That gave it some authenticity, right? That made it feel a little more real. And ultimately, like, I like that even he killed her. The only thing that I thought that maybe like showing the picture thing, I thought was kind of weird because it was like, I thought it was a picture of her being murdered or like of her body, but it also showed the killer in it too. So that I was just kind of confused about. But again, I don't think it's like necessarily a real picture. I think it's just like the mother showing him that he killed her and that's why she needs to punish him. So it's fine. I also don't know like why there would be the knife marks in the front door then too. Like, because if he already killed his mother, unless he did that, well, if he already killed his mother, I just don't know why he would like mark the door as he left or something. But who knows? I mean, people do ridiculous things when they're in murderous rages, so it's fine. Yeah, I think it could deserve a touch up rewrite. Fix a few of the typos. Change a few of the parts where a word gets repeated, make a few of the sentences flow a little bit better. But ultimately, it's a fun creepypasta. It doesn't need to be too complex. It can just be a fun story about a dude moving into the house. I do think maybe it should explain why he wants to move back to the house. It's like he even had to buy his siblings out. And I get it, maybe he just wants a house, or maybe there could just be something about like, if I fix the place up, I know I'll get an arm and a leg for it. Like I'll make a lot of money. So maybe just something about the motivation there, because he's very much like at the beginning, like, I want to move past, and who knows, he could be talking about the murder, right? He's trying to leave the murder behind him. But if he's not aware that he actually killed her, but if he's talking about moving by and moving on and leaving the past in the past, why then would he move back into his mother's house where he has so much past memories? I thought that was like a little disjointed, and maybe there's a way to make it make more sense, or maybe he's going back to this house to put all those bad memories to rest, and that's how he's hoping to move on. And maybe in the process of doing that, he then comes to realize that, oh, he's actually the one that killed his mother, and so he really thought he was putting all this to rest, but he wasn't, because her ghost is still there, kind of thing, So it's fun. It's a creepy ghost, vengeful spirit, and I ultimately like it because it's like the spirit was just a shitty person in life too, so it makes sense that there's somebody that like they're gonna be angry, they're gonna try to come back in the next life, they're not gonna move on, sort of thing. And so, yeah, it's ultimately just fun, and it works. And I think it was probably a write and then post. Like, maybe there was some drafts, or maybe there was some work that went into this before posting it. But I do think it just needed a little bit more. But that's not to demean the parts of the story that did work, because they definitely did. I think it's just more that this person, probably the parts they did read before they posted it, they probably just read them quickly and, take a little bit more time. I tell almost every person this, but read out loud if you can. If you can't read it out loud, because I don't know, it bothers you or something. I don't know. Some people are weird with that. They don't like to read their stuff out loud. I'm like, have someone else read it. Have just go over it with, like, if you don't have a physical copy, just go over it with a pen. If you can, like, print it out or something and just mark the play. Like, you don't have to fully fix it, but just mark the spots where you're like, I need to fix something in this paragraph or in this sentence, and just kind of just go through it quickly. And if you do that, it doesn't take a long time at all to tweak or fix the parts in a story that are clunky. You know what I mean? It's a pretty, it can be a quick, like, 30-minute thing. It doesn't take too long. Yeah, and Rude Dude says, classic case of your sins coming back to haunt you. I think it's cool how even in death, you can't escape her. Yeah, to me, it really says a lot about generational trauma that we carry with is forever. Yeah, and I do think that it had, like, deeper meaning like that. And I also, like, at first I was going to clown on him because he calls her mother, and he keeps calling her mother, but then she always called herself mother too. So I'm like, it actually makes sense that, his mother is this figure. And she wasn't a mom, right? A mom is like a term of endearment that has, like, love. There's a coldness, there's a callousness to mother. So I actually liked that. And in the beginning I was unsure, but as the story progressed, I was like, oh, it makes perfect sense. And yeah, and it also said, like, I think it also says too, this kind of this thing about like, even when your trauma, or when you think you've gotten past your trauma, like, that door can still appear at any time, right? Like, the door is the portal through that which his mother comes back into his life. And it's like, just because that door isn't there today doesn't mean it won't. Like, that's how trauma, that's how like, flashbacks and stuff like that work, right? So even though that door isn't in the hallway today, doesn't mean you're not going to wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden it's going to be there. It doesn't go away. We heal, we move on from stuff, but it always affects us, right? It always can rear its head back. And so I did like that part of the story, and I liked that it was through a door that she came. It wasn't just like oh, she's in the house, she's haunting the house, but oh, she's in it, but then she's gone, but then she's back again. But then I heard her laughing last night or whatever, or, I heard her, she was flicking on the lights, or she was, knocking shit over. Because, yeah, that's just a little, we've seen that before. It's a little played out, but I like that, like, there was just this door that appeared, and when the door was there, we knew shit was going to happen. Again, I like rules. I like paradigms through which the supernatural haunting shit happens, and so I think this was a good use of that too. And yeah, too, and it kind of goes back to his trauma, right, too, and that he passed all those doors, and then eventually she threw him down into the basement, and she's like, pray, and that's when he decided that God wasn't real or whatever. And so I just like that it's through a door that she still is, haunting you and stuff like that, and I find that there's just a nice synchronicity to that, right? It just makes sense in a fun way. And yeah, and I think that there could be more. I think, did he have to be her killer? No. I think that it's just as likely that a fucking demon or whatever killed her. Like, the story could have went that way. But I think it's fun that he blacked out in a rage, killed her, and then, buried it. And it just goes to show that, like, what the human mind is capable of doing to protect itself, kind of thing. And that's a fun element of it too. I hope that like if this story was to ever have a continuation or something, I hope he doesn't get caught. You know what I mean? Like I don't. It seemed kind of justified. You know, I don't know. I don't know if murder is ever fully justified, but I think as far as this goes, it's a pretty understandable one. And yeah, I mean, it's a cool story. It's a cool, I like a creepy ghost demon that's also super religious. I like that, and I like how she's always like blaming that, like you made me do this and all this stuff. And I kind of think a fun element to have would be like a point where he is like, yeah, you made me do this, mom. I think it would be fun if he kind of spat her words back at the ghost, something like that. But it's fine, and it's all ultimately, I'm not the author of this story, so I'm just spitballing here. But that's gonna do it for the Red Death Mask stream. I'm gonna go eat a snack because I'm hungry. I appreciate you being here, Rude Dude. I hope. I don't know if you stayed for the whole stream or if you just kind of popped in and out, but thank you, and thank you to anyone else who watched the stream live, and I hope you guys enjoy the VOD afterwards. Check out the stories if you missed them, and yeah, I look forward to my next one. I'm gonna try to stream a lot in October, so hopefully I'll have a lot more cool shit. We'll definitely finish Sisters on the next stream, so you can look forward to Sisters part 3 and 4. And then who knows, there's a lot though. I got a lot of cool stuff in the works, but then there's just a lot more that I want to do. So I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all have a fantastic October. Watch lots of spooky movies, eat lots of candy, dress up, get drunk at Halloween parties, whatever you do, make sure you do it to it. Great stream as always, a lot of engagement in this one. It's awesome to see. Yeah, there definitely was, like I said, it was a little, it's a bummer on my part. It's not ever a bummer from people, but it was a bummer for me that it seemed like some people wanted to watch, but maybe it was cutting out too bad or whatever. And I just, all I can really say is I'm sorry, and I'll try to get better equipment as soon as I can, or I'll try to get better internet, but who knows when that'll happen. So I hope that it worked out, and I hope if people couldn't enjoy it live, they can enjoy the VOD afterwards. So peace out, adios. Everybody have a spooktacular October, and I will see you in the next one. Adios, avita zen, tschüss, hasta mañana. What is it? Goodbye. Well, I was thinking of the part from Django where he's like, since Avita Zane means I will see you again, and I never wish to see you again, to you I will say goodbye. Also, I do want to say, because maybe some more people have watched my more recent streams, always message me on Discord, on Reddit. My Reddit is Mask of the Red Death. If you can find it, here, Mask of the Red Death. You can message me, chat with me, whatever, but send me a link to your story if you want me to check out your stuff. I've been going through this post because I did an open call, and so I've been working my way through this post and trying to get all the stories read from this, but that doesn't mean my submissions are closed. That just means that I'm working on reading all these stories, and I've read a lot of them already, but Yeah, I'm trying to do that right now. But that doesn't mean that you can't. If you have a new story or if you have one you want me to check out, just send it my way, please. And I will do my best to add it to the rotation. So thank you. Peace.